Born in 500 AD, the powerful and influential empress of the Byzantine Empire, Theodora. She was well known for her wit, political savvy, and a crucial role in the reign of her husband, Justinian I. She was one of the most influential women in Byzantine history, and this is in spite of the fact that she started out as an actress, though a very good one, becoming very famous for her great acting and later strategic abilities. And thus, over time, she played a significant role in influencing imperial policy, sitting at the side of Emperor Justinian in the decision-making process. To maintain his rule and the stability of the empire, Justinian was convinced to put down the rebellion during the Nicaea riots in 532 AD by Theodora's resolute determination and decisive advice. And Theodora also supported the arts and architecture, which of course led to the growth of Byzantine civilization and the building of many famous structures, including the Hagia Sophia. And so, with all this, she is remembered as an example of committed forward thinking and how it can change the trajectory of an empire. A symbol of strength, a symbol of resilience, and enlightened leadership. Well, introductions out of the way. You know what we're here to talk about. Theodora, the wife of Justinian. Now, we have already done a video on Justinian. If you'd like some context on how this all fits in with Theodora, perhaps you can watch that before or after, but it is not required. And so, as always, I give the normal spiel telling you to like, subscribe, and tell all your history-loving buddies about the channel. And with that out of the way, we can get nice and relaxed and begin, as always. Now, firstly, there is some disagreement regarding Theodora's early life, and that includes not only when, but also where she was born. But we do know she was of Greek ancestry. Now, we're talking about sources from the time. For instance, Michael the Syrian asserts that Theodora was actually born in Syria, in a town called Mabug. And then we have Nicephorus Callistus Xanthopoulos, who asserts that Theodora was actually a native of Cyprus. And then the Patria, which is attributed to George Codinus, asserts that Theodora was actually born in Paphlagonia. There is also the assertion from some modern historians that she might have actually been born in Alexandria, located up the top of Egypt in the Nile Delta. Of course, these assertions are all valid, and none of them are really politically motivated. There's no vested interest in claiming that she was born in a different place. It just comes under the umbrella of speculation. Perhaps we'll find something more conclusive later on. But I'm not holding my breath. Well, anyway, she was most likely born in the year 495 and spent her childhood in Constantinople, according to an opinion among contemporary people of the time. Now, one of the most important sources of information about her life before she got married is Procopius's Secret History. Despite the fact that modern scholars believe it to be frequently inaccurate and defamatory, but we'll get to a little bit of that later. Now, in the case of Procopius's account of Theodora's sexual life, for instance, it's been asserted that it was probably composed as an exaggeration, and just really not among the most accurate things that Procopius had ever wrote. Certainly politics come into play when you're writing about emperors and empresses, especially after they've already died. So, we get to the factions of the Hippodrome, particularly the Green faction in Constantinople, which was led by Acacius. Now, this was actually her father, and he was responsible for the training of bears. Not the safest of jobs, but, well, everyone has to make a living. Now, as a result of the occupation that her father held, scholars at the time believe that Theodora was most likely a native of the capital city. The account provided by Procopius lends confirmation to this assertion. Her mother, well, she was a dancer and actress, but her name is seemingly absent from the list of performers. Among her sisters was Anastasia, who was the younger of the two, and Comito, who was the older of the two. Now, after her father had passed away, her mother remarried, but the family was left without a source of income because Acacius' position was forfeited by Asterius, an official from the Green faction, who took a bribe in return. Therefore, things were getting a little bit difficult for the family. When Theodora was 4 years old, her mother brought her children into the hippodrome in an attempt to present them as suppliants to the Green faction. However, the Green faction did not accept her. The consequence of this was that Theodora's mother went to the Blue faction, which expressed compassion for the family, and actually appointed Theodora's stepfather to the position of bear-keeper. According to Procopius's secret history, which was actually written around 550, Theodora began her career as a night worker before she had even reached puberty. She did so by accompanying her older sister Comito when she performed on stage and worked in a brothel in Constantinople, where she served clients of varying social statuses. After that, she went on stage to give a performance, which was apparently well received by all. And so it is said that she gained notoriety for this rather saucy and pornographic depiction of Leda and the Swan, in which she would have birds consume seeds from her naked body. Procopius is the source of this information, so, well, there is a little bit of doubt thrown on it, but we must mention it. It was actually part of an actress's job description at the time to perform these kind of indecent exhibitions on stage and to offer sexual services off stage. Both of these activities were, of course, considered to be sexual services. Indeed, the performance was merely just a visual warm-up, an advertisement of the goods for sale, if we may put it that way. So it is possible that at this time she came into contact with Antonina, and Antonina would go on to become the wife of Belisarius and join Theodora's women's court, Belisarius being a very famous general. I'm actually recording his video after this, so spoiler alert, everyone's been asking me about it. Well, from Procopius we do have an account of the empress at this time that goes as following. One time, when Theodora went to the house of a notable to entertain during drinks, they say that when the eyes of all the diners were upon her, she mounted the frame of the couch by their feet and unceremoniously lifted up her clothes right there and then, not caring in the least that she was making a spectacle of her shamelessness. Even though she put 3 of her orifices to work, she would impatiently reproach nature for not making the holes in her nipples bigger than they were so she could devise additional sexual positions involving them as well. She was often pregnant, but by using almost all known techniques, she could induce immediate abortions. Well, a number of contemporary authors, such as John of Ephesus, have also asserted that Theodora originated from the brothel. On the other hand, John Ephesus uses the term porne, which most commonly means the walkers of the night, to refer to actresses. And do remember, talking about these topics, I have to be somewhat careful about some words I use on YouTube. Otherwise, well, I'll be the one getting in trouble. So, this suggests that the term porneon, which does mean brothel in classical Greek, where do you think we get the modern terms from, was used to describe her acting career rather than her origins. Therefore, rather than Theodora being a night worker, it is possible that her association with the brothel is simply a reflection of the time she spent performing on stage, kind of just a simple wordplay. John described her redemption as a happy kind of story, which consisted of the Christian values of forgiveness and repentance, kind of like the old Jesus hanging out with the undesirables, and eventually them turning their lives around and becoming good Christians and all the rest. However, the general consensus that exists today regarding Theodora's sexual behavior is that there is kind of a semblance of fact behind Procopius's inventions, if they indeed be inventions at all. At least, that is the sentiment that is held by the majority of people. My personal opinion, if you want it, which you probably do since you're listening to this, I think it's probably something that's blown out of proportion. I think through the circumstances of poverty, that family had to do what they had to do to survive. And, like the story of the man who caught the fish, each time it gets told, the fish keeps getting bigger. It's very easy to tack on all of these new accusations. If they're going to believe one thing, they'll certainly believe the next. Well, either way, after some time had passed, Theodora traveled to North Africa to become the concubine of one Hecebolus, a Syrian official who eventually became the governor of Pentapolis in Libya. Procopius once again asserts that Hecebolus was cruel to Theodora, and that their relationship came to an end as a result of a conflict that occurred in Africa. Theodora, who described herself as destitute of the means of life, made Alexandria, Egypt, her new home. And it wasn't a bad place to be either. At one time, it was the most populated city in the world. At least, that's what we know from the old sources. Although there was no concrete evidence to support the claim that she converted to Miaphysite Christianity at that location, there is a theory among historians that she had a meeting with the Patriarch Timothy III, who was actually a Miaphysite. After leaving Alexandria, she made her way back to Antioch, where she made the acquaintance of Macedonia, another dancer belonging to the Blue faction, who might have actually been Justinian's informant. It is asserted by Procopius that Macedonia frequently communicated with Justinian regarding certain influential individuals in the eastern region, whose properties Justinian would later attempt to acquire. Following her return to Constantinople, Theodora eventually came face to face with Justinian. And of course, this was the turning point in a very interesting life. Despite Justinian's desire to marry Theodora, Roman law prohibited senators from marrying actresses during Constantine's reign. This fact prevented Justinian from marrying Theodora. In addition, anyone who had worked as an actress in the past would also be considered an actress in the present, which means that leaving this career did not really have any impact on the legality of the marriage. It wasn't your future that they cared about, just your past, and you would never shake that label. Well, an additional person who was adamantly opposed to the union was Empress Euphemia, who was the consort of Emperor Justin. After the death of Euphemia in 524, Justin enacted a new law that allowed reformed actresses to marry outside of their rank. But there was a catch. The emperor had to approve the union himself. Now, this gave them the ability to marry outside of really any sort of circle and anyone that they wanted. A new kind of freedom. But of course, petitioning the emperor, well, the freedom only comes when you know the right people. According to Procopius, these pieces of legislation were crafted with Theodora and Justinian in mind specifically. Of course, it's hard to argue against that. Now, the identity of Theodora's illegitimate daughter's fathers and the name of the child are unknown. Additionally, it appears that she was married to another monophysite and fathered children with that individual. The law had allowed Justinian and Theodora to marry exempted children of former actresses, so Theodora's daughter was able to marry a relative of the late Emperor Anastasius. This was made possible by the fact that the law allowed parents to marry. This additional clause lends credence to Procopius's assertion that these laws were crafted with Theodora in mind specifically because of her. According to Procopius's secret history, Theodora also had an illegitimate son named John, who arrived in Constantinople just a few years after Theodora and Justinian were married. After learning of John's arrival and claims of kinship with Theodora, Procopius asserts that Theodora secretly had John sent away, and that he was never heard of again after that. The fact that Theodora publicly acknowledged her illegitimate daughter, and would have done the same if there had been an illegitimate son, is one of the reasons why some historians believe that Procopius's account of John is highly improbable. Well, I suppose perhaps we'll never know. What we do know is that the blues and the greens, they were always at odds with one another, including before, during, and after the rule of Justinian and Theodora. Numerous instances of street violence were committed by the parties. After ascending to the throne, Justinian made it his personal mission to make the city more law-abiding and orderly under his rule. His efforts, on the other hand, were not considered impartial, because it was presumed that both Justinian and Theodora were in favor of the blues. After all, they really had helped her out in the early years of her life. Theodora's family had been abandoned by the greens, and the blues had provided for them. Justinian's efforts, on the other hand, were considered to be impartial. Frustration and feelings of isolation were experienced by the greens as a consequence. Eudaemon, the urban prefect, arrested a group of green and blue felons and found them guilty of murder sometime in January 532. This occurred during a riot that was taking place between the two factions. Despite the fact that they had been sentenced to death, two of the criminals, one of them who was a blue and the other one that was a green, were able to survive the hanging incident when the scaffold collapsed. Jeez, you'd definitely go buy a lottery ticket after that, wouldn't you? Well, after 3 days, the two groups yelled for the imprisoned men to be granted mercy at the Hippodrome, citing divine intervention, no doubt, which was the place where this Hippodrome was the place where the public was given the opportunity to make presentations to the emperor regarding a variety of issues, kind of like the forum, this sort of thing. the factions became enraged and banded together, chanting the word Nicaea, which is the word that means conquer, when the emperor refused to comply with their demands. Not the kind of word that you want a large, angry crowd chanting at you, especially if you're the emperor. Perhaps it's time to go back to the palace and lock the doors. Once Justinian realized how dangerous it was for these groups to band together against Theodora and him, he certainly did withdraw to the palace, and he remained there. After all, the blues and the greens, well, they were used to fighting each other. But now, they were fighting the emperor. Not what you want. Hypatius, the nephew of the previous emperor, Anastasius I, was declared the new emperor by the rioters, who also got busy setting fire to a number of public buildings. Of course, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Justinian and his officials to maintain order among the crowd, and they were getting ready to flee. But according to Procopius, in comes Theodora, who was successful in persuading Justinian and his court to take the offensive rather than skulk away from the situation. During a meeting of the government council, Procopius conveyed the information that Theodora had expressed her opposition to leaving the palace. She emphasized the significance of a ruler passing away rather than living in exile or hiding. When Justinian ascended to the throne in 527, Theodora was elevated to the position of Empress of the Eastern Roman Empire and given the title of Augusta. Come a long way, hasn't she? So, according to the secret history done by Procopius, she was a member of state councils. She exerted a significant amount of influence over her husband, and she assisted him in formulating plans, decisions, and political strategies. As part of anti-corruption legislation that required provincial officials to swear allegiance to the emperor and Theodora, Justinian referred to her as his partner in deliberations. This was a part of the legislation. There is widespread agreement among the sources that she possessed a personality that is resolute, devoted, and even sometimes a little bit vindictive. Either way, she kept her power by instilling fear in her subjects, and she did so without giving much thought to any of the consequences of her actions. According to Procopius, Theodora, during the meeting, had interrupted the emperor and all of his counselors, saying the following: "My lords, the present occasion is too serious to allow me to follow the convention that a woman should not speak in a man's council. Those whose interests are threatened by extreme danger should think only of the wisest course of action, not of conventions. In my opinion, flight is not the right course, even if it should bring us safety. It is impossible for a person, having been born in this world, not to die, but for one who has reigned it, it is intolerable to be a fugitive. May I never be deprived of this purple robe, and may I never see the day when those who meet me do not call me Empress. If you wish to save yourself, my lord, there is no difficulty. We are rich. Over there is the sea, and yonder are the ships. Yet reflect for a moment whether, when you have once escaped to a place of security, you would not gladly exchange such safety for death. As for me, I agree with the adage that royal purple is the noblest shroud." End of the account from The Secret History. Well, Justinian was among the men who were encouraged to have more courage by her speech. In the end, over 30,000 civilian rebels were killed when he ordered his loyal troops to attack the demonstrators gathered in the Hippodrome protest. Historian and scholar Zachariah of Mytilene calculated that over 80,000 people had perished. According to other reports, the number of victims is higher and rises as one gets farther away from Constantinople. Although Justinian claimed that the mob had instilled him emperor against his will, he nevertheless carried out Hypatius's execution. One source claims that Theodora's insistence was the cause of this. Now, I would personally say that it's more to send a message. It's perhaps not something that Hypatius had done wrong, but it was more so to send the message that anybody who would be proclaimed emperor again and instill that title, this is what is going to happen to them. And second to that, it is just hammering the point home that there can only be one. Until Justinian is in the cold, cold grave, there will be no other emperors. It was an execution that simply had to happen. So, some scholars have interpreted Procopius's story as an attempt to show Justinian as being more cowardly than his wife. And it should be noted that Procopius probably made the speech up. Either way, it's a pretty cool speech. The fact that Procopius substituted royal purple for the word tyranny, well, might indicate that he wanted to draw a parallel between Justinian and the ancient tyrants and Theodora. Complicated situation. But remember, when people are writing all sorts of books, whether they be history, whether they be anything else, they want to make sure it's an entertaining read. Unless they're writing some sort of mathematics textbook. And so, with the Nika rebellion all done and dusted, Justinian became so confident that he was able to restore 2 ministers who had previously been removed to appease the various factions, that being John the Cappadocian and Castor Tribonian. As a form of retaliation for their disloyalty, the 19 senators who had participated in the attempted coup in Nicaea had their estates destroyed. In my opinion, they got off pretty easy. Of course, Hypatius and Pompeius, they didn't. After their execution, their bodies were dumped into the sea. Justinian and Theodora were responsible in the construction of a large number of new buildings in Constantinople, especially over the grounds of the ones that were destroyed during the riots. Many such cases. These new buildings included bridges, aqueducts, and many churches. Of course, among the best known is the Hagia Sophia, which still stands in modern-day Istanbul, albeit, well, it's a little bit different to how it used to be. Add some minarets, I suppose. Well, according to reports, Theodora's interest was piqued regarding the court ceremony. According to Procopius, it was expected of all senators, including patricians, that they would prostrate themselves whenever they were in the presence of an imperial couple. And apparently, Theodora really liked this. When it came to approaching the empress, even government officials had to put in significant amounts of time and effort. In a cramped and stuffy old room, they were made to wait for an extremely extended period of time, and were treated as if they were almost like servants. It's possible that after a number of days, some of them would be called upon. That's right, days. However, as soon as they entered her presence, they fled in terror. The only thing they did was lie down on their faces and touch the instep of each of her feet with their lips as a sign of respect. They were not allowed to speak or ask for anything unless she specifically instructed them to do so. She served as their slave instructor, and the officials of the government had fallen into the practices of what was effectively slavery. In addition to this, the couple made it abundantly clear that they were in a master and slave relationship with the civil militia. Additionally, they exercised oversight over the magistrates in order to make the bureaucracy less corrupt. Perhaps just to get a little bit more money for themselves, we don't know. But either way, nobody likes a corrupt bureaucracy. Aren't we glad that our modern-day governments are no longer like that? So, Theodora considered John the Cappadocian, a Praetorian prefect, to be her adversary due to the fact that he was independent, possessed a significant amount of power, and he had even dared slander her in front of the emperor. Theodora and Antonina devised a plan to remove John from his position as vice president. Additionally, she had a negative attitude towards Germanus, who was Justinian's cousin. On the other hand, her most trusted ally was Peter Barsimes, who served as the Praetorian prefect. She established a network of alliances between new and old powers through her matchmaking services. These alliances included the new monarchy that was associated with Justinian's family, the nobility that was already in existence, and the family of Emperor Anastasius. According to the secret history, she attempted to marry her grandson Anastasius to Joannina, the daughter and heiress of Belisarius and Antonina, despite the fact that her parents had expressed their desire for her to marry someone else, anyone else. Even though they were initially rejected, the couple eventually decided to get married. There was a widespread belief that Theodora was the one who orchestrated the marriages of her sister Comito to General Citas, and her niece Sophia to Justinian's nephew Justin II, who would eventually ascend to the supreme position. In addition to that, she hosted Kavad's sister and other foreign and Persian ambassadors, presented them with gifts, and even wrote them letters. It's always quite nice. Well, a little bit of a break from all of that. I must mention that Theodora was a woman who took action to help disadvantaged women. Must remember about her origins. Surely that has to count for something. She used her influence to coerce General Artabanes into returning the wife he had abandoned, despite the fact that he had intended to marry Justinian's niece, and that's a well-known instance. She was also accustomed to the practice of buying girls who had been sold into slavery, freeing them, and providing for their future. On the Asian side of the Dardanelles, she established a convent that was known as metanoia, or repentance, in order to provide for the people who had previously worked as slaves or night workers. It is stated in Procopius' secret history that Theodora rounded up 500 of them and placed them in a convent rather than putting an end to the practice of forced slavery. They attempted to escape the unwelcome transformation by leaping over the walls in an attempt to get out. It's possible that this could be interpreted as running away or perhaps even the taking of their own lives. It is possible that this is Procopius' attempt to minimize the positive actions that Theodora had taken. Yes, she had gotten all of these women out of their dire circumstances, but she'd also stuffed them into a tiny little room where nobody wanted to be, swapping one misery for another. Well, that's Procopius' opinion. I suppose you can twist it in a lot of different ways. And Procopius is not the only one who we have to talk about. We also have the chronicler John Malalas, who wrote a positive account of the convent, stating that Theodora freed the girls from the yoke of their wretched slavery. Now that's more like it. His account provides a positive perspective on the convent. Definitely a lot more positive than Procopius. In addition to providing assistance to the former slaves, Theodora worked towards the complete elimination. Now, as a result of Theodora and Justinian's actions in 528, all of the brothels were closed down, and their proprietors and suppliers were taken into custody. Through the return of the purchase fee to the owners of the night workers, she was able to free them from captivity. For the purpose of assisting the freed women in beginning their new lives, she presented each of them with a gold numisma and provided them with clothing. Appropriate clothing, that is. It is clear that Procopius is ignorant of the policy reforms that Theodora and Justinian had advocated for, always taking the most negative road. At least it appears that he's ignorant. Perhaps he just didn't want to mention it. Well, his prejudiced views of Theodora certainly reveal a very interesting ignorance-selective bias towards these legislative reforms. It's possible that Theodora's efforts were motivated by her regret for her previous decisions and an effort to prevent young women from making the same mistakes twice. Well, Justinian's laws also made it illegal to kill an adulterous wife. That's right. They had to make a new law for that. It also prohibited the exposure of unwanted infants, granted mothers some guardianship rights over their children, established the death penalty for assaults of the worst nature, and increased the rights of women in divorce and property ownership. All of these laws were enacted during the reign of Justinian, and quite forward for their time. According to secret history, Theodora was accused unjustly of supporting the interests of the wives, particularly when they were accused of adultery. Procopius mentioned in Wars that Theodora had a natural tendency to assist women who were in need of assistance. According to the Justinian Code, a woman could only file for divorce in the event that she was subjected to physical or emotional abuse, or when she discovered that her husband was engaging in overt adultery. But regardless of the circumstances, women who desired a divorce were required to provide specific documentation to support their claims. You couldn't just go on hearsay. Procopius asserts that, as a result of the legal actions taken by Theodora and Justinian, that women actually became morally depraved due to the fact that Justinian was not recognized as the leader of any of the Christian church's sects. He focused on his efforts reducing or eliminating the conflict that existed between the various Christian sects of the empire. And of course there was a great many of them. We're still in living memory, well, not quite living memory, of the Council of Nicaea, the Arianists and all the rest. Well, I've made a different video on that, we won't go into it. But the early church was still a little bit complicated. We're a long way off from the Inquisition and all of these bodies to regulate spirituality. Because after all, we need someone to tell us what to think, right? Anyway. Either way, because he was a Christian emperor, Justinian had believed that it was his responsibility to get along with the leader of the church, in line with the fact that Justinian was a Chalcedonian and Theodora was a mere Physite, which is a non-Chalcedonian. Justinian made an effort to overcome the divide that existed between the Roman and Constantinian churches. He envisioned a unified church that would partner with a single emperor, himself, obviously, with the priesthood being in charge of God's divine affairs, and the emperor being in charge of the human affairs. Due to the fact that the emperor was accountable to the law, Justinian made certain that the law acknowledged the emperor as the embodiment of all things legal, endowed with the universal authority that originated from a divine source. So, ordained by God to rule over the humans in a legal context, kind of like that. Consequently, he utilized the judicial system to exercise a degree of micromanagement over the practice of religion by enacting laws that were specifically designed to carry out the practice. Theodora, however, worked against her husband's advocacy of Chalcedonian Christianity that was taking place at the same time that each faction continued to compete for supremacy. Because of this, she was accused of promoting heresy and posing a threat to the consistency of the Christian community. On the other hand, Procopius and Evagrius Scholasticus assert that Justinian and Theodora were merely acting as if they were not in agreement with one another. John of Ephesus, a prominent supporter of the Monophysite movement, provided a description of Theodora's significant contributions to the assistance of the church construction projects and to the assistance of those who were disadvantaged. In addition to this, it was mentioned that her participation was extremely important in the defense of the Monophysites against the Chalcedonians. In the city of Nicaea, Theodora established a monastery for the Miaphysites and provided sanctuary in the palace to Miaphysite leaders such as Severus and Anthimus, who were opposed to the majority of Chalcedonian Christians. Anthimus was elevated to the position of Patriarch of Constantinople as a result of her influence. In accordance with the excommunication order, he hid himself in Theodora's quarters until the time of her passing, which occurred about 12 years later. Since the Chalcedonian Patriarch Ephraim was responsible for inciting a bloody uprising in Antioch, Constantinople extended an invitation to 8 Miaphysite bishops to visit the city. They were welcomed by Theodora, who then placed them into the Hormisdas Palace, which had been the residence of Justinian and Theodora prior to their coronation as emperor and empress. Theodora continued to provide assistance to the Miaphysites, who were being persecuted throughout the palace. She provided housing for such a large number of monks that, in one instance, several hundred of them were crammed into a large room until the floor collapsed beneath them. Now, as an additional point of interest, the empress was instrumental in building of the Church of Sergius and Bacchus, which is now in close proximity to the Hormisdas Palace. There was an inscription also written by Sergius that goes as following: "May he increase the power of God-crowned Theodora, whose mind is adorned with piety, whose constant toil lies in the unsparing efforts to nourish the destitute." It's not a bad inscription to have. Kind words. Well, immediately after the passing of Pope Timothy III of Alexandria, Theodora made a request to the Augustal Prefect and the Duke of Egypt for assistance in installing Theodosius, a follower of Severus, as the new pope. By doing so, she prevailed over her husband, who had a desire for the successor who was of Chalcedonian descent. You can only imagine the conversations, the awkward conversations at the dinner table and at the breakfast table. Well, either way, because Pope Theodosius I of Alexandria and the imperial army were unable to hold Alexandria against Justinian's Chalcedonian supporters, Justinian exiled the Pope and 300 Miaphysites to the Thracian fortress of Delsus, as was done because Justinian was unable to maintain control of Alexandria. After Pope Silverius refused to remove the anathema of Pope Agapetus I from Patriarch Anthemos, Theodora gave Belisarius the order to find a reason to remove Pope Silverius from his position. Following this, Pope Vigilius was appointed to take his place as the new leader of the Church. In the year 540, the people of Nobate, which is located to the south of Egypt, were converted to the Christian faith among the Miaphysites, while Justinian was adamant that they convert to the Chalcedonian faith. Theodora was equally adamant that they convert to the Miaphysite faith because of their shared beliefs. It was an easier transition. During the reign of Silco, king of the Nobate, Justinian dispatched Chalcedonian missionaries from Thebad to deliver gifts to Silco. Theodora's response consisted of preparing her missionaries and writing a letter to the Duke of Thebad, requesting that he delay the embassy that her husband was going to send until the Miaphysite missionaries had arrived. Now, instead of the ruthless Theodora, the Duke was astute enough to prevent the laid-back Justinian from going through with his plan. At the point in time when the Chalcedonian missionaries arrived in Silco, he made sure that they were delayed, and then he expelled them. As far as the Nobatae were concerned, Theodosius's Miaphysite creed had already been accepted completely. Despite the fact that Victor of Tonnena was the one who documented Theodora's passing, the reason for her passing is still completely unknown. On the other hand, the Greek terms that were taken into consideration are frequently translated as cancer. According to Victor of Tonnena, the date of her passing was the 28th of June in the year 548, and she was 48 years old at the time of her passing. Other sources, on the other hand, claim she passed away at the age of 51, which is equivalent to about 53, which is why we have these two different dates of 500 and 495. Well, despite the fact that breast cancer was not mentioned in the initial report, subsequent accounts have determined that that was probably the cause of death. The term cancer, however, in the Greek rendering is most likely referring to a more general suppurating ulcer or a malignant tumor when it was used in the initial report by the investigators. Either way, Theodora was gone. The Church of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople was the place that she was laid to rest after her death. During a procession that took place in the year 559, which was 11 years after she had passed away, Justinian paid a visit to her tomb and lit candles in her honor. And that was the end of Theodora. What a life. With his outstanding military strategy and the role he played in Emperor Justinian's attempts to reclaim the former Western Roman territories, Belisarius was one of the most revered generals of the Byzantine Empire. Battles like Dara and Callinicum were pivotal to the triumphs that Belisarius's campaigns achieved in his conquest of the North African Vandals, Italian Ostrogoths, and even the Persian armies to the east. With his help, the Byzantine Empire was able to expand its territory and keep the peace in newly conquered areas, thanks to his ability to combine old Roman military tactics with new strategies. The economic recovery and infrastructural development of conquered areas were facilitated by Belisarius's administrative and reconstruction efforts. But courtly intrigues and political rivalries caused Belisarius to fall out of favor, leading to his exile, despite his unfaltering devotion and outstanding achievements. But his legacy lives on as an example of strategic leadership and military brilliance that shaped the doctrines of the past and present, and proved that strong leadership can indeed bring an empire back from the brink. Hello everyone, and hello if you are one of the people who have been asking me for several months to do a video about Belisarius. I know you're watching, and I really hope that this will live up to your expectations. Going to be a little bit of a longer video. Anyway, like and subscribe and tell all your friends, you know what to do. Oh, and a big thank you to all the Patreon supporters who have really been helping out lately. Thank you very much to all of you. So let's get started. And we start all the way back around 500 CE. Now we start in a place called Germania, but it's not the Germania that you're thinking of. It's not the region, but a town actually, and one with very strong defenses between Thrace and Paeonia. It has some surviving archaeological artifacts, or perhaps it starts in Germen, a town in Thrace near Orestiada in modern-day Greece. Or perhaps our story starts at the location of the modern-day Sapareva Banya in southwestern Bulgaria. Either way, our story does start around 500 CE. We're just not quite sure where exactly. Of course, there are possible other locations, but the first two that I mentioned seem to be the most plausible, at least for now. Now, as for Belisarius, growing up in the empire, naturally he became a Roman soldier, and eventually he even became a bodyguard for Emperor Justinian I. His family was of Greek, or perhaps Illyro-Roman, or Thraco-Roman descent. Of course, when we trace back these very early origins, it's kind of hard to put an exact label on things, but we do our best and provide a few options for context. And there's really no need for many caveats unless things are obviously politically motivated. Now, moving to the emperor. Now, the emperor gave him permission to form a bodyguard regiment after Justin, and Justinian praised him as an innovative officer. He expanded it from an elite heavy cavalry unit into a personal household regiment, and this added up to about 7,000 men, so certainly nothing to scoff at. The core element, each army that Belisarius would subsequently command, consisted of his own guards, equipped with lances, composite bows, possibly in the Hunnic style, and a long sword that was called a spatha. They were fully armored according to the standards of heavy cavalry of that period. We also had a versatile force, the Bucellariae, also known as the Biscuit Eaters, a versatile force that could charge an enemy wielding lances or swords, or even fire bows from a distance. Of course, encountering the Huns, they found out how effective that tactic was. Once the cat was out of the bag, everyone was copying them. Of course, they merged the worst and finest qualities of Rome's two arch-enemies, the Huns and the Goths, learning from their defeats as much as they learned from their victories. After all, an enemy that has some kind of tactic, well, surely there's something that you can take from that. So during his early career, Belisarius was involved in multiple defeats of the Byzantines. Things were not going as planned, and we are quite a few generations away from the glory days of the empire. In the first battle, where he had command of his own forces, probably a dual command, he and Citas were clearly defeated. Despite their famous successful raiders who plundered Persian territory, such as during the first invasion of Persarmenia. After that, at Tanurin, south of Nisibis, Belisarius once again took the lead in the subsequent battle. He and his soldiers managed to escape after they were caught in a trap, outsmarted again. It is highly improbable, however, that he was the first held responsible for the loss at Mindos, given that he was promoted shortly after the defeat. So it's not all bad news. He was likely first a junior partner to a higher-ranking commander, such as the aforementioned Citas at Thanurin, since there was no overall commander at the time. He probably took command of the army for the first time on his own at Mindos. Well, in spite of all the prior setbacks, Belisarius was given command of a Roman army of his own in the east by Justinian I, the new emperor who succeeded Justin in 527, and he led the Romans to a spectacular victory over the Sassanids at the Battle of Dara in June and July of 530, during the Iberian War. The Persian king, Kavad I, was forced to begin peace talks with the Byzantines as a result of this victory. Adopted from the Sassanians at Tanurin 2 years prior, Belisarius had dug trenches at the battle to guide the more mobile Sassanian force to a position where he could attack them from behind. You see, these innovative tactics is all something new. Far gone are the old days, where one would just simply sally out into the battlefield and, well, arrange it into lines. Of course, they were doing all of that. But unfamiliar terrain and a series of defeats, well, you have to reassess things. Belisarius was the perfect one for that. And so the Byzantine forces were also winning on other fronts. With a mobile force of 1,500 elite cavalry, the Persians and their Arab allies once again invaded Byzantine territory. This time through Euphratensis, a route that they had never used before. Risky. Belisarius initially remained motionless, caught off guard, and uncertain as to whether this was a feint or an actual attack. Thus he enlisted the aid of 5,000 troops from Arab tribes that were Roman allies. Through a successful strategic move, he forced the Persians to flee, but he continued to pursue them, probably because his soldiers threatened to mutiny if no battle was fought. Thus he moved against the Persians with 20,000 Byzantines and 500 Arabs, but despite having a significant numerical advantage, Callinicum, modern-day Raqqa, defeated him because Azarethes, the opposing commander, was just as skilled as he was a tactician. You see, Belisarius was most likely leaving the field before the battle was finished. As the Shah restored faith in the war effort, Justinian lost the opportunity to sign an early peace treaty as a result of this setback. Following Dara and Callinicum, the war continued, but a peace treaty was quickly reached. Following the passing of Kavad I, the Persian Shah. Now Khosrow, the new Shah, saw that Justinian was eager to sign a peace treaty and believed he could swiftly achieve a favorable agreement, like the so-called eternal peace. Of course, this was a peace that greatly favored the Persians. Belisarius was recalled to Constantinople and accused of being incompetent and accountable for the losses at Thanris and Callinicum. Luckily for him, he was exonerated of these accusations following an investigation. Justinian implemented reforms in Constantinople with the help from the corrupt Tribunianus and John the Cappadocian. Factors such as his low birth, high taxes, harsh collection methods, corruption among his aides, reduced civil service funding, execution of rioters, and the diminished power of chariot racing factions led to the Nicaea riots of 532, spearheaded by the factions Blues and the Greens. Not very threatening names for factions, I know. Belisarius was in the city, along with Narses, a eunuch confidant destined to become a great commander, and Mundus, the Illyrian Magister Militum, was called to suppress the uprising. After much of the city was burned, Narses appeased some rioters with gifts, but others continued to foment rebellion. Guards initially barred Belisarius from entering the hippodrome through the emperor's box on Justinian's orders. He entered from the other side. The rioters had declared Hypatius emperor. Belisarius was tasked with arresting him, but he had to get past the guards first. He did, however, expect good support from the crowd. Well, he charged into the rioters, avoiding Hypatius's entrance. Mundus joined the assault upon hearing the battle, while Narses blocked the other exit and trapped the rioters in. I'm sure you know what happens next. The massacre ended the uprising, resulting in at least 30,000 and possibly up to 60,000 civilian deaths. And so in 533, Belisarius attacked the Vandals in North Africa. There were strategic, religious, and of course political reasons. Put them all together and you can certainly find an excuse. The Vandals, as Arians, had exiled Roman nobility, replaced them with a Germanic elite, and persecuted Nicene Christians. Also refused to mint coins bearing the emperor's image. Byzantine emperors had been striving to unite the pro-Chalcedonian and anti-Chalcedonian Christians, so persecution by Arian heretics was a major concern. In 530, Gelimer, a popular Vandal military leader, deposed Hilderic. That was one of Justinian's childhood friends, and this initiated a renewed persecution. After Gelimer took command, following 2 defeats against the Berbers that cost 5,000 lives, his cruelty and his greed alienated both people and nobility. But it wasn't over yet. Simultaneous uprisings, likely orchestrated by Justinian himself, further weakened the Vandals, who also faced Ostrogoth resentment over Hilderic's actions and losses against the Berbers. Justinian invaded, citing Gelimer's defiance and pleas from the persecuted African Catholics. And guess who was chosen to lead the expedition? That's right, Belisarius. Just due to his military prowess demonstrated at Dara, and his recent exoneration from the accusations of incompetence. It also helped that he was very loyal to the emperor and a good friend, and that's got to count for something. As a native Latin speaker, locals trusted him more than a Greek commander. Appointed expedition leader and Magister Militum per Orientum, he would command without a dual leadership. The expedition included 5,000 elite Byzantine cavalry under various commanders, 10,000 infantry under John of Epidamus, Belisarius's guard, mercenaries like the 400 Heruls under Phaedrus, praised by Procopius in his secret history, and 600 Huns, because why not? There was also an unspecified number of foederati under Solomon, Belisarius Domesticus, and Dorotheus Magister Militum per Armeniam. To assist his command, Belisarius hired Archelaus, an experienced officer and Praetorian prefect responsible for logistics. He commanded 500 transport ships, 92 warships, 30,000 sailors, 2,000 marines, and a total of 17,000 soldiers. Though some believe he had only 15,000 troops for the North Africa conquest, he actually had more soldiers and sailors. His force was well balanced compared to Persia's opponents and possibly superior. As for Gelimer, he likely only had about 20,000 men. He might have had a few horse archers, but not really enough to make up a proper regiment. And his officers were of lower quality. No offense, but they just were. Anyway, in June 533, the army departed Constantinople, and they had an interesting rule too. No drinking allowed. That's right, alcohol was prohibited on the expedition. This was a work trip. To enforce discipline, however, Belisarius executed 2 drunken Huns who had killed another soldier. Well, people were a little bit on edge about this, but he mitigated potential backlash with a speech afterwards. He enhanced fleet organization by marking staff ships and erecting lanterns for visibility, a tactic once again praised by Procopius for keeping the fleet cohesive, even in the dark of night. Of course, back then, you didn't have many options for lighting, didn't you? By the time they reached Sicily, 500 men had died from consuming poorly prepared bread. Belisarius procured fresh bread from locals and made several stops to replenish supplies, also organizing his forces in Methone. Crossing the Adriatic, they arrived in Gothic Sicily, where the pro-Byzantine queen Amalasuntha allowed them to pause en route to Africa. Despite obtaining fresh water, spoilage left only Belisarius and a few others with clean supplies. Procopius was sent to Syracuse to gather provisions and intelligence, discovering that the Vandals were unprepared for invasion, and that most of their fleet was not even there. They were all up near Sardinia, occupied with what they thought was more pressing matters. Well, they're about to find out, aren't they? But unfortunately, Belisarius got himself into quite a bad mood at the time. He was reportedly saddened by the death of a good friend, Dorotheus. Either way, his troops departed for Africa upon learning of the news from Procopius. Unfavorable winds, however, extended their journey to 80 days, but it was smoother than previous failed invasions that never even managed to reach the coast, which is a pretty important part of the invasion. Lacking the opportunity to train his troops during the voyage weakened unit cohesion compared to his eastern campaigns. Although the complete conquest of Africa is often viewed as the campaign's initial goal, this was unlikely. And when we say Africa, we don't talk about the modern perception of the continent. We talk about the Roman perception of the province. Belisarius had autonomy and decided to head for the Vandal heartland only after arriving in Sicily, a move that would have failed if the Vandal fleet had been prepared. It is doubtful, too, that Justinian in Constantinople could have made the decision due to outdated information. such a choice was likely made off the cuff in Sicily. Conquests didn't appear to really be Justinian's ultimate aim, as Hilderic was still alive, and he was hesitant to initiate a campaign. However, needing a victory to restore his prestige after the Nicaea riots, defeat by Persia, slow legal reforms, and failed church unification, capturing Tripolitania, a rebellious, undefended area with minimal Vandal presence, would probably suffice and could serve as a base for future conquests. No more losing face. It was time for the Byzantines to get back some of their own. Thus, Belisarius's decision in Sicily sparked Justinian's reconquest. So, with Gelimer's troops dispersed and 4 days inland, Belisarius could have captured Carthage before the Vandals realized his approach. Archelaus supported seizing Carthage, noting that it was the Vandal kingdom's only fortified harbor. However, fearing entrapment due to Vandal naval superiority, potential attacks during landing, uncertain enemy positions, and the risk of unfavorable winds which had caused quite a disaster in 468, Belisarius chose to land about 160 miles away from Carthage, a little place called Caput Vada. To prevent a repeat of defeats like the Battle of Cape Bon, Belisarius ordered fortifications, posted guards, and deployed light ships to protect the army and the fleet. Procopius described the discovery of a spring during base construction as a favorable sign from God. Upon learning of the Byzantine landing, Gelimer swiftly established his army, executed Hilderic and other prisoners, and secured his treasury on a ship ready for evacuation to Visigothic Iberia, kind of up near Spain. He planned to ambush and encircle the Byzantines at Ad Decimum, realizing that they would advance to Carthage via the coastal road and sent garrisons to guard the other routes. Meanwhile, Belisarius gathered information on the locals and prepared to move towards Carthage along the coastal road. On the first night in Africa, he executed soldiers who had, guess what, committed the grave sin of picking fruit without permission. Yes, and then he warned his men that local support was crucial for their success. It was only a few apples. Come on, how bad could it be? Well, I suppose it counts as robbery, looting, pillaging. We don't want that. Well, to test this, he dispatched the guards under Boreades to the town of Selectes. After 3 days of refusal, Boreades entered with a convoy of wagons, and the locals peacefully surrendered upon learning of the Byzantine presence. Belisarius also released a captured Vandal messenger, paying him to spread the word that Justinian opposed only the usurper who had imprisoned their rightful king, not the Vandal people. The messenger, fearing repercussions, shared this only with close friends. Despite limited success, Belisarius consistently emphasized throughout the campaign that his sole purpose was to reinstate the legitimate Vandal king. Belisarius repositioned his forces, since the last known Vandal position was south, while his army moved north, allowing him and his guards to quickly reinforce any vulnerable positions, particularly any flanks, because that's what always gets you. He assigned 600 Huns to protect the left flank. The fleet guarded his right, and he dispatched 300 guards ahead to scout. Their civilized conduct upon arriving in Selectus won full support from the city, and the army's favorable reputation gained the backing of much of the populace. As they advanced on Carthage, they marched 7 to 9 miles per day, building fortified camps each night. And so when he was 40 miles, or about 65 kilometers from Carthage, Belisarius knew that the Vandals would act before he arrived. But the problem was, he didn't know where they were, and that means he didn't know when the attack would come from. So his rearguard encounter with the Vandal force indicated that enemy troops were behind him. The inland, curving road made quick evacuation completely impossible. The Vandals knew that, and the fleet had to sail around Cape Bon. It was a risky trip. He ordered Archelaus and the naval commander Kalonymos to stay at least 22 miles from Carthage, while he led approximately 18,000 men on land, soon to meet Gelimer at Ad Decimum. The Byzantines were between the southern and northern Vandal forces, and Gelimer needed victory at Ad Decimum to unite his troops. It was the only way. The battle had to be won. But he was outnumbered. With 10,000 to 12,000 men, he planned an ambush in a narrow valley where two roads to Carthage converged. Amatus was ordered to block the northern exit with 6,000 to 7,000 men, attack the Byzantines directly, and push them back. Gelimer, leading 5,000 to 6,000 men, would attack from behind once the Byzantines were in the valley. Historians do note that the plan was elegant, but it was overly reliant on difficult timing and coordination over long distances. Too many moving parts. Too complicated. Too much chance for a mistake. So the battle unfolded in 4 phases. Belisarius camped 4 miles from Ad Decimum, leaving his infantry to establish camp and secure baggage, while he rode ahead with his cavalry, the army's main strength, to meet the Vandals. Before he arrived, the initial phases had begun. The Vandals had defeated the Huns guarding the flank and the Byzantine scouts. Gelimer's army had routed some units. Upon his arrival, he learned of these events. He witnessed his brother, Amatus, killed as Belisarius approached, and that ought to take a hit to morale. In the final phase, Gelimer remained motionless, allowing Belisarius to attack his disorganized forces. Following the victory, Belisarius marched straight on Carthage, arriving at dusk. But it wasn't over yet. Fearing a Vandal ambush and potential looting in the dark, he decided to camp outside the city. Kalonymos, with part of the fleet, robbed merchants, but was ordered by Belisarius to return the loot. Belisarius gathered the hiding Vandals, and instead of killing them all, he actually ensured them of their safety. He obtained strategic intelligence when Tasso, the Vandal commander in Sardinia, was captured after sending a victory message to Carthage. He then restored Carthage's walls, and by then Iberia had learned of Carthage's fall and declined an alliance with Gelimer. Belisarius's generosity led many African cities to reevaluate their position in the conflict. They switched sides. It was impossible for Gelimer to wage a prolonged campaign now. After receiving reinforcements under Tasso, Gelimer attempted to incite desertion among Belisarius's forces, but Belisarius prevented this, though the Huns refused to fight until the victory seemed certain. He publicly executed a Carthaginian civilian that he found working for the Vandals. But of course the fun was far from over. A second battle then occurred at Tricamarum, where Belisarius advised John the Armenian, who arrived a little bit later. After the victory, John pursued Gelimer, but he was accidentally killed. Bad luck for him. Gelimer then fled to Medeus on Mount Papua, besieged by 400 Heruls under Faris. His treasure was captured when his evacuation failed, and Theodos, the Visigoth king, declined an alliance. Smart move. After a failed attack where Varus lost 110 men, finally, Gelimer swallowed his pride and surrendered. Meanwhile, Belisarius reorganized the seized lands and sent Cyril to capture Sardinia, leading to its conquest, and eventually Corsica. Efforts continued to locate and deport Vandal soldiers, permanently destroying the Vandal power in the region. Envious subordinates told Justinian that Belisarius intended to rebel. So Belisarius was offered a choice: either return to Constantinople for a triumph, or remain in Africa as a governor. Well, you see, by choosing the triumph, Belisarius proved his loyalty. By the end of 534, the war was over. Oh, and in addition to the victory, Belisarius was also appointed consul. Add it to the resume, I suppose. After his departure, however, Africa pretty much went back to how it always does. A mutiny erupted. Soldiers who were angered by religious persecution and lack of compensation nearly overthrew the Byzantine authority. Belisarius returned briefly to quell the uprising before the Gothic War. Upon his arrival, the rebels lifted the siege of Carthage. With only 2,000 men, he won the Battle of the River Bagradus. Exploiting the rebels' confusion during repositioning, he caused panic and retreat. After suppressing the rebellion, Belisarius departed for Italy. In 535, Justinian ordered Belisarius to attack the Ostrogothic kingdom of Italy. Theodahad, had inherited the throne, but had imprisoned and killed the pro-Byzantine queen, Amalasuintha. Justinian expected internal divisions similar to those in Africa, and if the situation is the same, well, the outcome is probably going to be the same too. So off goes Belisarius, gathering about 8,000 men, including Isaurians, Berbers, Huns, and of course his personal guards. While Mundus reclaimed Dalmatia, Belisarius captured Sicily as a base against Italy. Justinian aimed to force Theodahad to cede his throne through diplomacy and limited force. Initially successful, the conflict continued when the Balkan army withdrew. Belisarius persisted. After a brief siege, Panormus fell. He entered Syracuse triumphantly on December 31st, 535. But plans for invading mainland Italy were delayed when he sailed to Africa to quell another uprising. After routing the rebels at Membrisa, he finally returned to Sicily to get to the real job. He then entered mainland Italy, capturing Naples in November and Rome in December of 536. Facing no opposition before Naples, as southern troops switched sides, he struggled to take the city due to strong Gothic fortifications. Unable to overrun them, he maintained a prolonged siege. Or he even really couldn't use his fleet effectively, really, because of the wall artillery. He decided that he would cut the aqueduct. But it didn't matter too much because the city had significant wells anyway. It was not going too well for Belisarius this time. Is the winning streak finally over? Well, after unsuccessful attacks, he planned to break the siege and march on Rome. However, a small Byzantine force discovered an aqueduct leading into Naples and entered. Belisarius launched a full-scale attack, preventing the Goths from focusing on the intruders. After taking the city, he treated it leniently to encourage the other Goths to surrender, preserving his small force. Theodora was overthrown due to the city's fall, and the new king, Witiges, sent a garrison to Rome, but the troops fled upon seeing the pro-Byzantine sentiment, leaving the city defenseless. Much of Tuscany then voluntarily submitted to Belisarius's army. To prevent Witiges from marching on Rome, Belisarius besieged towns on the supply routes from the Gothic heartland. He then successfully defended Rome against Witiges' larger army from March 537 to the following March of 538, launching effective sorties that inflicted significant casualties. The success of these raids is often attributed to his horse archers, but it was actually due to the Gothic unpreparedness and the command skills of the Byzantine officers. Well, give the horse archers a little bit of credit. I'm sure they did their bit. Belisarius then deployed larger units that surrounded Goths attempting to halt the raids, which their officers could not counter. When the Goths launched a full-scale attack 18 days into the siege, he ordered archers to target the oxen pulling their siege equipment, causing the attack to fail, and heavy losses. After the Goths withdrew from part of the wall, Belisarius attacked the rear, causing additional damage. However, when he attempted a large sortie to end this siege, Witiges used his superior numbers to absorb the attack and counterattacked, winning the battle. Oh no! As Witiges was losing the siege, he made a final attempt on the weaker wall along the Tiber. Upon discovering the plot, Belisarius punished a traitor who had bribed guards with drugged wine. Although an armistice had been signed, both sides violated it. Witiges was forced to flee as Byzantine forces took Arminum, or Rimini, and approached Ravenna. The siege lasted for a whole year, from March 357 to March 358. Belisarius dispatched 1,000 men to aid Mediolanum, or modern-day Milan, against the Goths. These troops garrisoned main towns after capturing much of Liguria. After a 3-day siege, the Gothic garrison at Urbinum ran out of water, and Belisarius took the city in December of 538. During the siege of Rome, Empress Theodora ordered Belisarius to overthrow the Goth-installed Pope Silverius, an act for which he was long condemned. Silverius, son of Pope Hormisdas, was replaced by Deacon Vigilius under Belisarius's orders. In 537, Silverius was accused of plotting with the Goths to open the city's gates. Belisarius stripped him of his vestments and banished him to Patara in Lycia. After the bishop defended his innocence, Emperor Justinian ordered his return. But Vigilius had already taken his place. Silverius was intercepted before reaching Rome and banished again to Palmarola, where he reportedly died. And to this very day, the modern name of Palmarola, Ponza, well, he remains their patron saint. In an act of contrition, Belisarius built a small oratory at the site of the current Santa Maria Church in Trivio, Rome. He also constructed a monastery and 2 hospices for pilgrims, which unfortunately have since vanished. Maybe we'll find them someday. Belisarius ordered Arminium's cavalry, a garrison replaced with infantry to avoid attracting attention, allowing the cavalry under John to operate elsewhere. Witiges besieged Arminium and sent an army to retake Mediolanum. He tried to block the Byzantine advanced by occupying a crucial tunnel to Ancona, but had to avoid the Byzantine garrisons. Arminium was then reinforced, but John refused to leave. When John thwarted the Goths' siege tower, Witiges withdrew. John attempted to stop the withdrawal, but he was also defeated, and so with no immediate threat, Witiges sent troops to reinforce Auximus and attack Ancona. And it was here that Belisarius faced a choice, either to bypass Auximus and save time, or to capture it to secure his rear before advancing on Arminum, which might fall if delayed. A rock and a hard place, I suppose. And so the Byzantines were split. Narses wanted to advance on Arminum immediately, while others advocated for taking Auximus first. Eventually, Belisarius was persuaded by a message from John. He moved to Arminum, positioning troops near Auximus to protect his rear. Belisarius and Narses led a Byzantine relief force that compelled the Ostrogoths to abandon their siege and retreat to Vienna. Though too small for a direct confrontation, Belisarius deceived the Goths into believing that they faced a larger army by approaching from multiple directions and ordering extra campfires to be lit. John, arriving first, thanked Narses instead of Belisarius or Ildiga, possibly to slight Belisarius or to avoid indebtedness, reflecting those lingering Roman patronage customs. John and Narses may have doubted Belisarius's abilities due to his perceived ineffectiveness against the Persians and the weakened state of the Vandals and the Goths. Supporters of Narses tried to turn him against Belisarius, arguing that a mere general shouldn't command an imperial confidant. He's doing better than you are. Not very fair, isn't it? Well, Belisarius warned that underestimating the Goths was dangerous, and proposed simultaneously relieving Mediolanum and besieging Auximus, noting that they were surrounded by Gothic garrisons. Narses agreed, on the condition that he and his troops advanced into Aemilia to secure their positions and pin down the Goths at Ravenna. Concerned about spreading forces too thin, Belisarius changed his mind and presented a letter from Justinian empowering him to act in the best interests of the state. Narses was not happy with this. It retorted that Belisarius was indeed not acting in the best interests of the state, but everyone has their own opinions, don't they? Reinforcements had arrived during the sieges, 5,000 troops during the siege of Arminum, and Narses' contingent of 7,000. All of that added up brought the Byzantine forces in Italy to about 20,000. John claimed roughly half the soldiers supported Narses over Belisarius. Abandoning his initial plan, Belisarius besieged Urbinus instead of Urbiventus. Narses and John, refusing to share a camp, declared the city couldn't be taken by force, shrugged shoulders, and ended the siege. However, the city's well actually failed, and the garrison surrendered as Belisarius advanced. In response, Narses sent John to capture Cesena. Though unsuccessful, John secured Aemilia by swiftly surprising the garrison at Imola or Foro Corniellus. Urbiventus surrendered shortly after, due to lack of supplies upon Belisarius's arrival. In late December, after the sieges of Urbinus and Urbiventus, Belisarius dispatched troops to reinforce Mediolanum. They requested assistance from John and Narses' forces, uncertain of the Gothic strength. Belisarius ordered them to help, but they refused, citing that Belisarius was not their commander Narses was their commander, and they would only listen to him. Well, bad luck, because Narses reiterated the same order. But they did delay to allow John to heal. Meanwhile, the Goths brutally suppressed the uprising in Mediolanum. Despite promises of safety, many of them were killed as traitors. Other Ligurian cities submitted to avoid the same fate. In 539, Belisarius sent troops to Fausulae and laid siege to Oximum, starving both cities by year's end. Unable to overrun Oximum, he unsuccessfully tried to cut off its water supply and led the siege himself. Fausulae's garrison surrendered when their captured leaders were paraded before the city. How humiliating. With his rear secure, he prepared to move on Ravenna. Due to food shortages in Italy, Witiges couldn't reinforce these locations or even gather enough supplies. Late in 539, Belisarius positioned his army near Ravenna, the Ostrogothic capital. It was about to come to a crescendo. So, as the Byzantines advanced, a failed grain shipment left Ravenna vulnerable. Byzantine naval patrols in the Adriatic cut off the seaward assistance. Witiges and other Gothic nobles offered Belisarius the throne of the Western Empire. Pretending to accept it, he entered Ravenna with his household guards via its only entrance, a causeway through marshes. Upon surrender, he ensured a grain shipment entered the city, and then announced Ravenna was taken in Emperor Justinian's name. Suspicious of the Goths' offer, Justinian recalled Belisarius, who brought the Gothic king, warriors, and a great deal of treasure back with him. Next, Belisarius faced the Persians in the east, this time without his wife there to keep him company. Expecting Khosrow to traverse Mesopotamia as before, the Byzantines were very surprised when he actually attacked Lazica, where locals had invited him due to mistreatment by the Byzantines. And you see, this is where Belisarius is so smart, because he knew about all this, that you have to treat people well to have their loyalty. You can't just scare them into submission. Well, Khosrow deceived them, however, claiming that he was fighting the Huns in the north, who instead were actually aiding him. Upon arrival, Belisarius sent spies and was told that the Persians were heading north to battle the Huns. Meanwhile, he trained his previously fearful troops and felt it was relatively safe to attack Persia. Some officers objected, fearing Lakhmid raids on the eastern provinces, but Belisarius assured them that he would return in 2 months and that the Lakhmids were simply occupied with their religious festivals, and no one cancels a good party. So he decided that capturing Nisibis was essential to secure his rear before advancing deeper into Persia, applying the same logic as in Italy during the siege of Oximum. Meanwhile, the Byzantines were losing in the north. Lazica was captured, and a sizable Byzantine garrison defected, reportedly because none of them had received their wages. One can hardly blame them. So, as they approached Nisibis, Belisarius ordered a camp far from the city to allow more time to inflict casualties if the Persians were to attack. Officers, of course, disagreed again, fighting him at every single turn, and some set up camp near the city. Ignoring his warnings, they sent men to forage, and guess what? They were caught off guard by a Persian attack. Should have listened to Belisarius. Well, regardless, no grudges were held. Belisarius swiftly marched to their aid, and the battle was won. before they were all destroyed. Though he defeated the garrison, he lacked the strength to storm the fortifications, but he no longer feared attacks from the rear. While besieging Caesarion, he sent troops to raid fertile areas beyond the Tigris. Despite heavy losses, the city's 800-strong garrison eventually switched sides as supplies dwindled. The raiding soldiers returned home without informing Belisarius, with the Lacomids resuming activities, and up to a third of his forces taken ill. Belisarius consulted his officers, and eventually they decided to withdraw. Now, if you read anything from Procopius, you'll find that he quite criticized this. In fact, it's his opinion that he could have captured Ctesiphon, ignoring that Belisarius couldn't take Caesarion by force and lacked information on Persian defenses. Well, thank you very much, Procopius, for being an armchair commander. I'm sure if you were there, you would have been the first on the walls. In the 542 campaign, Belisarius used deception to make the Persians abandon their invasion. Anticipating Khosrow's intent to raid Byzantine territory again, he moved to the region and met Khosrow's ambassador with 6,000 elite troops, appearing as a hunting party from a larger force. Tricked, the Persians withdrew, fearing defeat would leave them stranded. But Belisarius also sent 1,000 cavalry along their retreat route. He knew exactly where they were going to go, maintaining pressure and preventing Khosrow from raiding. The Persian ambassador proposed that Belisarius send envoys to the Persians in exchange for their withdrawal, but this was a ruse to spy on Byzantine troops. After Belisarius eased pressure, Khosrow attacked some Byzantine towns, sacrificing Callinicum to claim victory. Now, some criticize Belisarius for not harassing Khosrow, but he was praised for driving out the Persians, despite that loss at Callinicum. I suppose you've got to weigh up what you really want. It's a long-term game. Khosrow's fear of contracting the plague if he stayed too long was also crucial to Belisarius's deception. By openly displaying his finest soldiers, Belisarius showed his army was unweakened by the plague, and therefore unafraid. While Belisarius was in the east, the situation back in Italy was getting worse and worse. The governor, Alexander, was corrupt, trimming coins to enrich himself, reducing military spending, and demanding taxes from the Goths, accusing soldiers of corruption and fining them, with no such proof. Of course, this led many Byzantine soldiers to either defect or organize mutinies. Justinian divided command in Italy to prevent any commander from becoming too powerful, but due to the plague, these commanders refused to cooperate. Meanwhile, the Goths, led by Totila and Ildibad, attacked and retook parts of southern and northern Italy. Totila prioritized easy victories over the risk of losing his army to plague. They won numerous battles against the disorganized Byzantines, including Treviso, Verona, Faventia, Mugellium, and Naples. But unfortunately, the big prize, Rome, a bridge too far, they lacked the strength to siege it. In 544, Belisarius was again given command in Italy. He raised about 4,000 men before departing, as Justinian couldn't provide substantial resources due to the plague and troop needs in the east. Totila aimed to avoid sieges, having repeatedly defeated the Byzantines in open combat, and this was despite their siege expertise, and destroyed walls of captured towns to avoid future sieges. Conversely, Belisarius sought to avoid combat, shunning battle since the Battle of Rome, to preserve his small forces, preferring other methods to halt the Goths' advance. And so, when Belisarius was reappointed, he hoped that the mutiny and side-switching among many soldiers in Italy would end. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Belisarius swiftly made arrangements for supplies to be sent by ship after the Byzantine garrison at Dirus ran out of supplies and prepared to surrender. The Goths abandoned the siege after failing to recognize the ships until it was too late. Belisarius himself then set sail for Italy, arriving at Pola. As soon as Totila returned of this, he dispatched spies posing as Byzantine courtiers. Totila knew the condition of his army right away after Belisarius fell for the ruse. He would not be tricked like Khosrow was. Of course, not content to just sit around and twiddle his thumbs all day, Belisarius travelled to Ravenna to enlist more soldiers. It's important to mention, too, that although Belisarius was respected, people were astute enough to see that a reasonable agreement with him would be sabotaged by his frequently dishonest and, frankly, inept successors. Consequently, not a single man signed up. A wasted trip. Additionally, this meant that Belisarius' standard tactic of using kindness to win over the population would fail. Still, he sent troops into Aemilia, because he didn't want to be sitting around doing nothing all day. This worked, until a Hunnish invasion forced the Illyrian soldiers to return home, of course. The incursion ended in victory when the remaining Byzantines ambushed a sizable Gothic force. Belisarius then dispatched a few men to help the besieged Auximus, and they were successful. But ultimately they lost the battle as they were retreating. Better luck next time. Belisarius sent men to rebuild some nearby forts, because he still wanted to show some kind of initiative. Totila began the sieges of some towns, despite the arrival of winter, which usually you wouldn't do it in winter, not campaigning season. Safe from the Byzantine threat, of course, because Belisarius did not undertake any operations at this time. But he did know that the Goths could not fight back, so he requested reinforcements in the form of barbarian horse archers. Because Justinian was engaged in multiple wars, and of course the plague was wreaking havoc in Constantinople for a second time, he was unable to supply even the necessary funds and equipment to re-equip and compensate the forces that were already in Italy. Bad time, bad place, bad luck. Now, in his recent sieges, Totila was actually doing pretty well. Considerable success. Herodian, a garrison commander, quickly submitted to the Goths after witnessing Justinian's unfavorable treatment of Belisarius following his most recent campaign in Persia. The Goths were strong enough to attack Rome by this point. Similar to Herodian, Bessus, the Roman garrison commander, feared mistreatment or even legal action once the siege was over. Therefore, when Belisarius asked him to help with the city's relief, he didn't do anything. Belisarius encountered a blockade on the Tiber when he tried to deliver supplies to the city. He used a siege tower with a boat atop to get past this. The entire garrison perished in the fire, or perhaps on impact when the boat was thrown out into one of the Gothic towers in the middle of the blockade because it was loaded with combustible materials. I hope somebody got fired for that blunder. Under the command of Isaac the Armenian, Belisarius had left a force to protect Portus, with a directive to never leave the city. Belisarius hurried back to Portus after learning that he had been taken prisoner. The city was safe, and Isaac had fled and been taken outside of its walls. But Belisarius was unable to stop Totila from eventually taking the city because he had lost the surprise. He had a few resources left, and had neither Bessus nor John's help. They were both cut off in Calabria. Well, in the meantime, Totila's other endeavors had also been highly successful, since he didn't have to worry about Belisarius delivering aid to besieged towns. He could take full advantage of the famine that had spread through much of Italy. After spending the winter in Epidamus, Belisarius sailed back to Italy with Justinian's reinforcements before attempting to relieve Rome. He divided his army in two, with one division successfully fighting in Calabria under John Vitellianus's nephew, and the other division led by Belisarius, attempting but failing to break the siege of Rome. As for John, he was unable to escape Calabria due to a force dispatched by Totila. Totila then sent a message to Justinian requesting peace after taking Rome. Well, he was told in response that he should send it to Belisarius instead. He's the guy in charge of Italy. Totila did not want to deal with Belisarius. Well, when Totila had left the area, Belisarius thought he'd take the chance to march on Rome itself. But he marched into an ambush. Belisarius was successfully ambushed, but the battle ultimately shifted in the Byzantines' favor once they got their heads about them. Since it was clear that he couldn't surprise the city anymore, Belisarius withdrew, but he later marched on Rome and once more captured it. Totila swiftly withdrew from the siege after advancing on the city once more, and Rome stayed under Byzantine control until Belisarius's departure. After this unsuccessful campaign, which was lessened by Belisarius's ability to save Rome from complete destruction, Justinian relieved him in 548–49. The eunuch Narses led a sizable army to successfully conclude the campaign in 551, following economic recovery due to the effects of the plague. Belisarius then retired from military affairs. What a career! He was one of the emperor's representatives to Pope Vigilius during the Second Ecumenical Council of Constantinople in 553, where they were involved in a dispute over the 3 chapters. One of Belisarius's generals, was a son of the Patriarch Eutychius, who chaired this council in lieu of Pope Vigilius. When an army of Kutragar Bulgars, led by Khan Zabiragan, crossed from the Danube River to invade Roman territory and made its way to Constantinople in 559, Belisarius was called back from retirement. It reminds me of some kind of John Wick movie or something. They show up to Belisarius's farm. "We need you, Belisarius. Just one more battle. I told you, I retired. I don't do that anymore. I got a family." Now that's just silly. Anyway. Well, since Asia Minor was actually wealthier than the frequently devastated Balkans, Zabirgan sought to enter it and take some of that wealth for himself. Belisarius was called back by Justinian and put at the head of the Byzantine army. In order to stop the 7,000 angry Huns, Belisarius used only 300 heavily armed veterans from the Italian campaign, and a large number of civilians, some of whom were 1,000 conscripted refugees who had actually escaped the Huns, and they came with a little bit of a grudge to bear. Fighting the Huns? Where do I sign up? Most likely, though, these were retired local soldiers. Belisarius set up camp near the Huns, had them dig a trench for cover, and a little lot of tortures to make them appear more numerous than they actually were. He placed 100 veterans on each side, and an additional 100 to obstruct the Hunnish advance after determining the route of their advance. The Huns would not be able to move around, take advantage of larger numbers, or effectively use their arrow fire in the narrow defile. Belisarius then ordered his 100 veterans, who were obstructing the route, to charge when the 2,000 Huns attacked, and the civilians behind him created a whole bunch of noise. As a result of their confusion, the Huns were unable to draw their bows, because they were pressed together so tightly when he struck their rear. Belisarius put so much pressure upon the Huns during their chaotic retreat that they didn't even use the Parthian shot to threaten their assailants. The Huns retreated across the Danube after the defeat, and Belisarius, once more, was hailed as a hero in Constantinople. But that didn't last for too long. He was put on trial for allegedly taking part in a plot against Justinian in Constantinople in 562. Just goes to show you, the loyalty and doing what your boss says, it never really means much. The prefect of Constantinople, Procopius, who may have been his former secretary, Procopius of Caesarea, heard his case. Despite a later legend that Belisarius had been blinded, Justinian had actually pardoned him, ordered his release, and brought him back into favor at the imperial court. Shortly after, Belisarius was unfortunately found guilty and imprisoned. Of course, he only spent a little time there until Justinian came and dragged him out. Well, Procopius describes Belisarius as a cuckolded husband who was emotionally reliant on his debauched wife Antonina in the first 5 chapters of the Secret History. But this is along with a lot of other quite outlandish claims that Procopius makes in this book, especially about Theodora. The historian claims that Antonina cheated on Belisarius by using their adopted son Theodosius, who was still a young boy. Procopius, who harbored a long-standing animosity towards Belisarius and Antonina, asserts that the general was seen as weak and foolish, and that the love affair was well known in the imperial court. This claim is frequently viewed as biased, of course, by many people, including myself. When Belisarius finally attempted to charge his wife, it is said that the Empress Theodora saved Antonina, because of course she would. Well, in 565, Belisarius and Justinian, whose alliance had expanded the empire by a shocking 45%, both passed away within months of one another. Rufinaniae, an estate on the Asiatic side of the suburbs of Constantinople, had belonged to Belisarius. He might have passed away there and been buried close to Saints Peter and Paul, one of the 2 nearby churches. Justinian I. You may also know him as Justinian the Great, and for good reason. He was the Byzantine emperor from 527 to 565 AD. He's best known for his ambitious program to reconquer the western half of the historical Roman Empire. His comprehensive compilation of Roman law, known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, which laid the foundation for modern civil law, and of course his extensive public works, including the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which set architectural standards for centuries. It was under his rule that the Byzantine Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, briefly reuniting the eastern and western halves of the empire. But his was a reign that was also marked by internal challenges, including the Nicaea riots, a devastating plague, and ongoing conflicts with Persians in the east. If you want to learn about Justinian, well, you have clicked on the right video. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're returning, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe tells YouTube that you want more people to see the video, and fingers crossed, it will push them in the right direction. Now, with that out of the way, I would like you to get relaxed, and let's begin our biography of Justinian I. Justinian was born in Taurisium, Dardania, probably around 482. He was a native speaker of Latin, and possibly the last Roman emperor to be so. He came from a peasant family, believed to be of either Illyro-Roman or Thraco-Roman origin. The name Iustianus, which he adopted later, indicates his adoption by his uncle Justin. During his reign, he founded Justiniana I near his birthplace. His mother was Vigilantia, the sister of Justin, who was a commander of the Imperial Guard unit, the Exhibitors, before becoming emperor. Justin adopted Justinian, brought him to Constantinople, and ensured he received a good education in jurisprudence, theology, and of course, Roman history. Thus, Justinian served as a candidatus, one of 40 men selected from the Scholae Platinae to serve as the emperor's personal bodyguard. The chronicler John Malaise, who was alive during Justinian's reign, describes him as a short, fair-skinned, curly-haired, round-faced, and handsome man. Another contemporary historian, Procopius, offers a different sort of opinion of him, and he compares Justinian's appearance to that of the tyrannical Emperor Domitian, though this is most likely a slander. When Emperor Anastasius died in 518, Justin was proclaimed the new emperor, with significant help from Justinian, who displayed great ambition, and it is claimed that he acted as virtual regent long before Justin officially made him associate emperor, though there is no conclusive evidence for this. As Justin's mental faculties declined, Justinian became the de facto ruler, following the assassination of the General Vitalian in 520, which was orchestrated by Justinian and Justin. Justinian was appointed consul and commander of the army of the East. He remained a close confidant of Justin's, and in 525 was granted the titles of Nobilismus and Caesar, indicating his status as heir apparent. He was thus crowned co-emperor on April 1st of 527, and became the sole ruler after Justin's death on August the 1st, 527. What a way to climb the ladder, don't you think? Well, as ruler, Justinian was known for his tireless work ethic, and he even had the nickname the Emperor Who Never Sleeps. He was reportedly approachable and quite friendly. Around 525, he married Theodora, a former actress who was significantly younger than him, though Procopius suggests that she was a former lady of the night, as we'll put it in that way. Well, previously, Justinian could not have married her due to her social class, but this was made possible by a law that was passed by Emperor Justin I that lifted restrictions on marriages to ex-actresses. Well, either way, it caused a little bit of a scandal, plenty of raised eyebrows. But despite all of that, Theodora became highly influential in the politics of the empire. In fact, you can often see her in artistic depictions standing right next to Justinian. Well, Justinian's team included the talented legal advisor Tribonian, the diplomat Peter the Patrician, finance ministers John the Cappadocian and Peter Barasimes, and generals Belisarius and Narses. His reign marked a defining moment in the history of jurisprudence with his comprehensive overhaul of all Roman laws. This was an endeavor that up to this point had never been undertaken. His reforms culminated in the creation of the aforementioned Corpus Juris Civilis, which is comprised of the Codex Justinianus, the Digesta or Pandacte, the Institutiones, and the Novellae. The process began when Justinian appointed the quaestor Tribonian to oversee this monumental task. The first version of the Codex Justinianus, which codified imperial constitutions dating back to the 2nd century, was completed and issued on April the 7th, 529, with a final version appearing in 534. This was followed by the Digesta in 533, which was a compilation of older legal texts, and the Institutiones, which served as a legal textbook for students. The Novellae, consisting of new laws enacted during Justinian's reign, hence the name, supplemented this collection, and were published in Greek, reflecting the predominant language of the Eastern Empire. The Corpus Juris Civilis not only forms the basis of Latin jurisprudence, including ecclesiastical canon law, but also offers historians deep insights into the concerns and the activities of the late Roman Empire. This collection compiled various legal sources such as laws, senatorial consults, imperial decrees, case laws, and interpretations by jurists. Tribonian's work ensured the survival and continuation of Roman law, which later became the foundation of Byzantine law in the Basilica, composed by Basil I and Leo VI the Wise. Now, the Justinianic Code was introduced to Italy after the region's conquest by the Pragmatic Sanction of 554, and from there it spread to Western Europe in the 12th century. This legal code formed the basis of many continental European legal systems, which were then exported to the Americas and beyond during the later Age of Discovery. It has also influenced legal practices in Eastern Europe, including Russia, where it was adapted into Slavic editions. Justinian also implemented significant social and moral reforms. He even enacted laws to protect S-workers from exploitation and women being forced into S-work, with severe penalties for men who did the wrong thing. His policies ensured that women accused of serious crimes were guarded by other women to prevent abuse. Widows also received back their dowries, and husbands could not incur significant debt without their wife's consent, confirmed twice. Pretty progressive, huh? Well, the emperor's legislation displayed a heightened concern for the welfare of children, especially those born out of wedlock or neglected. Laws were passed to protect children from the repercussions of parental remarriage or abandonment, ensuring that they did not have to resort to begging. In addition to his legal reforms, he made significant contributions to the welfare of his subjects. He discontinued the regular appointment of consuls in 541 to streamline administration. In Constantinople, he established hospitals offering free medical care and maintained public baths that were free for all residents. Furthermore, 20 state bakeries provided bread to the needy, completely free, encapsulating the emperor's dedication to social welfare and ensuring that no resident of the empire went hungry. Justinian's early reign was marked by decisive but some unpopular choices in his advisors, which led to significant unrest. In the January of 532, tensions culminated in the Nicaea riots, where supporters from competing chariot racing factions united against him. The rioters demanded the dismissal of Tribonian and 2 other ministers, and sought to replace Justinian with Hypatius, a nephew of the late Emperor Anastasius. As the chaos unfolded in Constantinople, Justinian contemplated fleeing by sea, but was persuaded by his wife Theodora, who chose to stay and face the crisis rather than retreating. Well, in a decisive move, Justinian ordered generals Belisarius and Mundus to suppress the riots by any means necessary. And the necessary means, of course, were a little harsh. Now, according to Procopius, approximately 30,000 civilians were killed right in the middle of the hippodrome, highlighting the brutal response to restore order. The insistence of Theodora was crucial in this decision, and it led to the execution of Anastasius's nephews, which Justinian initially resisted. The aftermath of the riots provided Justinian with an opportunity to reconstruct and beautify Constantinople, most notably through the rebuilding of the Hagia Sophia. This architectural marvel became a symbol of his reign and a testament to Byzantine engineering prowess, and it's still there today in the modern city of Istanbul, albeit it's a little bit of a different city now. Justinian's reign is also noted for his ambitious military campaigns aimed at restoring the old boundaries of the Roman Empire, back to the glory days, it seems. But he never personally led his troops. However, he celebrated the military achievements under his rule, especially those accomplished by his general, the great Belisarius. These campaigns significantly expanded Byzantine influence and recovered territories around the western Mediterranean that had been lost in the 5th century. Justinian saw these reconquests as a divine duty to restore Roman imperial boundaries. Additionally, Justinian's tenure was marked by ongoing hostilities with the Sassanid Empire, which he inherited from his uncle. The Iberian War, as it was known, saw fluctuating fortunes. In 530, Byzantine forces won battles at Dara and Satala, but suffered a defeat at Callinicum in 531. Efforts to forge alliances with the Aksamites of Ethiopia and the Himyarites of Yemen were also unsuccessful. But the death of the Persian king Kavad I in the September of 531 allowed Justinian to negotiate what was called an eternal peace with Kavad's successor, Khosrau I in 532. And this wasn't cheap. In fact, it cost Justinian 11,000 pounds of gold. The treaty did, however, secure the eastern frontier, enabling him to focus on the west, where he aimed to reclaim regions lost to Germanic kingdoms established in the former Western Roman Empire. In his campaign to reclaim these former territories, Justinian targeted the Vandal kingdom in North Africa, after an appeal from the deposed Vandal king Hilderic. Hilderic had been overthrown and imprisoned by his cousin Gelimer in 530. Hilderic had maintained favorable relations with Justinian as well as the North African Catholic clergy, which prompted his appeal for assistance. So, Justinian demanded that Gelimer restore Hilderic to the throne, but Gelimer's dismissive response provoked Justinian to action. He swiftly concluded that peace with the Sasanian Empire to negotiate on this conflict in particular. In 533, the Byzantine General Belisarius was dispatched with a fleet of 92 dromons and 500 transport ships, carrying approximately 15,000 men, along with some additional barbarian troops. They landed at Caput Vada, which is around modern-day Ras Kabodia in Tunisia, and caught the Vandals completely unprepared and by surprise. Well, the great Belisarius achieved victories rapidly, decisively defeating the Vandals at Ad Decimum on September the 14th, 533, and later at Tricamarum in December, leading to the capture of Carthage, certainly bringing back the old glory days of Rome. Well, Gelimer, he fled to Mount Papua in Numidia, but he ended up surrendering in the spring of the following year. He was then brought to Constantinople to be paraded around and jeered at when he was displayed in a triumph. As a result of this campaign, Justinian also regained control over the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands, as well as the strategic point of Septem Fratres, near modern Mons Calpe, later known as Gibraltar. The war, however, had devastating effects on the population of the region. Procopius, the contemporary historian, noted that the conflict depopulated Africa to such an extent one might travel for days on end without encountering a single person. He estimated about 5 million people had died, whether due to famine, the war itself, or pestilence. Either way, the result is the same. Well, following the victory, an African prefecture was established, with its center in, guess where, Carthage. This was in the April of 534. But in the following 15 years, the stability in the region was beginning to break down, though it was tenuous from the beginning, marred by conflicts with the Moors and military mutinies. Full pacification was not achieved until much later in 548, after which the region enjoyed relative peace and prosperity, at least compared to before. Now, talking about prosperity, let's do some accounting. You know before how we were going on about 11,000 pounds of gold being quite expensive, certainly a grand sum to hand over to the Persians. Well, the entire campaign to recover Africa cost the Byzantine Empire approximately 100,000 pounds of gold. I certainly hope it was worth it. Well, the death of the young Ostrogothic king Athalaric on October 2nd, 534, and the subsequent power struggles in Ostrogothic Italy presented Justinian with another opportunity for expansion, or, as he saw it, simply taking back what was rightfully his. Theodora, seizing power, imprisoned Queen Amalasuintha, the daughter of Theodoric and mother to Athalaric, on the island of Martana in Lake Bosenna, where she was eventually assassinated in 535. In response to this, Belisarius was dispatched with 7,500 men to intervene, beginning his campaign by invading Sicily in 535, then advancing further into Italy, where they captured Naples and subsequently Rome on the 9th of December, 536. During this period, Theodahad was overthrown by the Ostrogothic army, which elected Viticus as their new leader. Well, Viticus jumped straight into action and mustered a large force, ready to besiege Rome, and he did, from February 537 to March of 538. But ultimately, he failed to retake the city. Tensions between the Byzantine generals Belisarius and Narses emerged, complicating the military campaign. Despite initial successes, including the capture of Milan, the city was soon lost and devastated by the Ostrogoths. Justinian rather sheepishly recalled Narses in the year 539. By 540, the military tide had turned in favor of the Byzantines, allowing Belisarius to march to the Ostrogothic capital, Ravenna. It was there the Ostrogoths offered him the title of Western Roman Emperor, an offer that Belisarius pretended to accept. He entered the city in May of 540 and secured it for the empire. Subsequently, he was recalled by Justinian and returned to Constantinople with the captured Viticus and his wife Matasuntha. The recall of Belisarius was necessitated by renewed aggression from the Persian Empire. That's right, the Eternal Peace had a somewhat ironic name, as it didn't really last for too long. Oh, and there are no refunds on that 11,000 pounds of gold. The Persian king, Khosrow, invaded Roman territory in 540, sacking cities such as Beroea and Antioch, and demanding tribute. The Persian offensive, of course, redirected Byzantine military efforts from Italy to the eastern front. Belisarius returned to the eastern campaigns in 541, achieving some initial successes. However, he was recalled again to Constantinople in 542, amidst some rather nasty court rumors circulating about his apparent disloyalty. Well, unfortunately, not much time to discuss this, as a major plague outbreak and a rebellion within Persia curtailed Khosrow's campaigns. A lucky break for the Byzantines. But plagues spread. Justinian seized this opportunity to instruct his eastern forces to invade Persian Armenia, but the Byzantines were defeated at Anglon by a much smaller Persian force, by the way. Thus, in 545, a truce was negotiated for the southern Roman-Persian frontier, although conflicts continued in the north of Lazica. The Lazic War continued to drag on, with the Lazic king eventually siding with the Byzantines. Justinian's efforts in Lazica included replacing his generals to improve the military situation. Finally, after years of warfare, a 50 years peace was established in 562, with Persia agreeing to abandon Lazica in exchange for annual tribute from the Romans. Yeah, I wouldn't have trusted him. The peace agreement marked a temporary cessation of hostilities on the eastern frontier. Yeah, temporary. Spoiler alert. Well, it did allow Justinian to refocus his attention on internal empire building and legal reforms, though. One must keep themselves busy, and he always was. As we've said, the emperor who never sleeps. That's Justinian. Well, during this period, the military focus shifted eastward. But in Italy itself, the situation had really deteriorated. Following the deaths of the Ostrogothic kings, Ildibad and Eraric, in 541, under the leadership of King Totila, the Ostrogoths quickly regained territory. After their victory at Faenza in 542, they reconquered most of southern Italy, and soon controlled pretty much all of the Italian peninsula. Well, better call Belisarius, who returned to Italy in late 544. But it wasn't easy. He was hampered by a lack of troops, along with a lack of supplies, making very little progress and ultimately being relieved of command in 548. Well, despite all of these challenges, he did manage to defeat a Gothic fleet of around 200 ships. During this tumultuous period, Rome changed hands multiple times. It was captured and depopulated by the Goths in December of 546, then reclaimed the next year by the Byzantines in 547, and again 3 years later in the January of 550, seized again by the Goths. Totila also extended his campaigns to Sicily and the Greek coastlines. Ultimately, Justinian sent a sizable force of about 35,000 men under the command of Narses, who reached Ravenna in June of 552. This force managed to decisively defeat the Ostrogoths at the Battle of Bustagalorum in the Apennines within a month, where Totila was killed. Rest in peace, Totila. A subsequent victory at Mons Lactarius in October 552 effectively ended the Ostrogothic resistance. By 554, after repelling a major Frankish invasion at Casilinum, Italy was firmly under Byzantine control, although further efforts were needed to subdue the remaining Gothic strongholds. It was more or less mission accomplished. Italy was then garrisoned with 16,000 men. The protracted conflict cost the empire approximately, and you can love this, 300,000 pounds of gold. While Procopius also estimated that 15 million Goths perished during this war, but that's probably and pretty much definitely an overestimation. Well, in addition to these military endeavors, Justinian's forces established a foothold in Visigothic Hispania, when the usurper Athanagild sought assistance against King Aguilar I. In 552, Justinian dispatched 2,000 men under the command of Liberius, capturing Cartagena and other southeastern cities, founding the province of Spania. This marked the zenith of Byzantine territorial expansion, though the alliance with the Athanagild deteriorated after he secured his kingship. Now, back in the Balkans, Justinian faced incursions from Turkic and Slavic peoples. Defensive strategies and diplomacy were his main responses, except in 559, when a significant threat led by Zabrogan reached the outskirts of Constantinople. The city was spared a siege, thanks to the timely intervention of the veteran General Belisarius, sweeping in to save the day. Well, all in all, Justinian's ambitious projects to restore the Roman Empire achieved somewhat mixed results. The early successes in the 530s gave way to a prolonged and devastating conflict with the Goths, which brought great hardship to Italy, though its long-term impacts were less severe than often believed. Despite significant opposition, the conquests in Africa and parts of Hispania eliminated major naval threats, and when Justinian finally died in 555, the empire had reached its greatest territorial extent since the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and that's a pretty good achievement. However, the empire was overextended, and Justinian's policies often neglected the new realities of the 6th century politics in Europe, leading to vulnerabilities. The later years of his reign show that even Constantinople was not immune to barbarian threats from the north. Justinian viewed the orthodoxy of his empire as threatened by divergent religious currents, particularly monophysitism, which had substantial followings in the eastern provinces like Syria and Egypt. Well, in essence, monophysitism advocated that Christ had one divine nature, rather than a dual nature combining divine and human elements, a view that was condemned as heretical by the Council of Chalcedon in 451. Previous emperors, however, such as Zeno and Anastasius, had been tolerant of monophysitism, which of course caused more than a little friction with the bishops of Rome. Justinian reversed these policies, affirming the Chalcedonian doctrine and condemning the Monophysites, he attempted to enforce religious unity by promoting doctrinal compromises. It was through these efforts that he saw a rather general failure of policy, and it pleased no one. Both conflicting parties, both were still angry with each other and never really reached an agreement. Toward the end of his life, however, Justinian actually found himself leaning towards the Monophysite doctrine, but he died before he could enact any relevant legislation. Now, Empress Theodora, his wife, sympathized with the Monophysites and reportedly engaged in pro-Monophysite intrigues in court. In his reign, Justinian's control extended to ecclesiastical matters, reflecting a rather despotic approach. He issued laws concerning Christ's core doctrines right at the start of his reign, and threatened penalties for heresy, later aiming to prevent such disturbances by legal means. He solidified the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed as the Church's sole symbol, and gave legal force to the canons of the four ecumenical councils. His era saw the affirmation that nothing in the Church could happen against the Emperor's will, a stance evident when he supported the banishment of the Patriarch Athamas with secular enforcement. His rule also focused on protecting the Church's integrity and extending monasticism. He ensured that monks could inherit property and receive annual gifts from the imperial treasury or taxed provinces, and protected monastic estates from lay confiscation. His ecclesiastical policies also led to significant architectural contributions, most notably the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia, which became a central symbol of Eastern Orthodoxy, and was of course lavishly decorated with mosaics and a gilded dome, funded by £20,000 of gold. Justinian's efforts to manage church affairs extended beyond internal policy, however. He ended the Acacian schism that had divided the Eastern Empire and Rome by rejecting the previous emperor's policies that undermined the Council of Chalcedon. His influence even reached into papal elections, notably supporting Vigilius over Silverius. The unity restored between East and West did, however, not resolve the ongoing disputes in the eastern provinces. Justinian's fluctuating policies, which swung between persecution of non-Chalcedonian bishops and monks and attempts at theological compromise, aimed to integrate Monophysites into the Chalcedonian framework, but were largely unsuccessful. These efforts, combined with Theodora's unreserved support for the Miaphysites, culminated in the controversial condemnation of the three chapters, leading to a temporary schism in the West and continued dissatisfaction among the Monophysites in the East. Justinian's religious policy was closely tied to his belief that the unity of the empire had to have a unity of faith, specifically the Orthodox Chalcedonian Christian faith. Other faiths didn't count. He perceived any deviation from this orthodoxy as simply a threat to imperial stability, leading to vigorous enforcement of laws against paganism and other non-Christian religions. The Codex Justianus included statutes aimed at the complete eradication of paganism, which were, of course, strictly applied, affecting even the highest ranking of individuals. His reign sadly marked the closure of the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens in 529, ending the last vestige of pagan academia. However, other educational institutions in Constantinople, Antioch, and Alexandria continued unharmed under his rule. His efforts, of course, extended beyond pagans, influencing various groups across the empire. John of Ephesus reported large-scale conversions of pagans in Asia Minor, though the accuracy of these claims is debatable. Christian missions were also directed towards groups like the Heruli, the Huns, the Abasci, and the Tazani in Caucasia. Thus the emperor worked to eradicate any lingering pagan practices in remote areas, such as the worship of Amun at Awagila and other Egyptian gods and goddesses at Philae. But of course, it wasn't just pagans. Jews had faced increased restrictions under Justinian, with curtailments on their civil rights and their religious privileges too. There was also an interference in synagogue affairs, with pushes to replace Hebrew scriptural texts with the Greek Septuagint in Constantinople's synagogues. Samaritans and Manichaeans faced severe repercussions for resisting conversion to Christianity. The Samaritans frequently rebelled against these pressures, leading to cycles of violence between them and the Christian communities. Justinian's edicts against the Samaritans were as harsh as the other ones. Well, they claimed to quell their insurrections through brute force, and quell they did. Manichaeans suffered through inquisitions and executions, reflecting the emperor's staunch stance against religious dissent. While throughout his reign he remained a fervent supporter of the Christian Church, using his power to solidify orthodoxy across the empire, often at the expense of religious and cultural diversity, but I doubt he really cared much about that. His policies, while aiming to unify and strengthen his realms through a single religious framework, also led to significant strife and divisions. Justinian was also renowned for his extensive building projects, which were well documented by historians like Procopius. Now we have mentioned his most significant construction, the Hagia Sophia, originally a basilica that was actually destroyed during the Nicaea riots. This monumental project was supervised by the architects Isidore of Miletus and Anthemius of Tralles, and was completed in the year 537. Upon its completion, Justinian famously proclaimed, "Solomon, I have outdone thee," highlighting the ambition to surpass the architectural achievements of ancient rulers. He was referring to Solomon's temple. The Hagia Sophia was reconsecrated in 562 after further enhancements by Isidore the Younger, solidifying its status as the epicenter of Eastern Christianity with its grand dome and elaborate mosaics. Another significant religious construction during his reign included the Church of the Holy Apostles, which was extensively rebuilt, and the Church of the Saints Sergius and Bacchus, also known as the Little Hagia Sophia, completed between 532 and 536. These projects not only served religious purposes, but they acted as a kind of symbol of imperial authority and a show of piety. Justinian's contributions to Constantinople's infrastructure included luxurious embellishments to the Great Palace of Constantinople, where excavations have uncovered high-quality mosaics from his era. A notable secular monument was the bronze statue erected in 543 in the Augusteum, depicting Justinian on horseback in military regalia. Beyond the capital, Justinian fortified the empire's borders with new fortifications in Africa and the East, and improved urban infrastructure to bolster defense and public welfare. Notable projects included the advanced arch dam at Dara, the Sangarius Bridge in Bithynia, which served the critical military supply route, and significant urban reconstruction projects in cities devastated by wars or natural disasters. Earthquakes were kinda common. Justinian also founded the city of Justiniana I near his birthplace, aiming to make it the new administrative and religious hub of Illyricum. The initiative was part of his broader goal to consolidate and centralize imperial control. Despite his focus on grand construction projects, his reign saw a decline in some centers of learning, such as the Neoplatonic Academy in Athens and the law school of Berytus. Nonetheless, his era was one marked by the flourishing of Byzantine culture, with historians like Procopius, and also poets such as Paul the Silentiary and Romanus the Melodist, making significant contributions to their fields. Justinian's reign marked a pivotal era in the economic foundation of the Byzantine Empire, heavily reliant on agriculture, while also benefiting significantly from long-distance trade. This trade network extended as far away as Cornwall, that's right, in the modern-day United Kingdom, where tin was exchanged for Roman wheat. The efficient movement of goods, particularly grain from Alexandria to Constantinople, was enhanced by Justinian's construction of a large granary on Tenedos, facilitating storage and onward transport to the capital. Another crucial economic sector was the silk trade. Initially dependent on imports processed within the empire, Justinian aimed to localize silk production. In 541, he secured a monopoly for imperial factories in the production of silk goods. Efforts to establish a new trade route for silk, independent of Persian intermediaries, included attempts to engage the Abyssinians as trade mediators. However, these attempts were unfortunately largely unsuccessful due to Persian dominance in Indian markets. The breakthrough came in the early 550s, when two monks successfully managed to smuggle silkworm eggs from Central Asia to Constantinople, enabling the empire to produce its own silk. Justinian also capitalized on the natural resources that were available, setting up gold and silver mining operations across various regions, including the Balkans, Anatolia, Armenia, Cyprus, Egypt, and even, to the south of Egypt, the Kingdom of Nubia. Now, in terms of finances, Justinian inherited a substantial treasury surplus from his predecessors, which he aimed to augment through more efficient tax collection and anti-corruption measures. Administrative reforms included enhancing the powers of prefectural and provincial leaders, while reducing the vacarieties of the dioceses, streamlining the empire's bureaucratic structure. These changes, while yes increasing tax revenue, also impacted traditional provincial life by undermining the autonomy of the town councils. The economic prosperity under Justinian was good, sure, but it had its own challenges. The empire, of course, faced setbacks such as the devastating plague from 541 to 43, which significantly reduced the population, thus creating labor shortages and potentially leading to wage increases. The same thing happened after the Black Plague in Europe and culminated in the peasants' revolt that Wat Tyler organized, but that's a video for another day. 2 videos. Well, this reliance as well on barbarian troops in the military, that was of course emblematic of these manpower shortages. Additionally, the ongoing wars in Italy and against the Persians strained the empire's resources, leading to fairly justified criticisms of Justinian's decision to curtail the government-run postal service, limiting it to a single route of military relevance only. During the 530s, the Christian Roman Empire experienced a series of severe climatic disturbances that caused widespread despair, leading many to feel as if divine favor had been withdrawn. The atmosphere was laden with noxious fumes, and the sun, though visible, failed to provide adequate warmth, leading to dramatically colder weather, severely impacting agricultural production across Europe and the Middle East. This unusual climatic phenomenon, recorded in 535 to 36, of course resulted in a devastating famine that was unprecedented in its scope and impact. The contemporary historian Procopius documented these events, describing the sun as dim and lacking brightness, akin to an eclipse, with its light feeble and lacking its usual clarity. The description from his account of the Vandalic War underscores the dramatic and unsettling nature of the environmental changes observed during this period. Certainly would have freaked a lot of people out with the old world superstitions, that's for sure. While the exact causes of these catastrophic events remain a subject of debate, there's a few theories though. One, of course, being triggered by a massive volcanic eruption, with potential candidates including the Rabaul caldera, Lake Ilopango, Krakatoa, or even a volcano in Iceland, according to recent studies. These eruptions would have, of course, released vast quantities of ash and sulfur into the stratosphere, reducing solar radiation and leading to a significant drop in global temperatures. Of course, the situation worsened significantly in 542 when the Eastern Roman Empire was struck with the plague, a plague that was so synonymous with the era that it is now called the Plague of Justinian. Don't blame it on him, though. It's just a name. Now, this outbreak of bubonic plague, rivaled only by the Black Death of the 14th century, caused the deaths of millions. Remarkably, Justinian himself actually contracted the plague, but he survived, a testament to the indiscriminate nature of the disease, which affected all levels of society. But, conveniently, the top boss gets to live. Well, the actual death toll and the plague's overall impact, of course, are another subject of debate, with some questioning the traditional estimates of the fatalities. I mean, when we're talking in millions, especially when we have Procopius throwing out numbers of death tolls in wars up to 15 million people, well, raises a few eyebrows again, doesn't it? Adding to the calamities of Justinian's reign, in the July of 551, the eastern Mediterranean was hit by a massive earthquake that was centered near Beirut, which also generated a devastating tsunami. The combined effects of the earthquake and tsunami were, of course, as you would expect, catastrophic, with total fatalities, according to the estimates, possibly exceeding 30,000. In fact, the tremors from this seismic event were felt as far away as Antioch and Alexandria. Well, even though Justinian was struck by the plague in the 540s and managed to recover, tragically, his wife Theodora died in 548, at a relatively young age. She had probably died from cancer. That's not proven, but that is probably how she went. Justinian, who survived her by nearly 20 years, had a profound interest in these theological matters throughout his life, and the closer he got to the end of it, the more and more he became devoted to religion in his later years. Of course, the more his death got closer, the more he actively participated in debates on Christian doctrine, and garnered a deep engagement with religious issues of all kinds. Justinian eventually did pass away on the 14th of November 565, leaving no children. He was succeeded by Justin II, who was the son of his sister Vigilantia. Justinian II was then married to Sophia, who was the niece of Theodora, thus maintaining a familial connection to the previous emperor. Justinian's final resting place was a specially constructed mausoleum in the Church of the Holy Apostles. Unfortunately, his tomb was desecrated and robbed during the pillage of Constantinople in 1204 by the forces of the Fourth Crusade, a rather tragic end to the legacy of one of Byzantium's most significant rulers. The First Assembly of Nicaea, called together in 325 AD under the leadership of Emperor Constantine the Great, the inaugural ecumenical assembly of the Christian Church. This was the event that for the first time solidified Christian dogma. The council, which took place in Nicaea in Bithynia, which is now Iznik in the modern country of Turkey, was largely convened to address the Arian issue, a rather heated doctrinal dispute that posed a threat to the unity of the Christian Church. You see, Arius, a clergyman from Alexandria, argued that Jesus Christ was not inherently divine, but was instead a being simply created by God. Well, this belief was strongly opposed by the other church leaders, of course, especially Athanasius, who defended the idea that Christ was fully divine, and indeed of the same essence as God the Father. Well, the council convened bishops from many Christian denominations to deliberate and determine these crucial matters of doctrine, and the result was the formalized Nicene Creed, a declaration of the belief that confirmed the divine nature of Jesus and his eternal existence alongside God the Father, therefore rejecting Arianism. This belief system formed the fundamental aspect of what the Christians believed, and the Council additionally promulgated canons to tackle several administrative matters inside the Church, including the determination of the date of Easter, clerical behavior, and disputes over jurisdiction among bishops. Well, I'd like to welcome you all to the channel first, now that the introduction is out of the way. We all generally know what the topic is going to be. If you are new to the channel, welcome. For those coming back, thank you very much for joining me once again. As always, just by joining me as you are doing, that's enough support for the channel. Like and subscribe button also helps, along with a few links in the description, and check me out on Facebook. Bit of a community building over there. But now, without further ado, and with all that customary self-promotion out of the way, let's get right into it. Oh, and remember, as always with these kind of topics, we approach them from the view of detached academia, as one of my subscribers said many, many moons ago, and I do like the term. So, let's just have fun and learn something, shall we? So, what was it all about? Why were they there? Well, the primary reason for convening the council was this aforementioned theological dispute among the Christian clergy of Alexandria concerning the nature of Jesus Christ, his origin, and indeed his relationship to God. This controversy, which likely began between 318 and 322, involved Archbishop Alexander of Alexandria and the presbyter Arius, to which the perhaps we don't say the heresy, but the belief, I suppose, of Arianism gets its name. Well, Alexander taught that Jesus, as God the Son, had an eternal origin from the Father, while Arius argued that only the Father was eternal and that the Son was created by the Father, making him thus subordinate to him. I know it's a little bit complicated, but we'll try to go a little bit slowly. Well, Arius accused Alexander of following the teachings of one Sibelius, who believed that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit were one entity, the Trinity, basically, contrasting with the Eastern belief that they were distinct. Well, a regional council of bishops from Egypt and Libya, convened by Alexander, also supported this view, leading to the expulsion of Arius from Alexandria. Well, he was not going to take that lying down, of course. He then sought support from other churches in the Eastern Roman Empire, gaining the backing of bishops like Eusebius of Nicaea and Eusebius of Caesarea. Now, at the same time, the Alexandrian Church was dealing with the Meletian Schism, which was a division that arose during the Diocletian persecution, when Meletius, the bishop of Lycopolis, refused to recognize the legitimacy of Peter I of Alexandria's successors. When 324, after defeating Licinius and becoming the sole ruler of the Roman Empire, Constantine became aware of the dispute between Alexander and Arius, most likely through Eusebius of Nicaea, since they were in frequent contact. Constantine subsequently wrote to both of the men, urging them to reconcile and restore harmony, all for the greater good, And this was not Constantine's first involvement in religious disputes, by the way. He'd previously intervened in the Donatist schism in North Africa, appointing Bishop Miltiades of Rome to mediate the conflict and later convening the Council of Arles to address the issue. Thus, Bishop Hosius of Corduba, acting as Constantine's envoy, delivered the emperor's letter to Alexandria, and later chaired a synod there to discuss the timing of Easter. He then convened a council of Eastern bishops at Antioch, which supported Alexander's position, declaring that the Son was begotten not from nothingness, but from the Father, not created, but a true offspring, and condemned Arius's teachings. Well, Eusebius of Caesarea was temporarily excommunicated for asserting that the Father and Son had distinct natures. They call it orthodoxy for a reason, right? Cannot stray from that. Thus the bishops were summoned to convene in Ancyra, Asia Minor, for a significant council, either by their own initiative or by direct order from Emperor Constantine. However, Constantine later moved the council to Nicaea in Bithynia, which was closer to his palace at Nicomedia, to facilitate his attendance and encourage wider participation from bishops from all across the empire. Well, the emperor also planned to hold a commemorative event in Nicaea to mark the 20th anniversary of his reign. Why not have a party at the same time, after all the hard work is done? Now, on to the expenses of the council, including the bishop's travel cost. Well, they were all covered by the imperial treasury. And you know what that means. They're covered by the people's taxes. Well, estimates of attendance range from 250 to 300 bishops, with a commonly accepted figure being around 318, which is reported by the contemporary source Athanasius of Antioch, that being Antioch of Syria. Now this number, 318, is also significant, as, get this, it matches the count of people in Abraham's household according to the book of Genesis. Now, is that, well, was it written in later? To give a little bit of, well, a little bit of flair to the number and match it up with the biblical document? We don't know. It could have been. But, well, we don't really have proof that it was or wasn't. Either way, the lists of those who signed the final decisions of the council include up to about 220 names, so not everybody was on the dotted line. When considering the presbyters and deacons accompanying each bishop, the total number of attendees, with everybody counted, could have been up to 1,200, or perhaps even 2,000, depending on how many people each bishop needed to take with them. Of course, most of the bishops were from the eastern regions, with around 20 of them from Egypt and Libya, 50 from Palestine and Syria, and over 100 from Asia Minor. Additionally, there was one bishop from Persia and one from Scythia. Western participants included Hosius, Caecilianus of Carthage, Nicasius of Die, Domnus of Pannonia, Marcus of Calabria, and two presbyters, Victor and Vicentius, representing the bishop Sylvester of Rome. Now, among the eastern bishops, prominent supporters of Arius included Eusebius of Nicomedia, Eusebius of Caesarea, Menophantus of Ephesus, Patrophilos of Sikothopoulos, and Theonas of Marmarike, along with a few more. The leading opponents of Arianism were Alexander of Alexandria, as we've just mentioned, and Eustathius of Antioch, along with Marcellus of Ancyra and Macarius of Jerusalem. Thus the council convened at the imperial palace at Nicaea. It is probable that the bishops gathered in a rectangular basilica hall, which was described as Eusebius of Caesarea. Constantine himself began the council with a grand entrance once all the bishops had assembled, and Eusebius described him as resembling a celestial angel, with his radiant cloak glowing like beams of light, his purple robe shining with a fiery brilliance adorned with gold and precious gemstones. What an outfit! I suppose you've got a dress for the job that you want, right? Well, Constantine then delivered his inaugural address, and he did it in Latin, the language of the Roman Empire, despite the fact that most participants could not understand a single word that he was saying, as most of them were from the East, as we'd mentioned. And what language did they speak? Most of them are speaking Greek. And this was also despite the fact that they were holding it in that same territory, so, well, I don't know how effective his speech would have been. Now, according to the church historian Socrates of Constantinople, the council opened on the 20th of May, 325, though it might have actually started a little bit later, possibly in June. Hosius likely chaired the council as Constantine's representative, with Constantine himself actively participating in the debates. Though he did not vote, by the way. Why is that? Well, he may have been emperor, but he was not a bishop. Now, the proceedings of the council were not comprehensively recorded, unlike later council, which is 1. A massive shame, and 2. It makes it very difficult to determine the exact sequence of the events. But the council was structured, as we know, similarly to the Roman Senate. Old habits die hard, with the chair holding significant authority and participants speaking in a specific order based on their individual ranks. The initial discussions likely focused on the status of Eusebius of Caesarea and other bishops who had been excommunicated at Antioch. Now, as this would determine their participation in the rest of the council, Eusebius reported that his declaration of faith was accepted, leading to his reinstatement, though Eustathius of Antioch recorded that the council rejected a profession of faith by Eusebius of Nicaea. The council then formulated a declaration of faith, likely drafted by a smaller group and based on earlier creeds. Each line of the statement was debated and discussed by the council, and in the end, all but 2 bishops signed the final version of the creed, which was adopted as the official statement of faith. Job 1 ticked off the list. Now, alongside the Arian inquiry, the council also discussed the calculation of the date of Easter, that is, the resurrection of Jesus Christ by what the Christians believe, choosing to follow the Roman and Alexandrian method, despite some opposition from Eastern bishops. Of course, to this day, the Eastern Church has very different dates for their Christmases and Easter than the Catholics or the Lutherans or the more Western denominations do. And they have cooler outfits, if you ask me. Well, the council also addressed the Meletian Schism and issued 20 canons to govern church discipline and administration, which we will get to later, and I'll read them all out exactly as they are. Now, everything finished up in early June, and the bishops were invited to join Constantine in celebrating his 20th year as emperor on the 25th of July. After the council, both bishops and Constantine sent letters across the empire to disseminate the decisions that were made, whether the people liked it or not, I'm afraid. So, what exactly was the creed that they devised? Well, it serves as a proclamation and a concise overview of basically what the Christian religion is, or was. Now, they already had multiple creeds, and the council members found several of them to be pretty satisfactory, and that included the creed of Arius. But of course, was there someone you forgot to ask, Arius? Throughout history, different belief systems have functioned as a way for Christians to establish their identity, just like any other religion, foster this sense of belonging, and get acknowledgement, particularly at the sacrament of baptism. The Apostles' Creed, for example, was widely embraced in Rome, particularly during the observance of Lent and the season of Easter. During the Council of Nicaea, the particular creed was employed to precisely articulate the beliefs of the Church, encompassing those who adhered to it while excluding those who did not. Well, you did not want to be excluded. Now, the initial version of the Nicene Creed was formulated in the following manner. We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of all things visible and invisible, and in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, begotten from the Father, only begotten. That is, from the substance of the Father, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, of one substance with the Father, through whom all things came into being, things in heaven and things in earth, who because of us men and because of our salvation came down and became incarnate and became man, and suffered, and rose again on the third day, and ascended to the heavens, and will come to judge the living and dead, and in the Holy Spirit. But as for those who say, there was when he was not, and before being born he was not, and that he came into existence out of nothing, or who assert that the Son of God is of different hypostasis, or substance, or created, is subject to alteration or change. These the Catholic and Apostolic Church anathematizes. End of the original creed. Of course, this creed was revised by the First Council of Constantinople in 381. Now, several notable components were incorporated into the Nicene Creed, potentially authored by Hosius of Cordova, with the intention of refuting the Arian perspective. Jesus Christ is described as light from light, true God from true God, proclaiming his divinity. He is also said to be begotten, not made, asserting that he was not a mere creature brought into the earth out of nothing, but really the true Son of God, brought into being from the substance of the Father. He is also said to be of one substance with the Father, proclaiming that although Jesus Christ is true God, and God the Father is also true God, they are indeed of one unified substance. Deep breaths. Like I said, it's not easy, but I'm trying to go as slow as I can. I get confused by the Trinity sometimes. Now, there is a Greek term, and in Greek it's homousios, which means consubstantial, i.e., meaning the same substance. It's ascribed by Eusebius of Caesarea to Constantine, who, on this particular point, may have chosen to exercise his authority. The significance of this clause, however, is ambiguous as to the extent in which Jesus Christ and God the Father are of one substance, and the issues it raised would be seriously controverted in the future. Now, the creed also concluded with a series of anathemas, specifically intended to reject Arians' declared beliefs. A bad day to be an Arian, I tell you that much. The view that there was once, when he was not, was rejected to maintain that co-eternity of the Son with the Father being God. Now, the view that he was mutable or subject to change was also flatly rejected to maintain that the Son, just like the Father, was beyond any form of weakness or corruptibility, and most importantly, that he could not fall away from absolute moral perfection. Therefore, rather than creating a baptismal creed that would be acceptable to both the Arians and their opponents, the council instead established one that basically kicked the Arians out into the gutter, completely inconsistent with the fundamental principles of their beliefs. In fact, they had no interest at all in appealing and appeasing the Arians. They just didn't care. Well, either way, the Arians were quite outnumbered, so what are you gonna do? So the content of this declaration of belief is conserved in a letter written by Eusebius to his congregation, as well as in the works of Athanasius and other sources. Now, the Homoousians, who we mentioned before, this consubstantiation word, who were strongly opposed to Arianism, were able to promote the adoption of the term of same substance at the Council of Antioch in 264 to 268, and as a result, the council accepted the dogma. Now, as for the emperor, he implemented his previous declaration, and everybody who declined to support the doctrine would be banished. And if there's one thing you do not want, it is to be banished. Not a good time. Well, Arius, Theonius, and Secundus declined to conform to the creed, and they were consequently sent to Illyria, as well as being expelled from the church. Arius's books were then confiscated and burned. And his adherents? Well, they were all labeled adversaries of Christianity. But of course, when you have strongly held beliefs, you strongly hold on to them, and the dispute persisted in different regions of the empire. Now, onto the issue of Easter, which is associated with the Jewish Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, as Christians believe that Jesus was crucified and resurrected during the time of those events. Starting from Pope Sixtus I in the 2nd century, certain Christians began observing Easter on a Sunday within the lunar month of Nisan. Christians depended on the Jewish community to ascertain the specific lunar month to be named as Nisan. By the end of the 3rd century, certain Christians started to voice their discontent with what they perceived as the chaotic condition of the Jewish calendar. They contended that present-day Jews were incorrectly designating the lunar month as the month of Nisan, opting for a month in which the 14th day occurred prior to the spring equinox. These individuals proposed that Christians should cease the practice, and depending on Jewish sources for information, and instead perform their own calculations to ascertain the month that should be designated as Nisan. By establishing Easter within this autonomously calculated Christian Nisan month, the festival would consistently occur after the equinox. They rationalized this departure from precedent by asserting that it was actually the modern Jewish calendar that had deviated from tradition by disregarding the equinox, and historically, the 14th of Nisan had never occurred before the equinox. Some individuals believe that the traditional practice of depending on the Jewish calendar should persist, even if the Jewish calculations were incorrect from a Christian perspective. Now, the Council of Nicaea officially resolved the dispute between those who had supported independent calculations for determining the date of Easter and those who wanted to maintain reliance on the Jewish calendar. The Council approved the independent method that had already been in use in Rome and Alexandria for some time. Henceforth, Easter would be celebrated on a Sunday in a lunar month determined by Christian standards, not necessarily falling in the Jewish month of Nisan. Those who continued to follow the Jewish calendar, known as Proto-Paschhites, were encouraged to align with the new standard. However, not all complied immediately, as evidenced by sermons and writings opposing the practice late into the 4th century. Now, another significant issue addressed by the Council was the resolution of the Melitian Schism, a sect that had split from the mainstream church. The Council decided that Melitius would remain in his hometown of Lycopolis in Egypt, without any authority to appoint new clergy, and he was also pretty much under arrest because he was not allowed to leave the town. His ordinations were also deemed invalid, and any clergy he had ordained had to undergo a reaffirmation of their ordination through the laying on of hands. These clergy were instructed to defer to those ordained by Bishop Alexander, and were prohibited from acting without his explicit approval. If a non-Melitian bishop or ecclesiastic were to die, the empty position could be offered to a Melitian, as long as he was deserving and the choice by the people was approved by Alexander. Melitius's bishop privileges and prerogatives were also revoked. Despite implementing mild measures, their efforts were futile, as the Melitians aligned themselves with the Arians, exacerbating this discord. They emerged as some of Athanasius's most formidable adversaries, but unfortunately, the Melitians did not last beyond the 5th century. In fact, they'd effectively all died out by the mid-5th century, so, well, to the pages of history they go too. Now, there were also the ecclesiastical regulations of the council. These were known as canons, which serve as disciplinary rules, although the precise number is also a matter of contention. but we do have 20 pieces that are included in the Nicene and post-Nicene Fathers collection, which are as follows. Prohibition of self-castration for clergy. Establishment of a minimum term for persons studying for baptism. Prohibition of a man and a woman who have taken both vows of chastity to live together in a chaste and non-legalized partnership. Ordination of a bishop in the presence of at least 3 provincial bishops and confirmed by the metropolitan bishop. Provision for 2 provincial synods to be held annually. Confirmation of ancient customs, giving jurisdiction over large regions to the bishops of Alexandria, Rome, and Antioch. Recognition of honorary rights of the See of Jerusalem. Provision for agreement with the Novatianists, an early sect of elders who had been ordained without sufficient examination, were not to be recognized. Elders who had lapsed but had not been found out were to be deposed. Mercy was enjoined towards those who had lapsed without compulsion, even though it was recognized that they did not deserve it. Those who had left the military but later sought to be restored to their military position were to be excommunicated, depending on the sincerity of their repentance. They could be readmitted to communion earlier. Those who were fulfilling penance could receive communion if they were dying, but if they got well again, they were to finish their penance. Catechumens who lapsed were to have 3 years as hearers before being allowed to become catechumens again. Bishops, presbyters, and deacons were not to wander into neighboring cities to officiate. Clergy who refused to return to their home church were to be excommunicated, and the ordinations of those who were ordained by these wandering clergy were to be considered null and void. Prohibition of usury among the clergy. Precedence of bishops and presbyters before deacons in receiving the Eucharist. Declaration of the invalidity of baptism by Paulian heretics. Prohibition of kneeling on Sundays and during the Pentecost. Standing was the normative posture for prayer at this time, and it is still among the Eastern Christians. In fact, kneeling was considered most appropriate to penitential prayer, as distinct from the festive nature of Eastertide and its remembrance every Sunday. The canon was designed only to ensure uniformity of practice at these designated times. So that was the main rules, those 20 ecclesiastical regulations, the canons. Temporarily, the council failed to fully resolve the issues that it was called to address, however, leading to a prolonged period of discord and turmoil. Now, following the reign of Constantinople, the Eastern Empire was ruled by 2 emperors. And guess what? They followed the Arian Christian belief. It was his son, Constantinius II, and also Valens. Now, Valens was unable to address the unresolved ecclesiastical matters and had a failed confrontation with St. Basil regarding the Nicene Creed. Certain factions within the Roman Empire, still adhering to the pagan beliefs, and there were plenty of them, sought to maintain or even reinstate paganism as the dominant religion, as seen with figures like Arbogast and Julian the Apostate. Meanwhile, both Arians and Meletians quickly regained many of the privileges that had been taken away from them, and this allowed Arianism to continue spreading, and with that, remaining a hot issue within the Church throughout the 4th century. Eusebius of Nicomedia, an Arian bishop who was actually related to Emperor Constantine I, leveraged his influence at court to persuade Constantine to favor the Arians over the proto-Orthodox Nicene bishops. In 330, Eustathius of Antioch was deposed and exiled, followed by Athanasius, who had succeeded Alexander as Bishop of Alexandria, being removed by the First Synod of Tyre in 335. Marcellus of Ancyra replaced Athanasius in 336. Arius, he returned to Constantinople, seeking reinstatement with the church, but he died shortly before this could happen. Constantine himself, he passed away the following year after receiving baptism from the Arian bishop Eusebius of Nicomedia, marking the end of the initial phase of the post-Nicene conflicts. Now, it's all a bit complex, isn't it? It's a bit of fun, though, I think. Now, in terms of Christianity in general at the time, you must remember that it was a pretty new thing in terms of having legal status. In fact, it was only granted legal status following the end of the Diocletian persecution in 311 under Galerius. Although Galerius had halted the persecution, it wasn't until the Edict of Milan in 313, agreed upon by Constantine and Licinius, that Christianity received full legal protection and tolerance. But that wasn't Nicene Christianity. Nicene Christianity did not become the official religion of the Roman Empire until the Edict of Thessalonica in 380. During this period, paganism remained legal and continued to play a role in public life. In fact, they were pretty much living side by side until the government got involved. Before the Council of Nicaea, Constantine's currency and symbols were still associated with the pagan worship of Sol Invictus, that is their sun god effectively, and he initially promoted the construction of new temples and allowed traditional sacrifices. However, later in his reign, he ordered the plundering and even the destruction of Roman temples. And I think no matter what side you're on, whatever your beliefs are, that is sad. As emperor, Constantine played a role in relation to the Council of Nicaea, sure, acting as the highest-ranking civil authority in the empire, but his primary responsibility was to maintain civic order, and he sought to unify the church with peace and ensure that everything was running correctly. Makes his job a lot easier. When he first received reports of the unrest in Alexandria caused by the Arian controversy, he was deeply troubled and rebuked both Arius and Bishop Alexander for allowing the dispute to escalate into a public disturbance. Aware of the differing views on the observance of Easter and wanting to resolve these and other matters, Constantine sent the respected Bishop Hosius of Cordova to convene a regional council in an attempt to restore unity. Unfortunately, this did not go to plan. The mission failed, so Constantine took the decisive step of convening a synod at Nicaea, inviting all the prominent figures from the churches to the empire to address this ongoing theological dispute. Now, it's important to mention, too, that contrary to some later claims, we don't really have any evidence that biblical canon was discussed at the Council of Nicaea. In fact, the development of the biblical canon was nearly complete by this time, with exceptions known as the Antilegomena, texts whose authenticity or value were disputed. Now, the idea that the canon was determined at Nicaea seems to have originated from Voltaire, who popularized a story about books being placed on an altar, with those that didn't fall off the altar being included in the canon, like some kind of, divine intervention. If God wants those books in it, he would have them balanced properly, this kind of thing. Now, this story likely originated from the Synodicon Vetus, a pseudo-historical account from the year 887. Constantine did commission 50 Bibles in 331 for the Bishop of Constantinople, but it is unclear whether these were full Bibles or just parts of them. If, for example, they were, the important stuff like the Gospels, Genesis, or whatever it was. Now, some scholars suggest that this request may have influenced the canon lists. It's later claimed that the Book of Judith was counted among the sacred scriptures by the Nicene councils, though modern scholarship doubts this, and it indicates any formal canon selection at the time of the council was, it just was not on the list of things to do. Really, the primary focus was simply the divinity of Christ. Trying to figure out what exactly Christ was in this term, the Trinity, which was already in use, by the way, earliest known mention by Theophilus of Antioch between AD 115 to 181, referring to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The concept had been further developed by Origen and Tertullian, and hints of a divine three appeared in the writings of early church fathers, such as Polycarp, Ignatius, and Justin Martyr. However, the specific matter of the Holy Spirit's relationship within the Trinity remained unresolved at Nicaea, and was not fully articulated until the Council of Constantinople in 381, with significant contributions from Gregory of Nyssa. Although Constantine desired a unified church following the council, he did not impose the Homoousian perspective on the council about the character of Christ. Constantine did not authorize the production of any Bibles at the council, and although Constantine had a sympathetic interest in the church, he delayed his baptism for about 11 or 12 years after the council was finished. He did this in order to be freed from as many sins as possible before being baptized. It's a decent strategy. The canon passed by the Nicene Fathers was intended to affirm an existing relationship based on church tradition, rather than introduce anything new. The affirmation was especially relevant to Alexandria due to contemporary issues in the region. In fact, the Bishop of Alexandria was given authority over the provinces of Egypt, Libya, and the Pentapolis, similar to how the Bishop of Rome held jurisdiction over his own diocese. The bishoprics of Alexandria, Rome, and Antioch were essentially given equal status, with Rome serving as an illustrative example, rather than being elevated above the others. The first among equals, basically. Constantine XI Palaiologos ascended to the throne during the final years of the Byzantine Empire, which was by then reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few outlying territories. His reign was, of course, dominated by the final siege of Constantinople by the Ottoman Turks under Sultan Mehmed II. he faced overwhelming odds to defend the city, and despite these efforts, Constantinople ultimately fell on May 29, 1453, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire and the beginning of the Renaissance and the modern era in Europe. Constantine died in the final battle for the city, and his brave final stand has immortalized him as a heroic figure in Greek and Christian history, a death that symbolized the fall of a 1,000-year empire. Thus he is remembered as a symbol of resistance against the Ottomans, well earning him the title, the last emperor. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If so, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, you're going to really enjoy this one. A little bit longer than my usual videos, but we give credit where it's due to the subject matter. As always, if you like what I do, the best way to support the channel is by liking and subscribing, doing all that good stuff. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video's description. You'll find where you want to go. Now, let us all get nice and relaxed, because as I said, this will be an extremely long video. Constantine Dragasas Palaiologos was born on the 8th of February 1404 as the fourth son of Emperor Emmanuel II Palaiologos, who ruled over a disintegrating Byzantine Empire. His mother, Helena Dragas, was a member of the powerful House of Dragas and daughter of the Serbian ruler Constantine Tijanovic. Constantine, often referred to as Porphyrogenitos, or born in the purple, was born during his father's reign, a mark of his legitimacy as an heir to the throne. Purple being the royal color, by the way. Now, the Byzantine Empire had certainly seen better days. It was in decline, and well and truly so, having lost most of its fertile and populous regions in Anatolia to the Seljuk Turks since the 11th century. Although emperors like Alexios I and Manuel I Komnenos had temporarily reclaimed parts of Anatolia with the help of Western Crusaders, these gains were quite short-lived. The empire's situation worsened with the Fourth Crusade's sacking of Constantinople in 1204 and the subsequent establishment of the Latin Empire. The Palaiologos dynasty, starting with Michael VII, regained the city in 1261, but the empire, if it could be called so at this point, never fully recovered, especially after the Ottomans had taken most of Anatolia, Bulgaria, and even parts of Greece by the year 1405. By this time, the empire was significantly reduced, little more than the capital of Constantinople, some sections of the Peloponnese, and a few scattered Aegean islands. And it didn't help that they were also in a position where they had to pay tribute to the Ottomans. To preserve the few remaining territories, Emperor Emmanuel II assigned regions to his sons with the title of despot. His eldest son, John, was designated co-emperor and successor. Theodora and Andronikos were made despots of the Morea and Thessaloniki, respectively. Constantine, along with his brothers Demetrios and Thomas, stayed in Constantinople due to the lack of land to grant them. Little is known about Constantine's early life, but he was noted for his skills in martial arts, horsemanship, and of course hunting. His character and actions are often described through the writings of George Sophronites, a historian who would later serve him. However, the accuracy of many accounts is questionable, as they were composed after his death, and often intended to eulogize his reign. It is known that he was competent in both military and administrative matters, and heeded the advice of his counselors on key state issues. After the Ottomans unsuccessfully besieged Constantinople in 1422, Manuel II suffered a stroke. It was all a little bit too much for him, it seems. John effectively took over the empire's governance. To prevent the Ottomans from capturing Thessaloniki, John ceded the city to Venice, who had a much larger navy, by the way. Venice and Genoa, the big naval powers of the time. Now, while John sought Western support in 1423, Manuel II, now disillusioned with hopes of Western aid, tried to dissuade him. John was impressed by Constantine's leadership during the siege, and left him as regent of Constantinople. Along with their father, Constantine negotiated a peace treaty with Sultan Murad II, temporarily halting further attacks. Upon Manuel's death in 1425, John the Eighth, Palaiologos, ascended the throne and granted Constantine a strategically important strip of land near Constantinople. It demonstrates the trust that both his father and his brother had in his leadership. John soon recalled Constantine from Mesembria and designated him as the successor to Theodora as despot of the Morea. Theodora initially expressed dissatisfaction with his role, but later settled. John assigned Constantine to the Morea in 1427 after a military campaign there. Despite threats from the Ottomans and Carlo I Tocco of Epirus, Constantine and John worked together to secure the region. In 1427, John VIII, accompanied by Constantine and George Sophronites, set out to confront Tocco. They captured Glarenza and other territories after defeating Tocco in the Battle of the Echinades. To cement peace, Tocco offered up his own niece, Maddalena Tocco, who was renamed Theodora, in marriage to Constantine, with her dowry including the recaptured territories. This union was celebrated in 1428, marking a strategic alliance that fortified the Byzantine presence in the region. His arrival in the Morea and his subsequent marriage added complexity to the region's governance, with his brother Theodore unwilling to relinquish his position as despot. The Morea, for the first time since its establishment in 1349, was governed by 2 members of the imperial family. Soon, their younger brother, Thomas, only 19 years old, was appointed as a third despot, effectively splitting the nominally undivided despotate into 3 smaller principalities. Theodore maintained exclusive control over Mistras, while he granted Constantine territories across the Morea, including the northern town of Aegio, fortresses in Laconia, and areas in Kalamata and Messenia. Constantine established his capital in Glarenza, a town he gained through his marriage. Thomas received lands in the north and based himself in the castle of Calavrita. During his rule, Constantine was known for his bravery and energy, though he was generally cautious when it came to military campaigns. Shortly after being appointed, he joined his brothers in an attempt to capture Patras, a flourishing port ruled by its Catholic archbishop, Pandolf de Malatesta, who was actually Theodore's brother-in-law. Small world. The campaign, however, was unsuccessful, possibly due to Theodore's reluctance and Thomas's inexperience. In a secret meeting with George Soprantes and John in Mistras, Constantine resolved to make another attempt on Patras alone. If he failed, he planned to return to his old appanage by the Black Sea. On the 1st of March, 1429, Constantine and Soprantes, confident of support from Patras's Greek population, marched towards the city and laid siege on March the 20th. The siege turned into a protracted affair with intermittent skirmishes. At one point, Constantine narrowly escaped death when his horse was shot from underneath him, and Soprantes was captured by the city's defenders. He was released, however, on April 23rd, but he was barely in one piece. Apparently he was near death and very dirty. By May, the defenders, seeing the futility of continued resistance and the absence of reinforcements, decided they had to open the negotiations. They agreed that if Malatesta did not return by the end of the month, Patras would surrender. Constantine withdrew, and on June the 1st he re-entered the city. Since the archbishop had not returned, the city leaders met with Constantine in the Cathedral of St. Andrew on June the 4th, and accepted him as their new lord. The archbishop's castle held out for another year, but they eventually surrendered. Constantine's capture of Patras was viewed as an affront by the Pope, the Venetians, and the Ottomans. To mitigate potential threats, Constantine sent ambassadors out to all three, with Soprantes going to negotiate with Turahan, the Ottoman governor of Thessaly. Although Soprantes managed to avert a Turkish military response, the deposed archbishop returned with a mercenary army of Catalans. However, the Catalans were more interested in plunder than in restoring Malatesta, and seized Glarenza instead. Constantine had to buy back the town for 6,000 Venetian ducats, and eventually ordered its destruction to prevent it from falling into the hands of pirates. While during this chaotic period, Constantine faced personal tragedy when his wife, Theodora, passed away in the November of 1429. Initially he buried her in Glarenza, but later moved her remains to Mistras. By July of 1430, the surrender of the archbishop's castle meant that Patras was fully under Byzantine control after 225 years of foreign rule. And in November, Cephrantes was appointed as the city's governor. By the early 1430s, Constantine and his brother Thomas had nearly reclaimed all of the Peloponnese for Byzantium, a significant recovery since the unpleasantries of the Fourth Crusade. Thomas secured the Principality of Achaia by marrying Catherine Zachariah, the final prince's daughter and heir. Upon Centurione's death in 1432, Thomas inherited all of his territories. The only parts of the Peloponnese still under foreign rule were some port towns held by Venice, but they were pretty small. However, the success of the Byzantine brothers in the Morea raised a few eyebrows, Ottoman eyebrows, especially the eyebrows of Sultan Murad II. In 1431, under his orders, Turhan sent his troops to demolish the Hexamilian Wall, a reminder to the despots of their vassal status under the Ottoman Sultan. In March 1432, Constantine, aiming to be closer to Mistras, renegotiated territories with his brother Thomas. This agreement, presumably approved by Theodora and Emperor John VIII, saw Thomas ceding the fortress of Calavrita to Constantine, who then made it his new capital. And in return, Constantine gave Thomas control of the region of Elis, which Thomas established as his new base. This exchange was part of the ongoing adjustments among the brothers to manage their respective territories effectively. Well, as time passed, relationships among the three brothers began to show some cracks. The issue of succession was a significant point of contention. Emperor John VIII had no sons, making it likely that one of his brothers would succeed him, while John's preferred successor was Constantine. This choice was accepted by Thomas, but met with resentment from Theodore, the older brother. In 1435, believing that John intended to appoint Constantine as co-emperor, Theodore traveled to Constantinople to express his objections. The disagreement between Constantine and Theodore escalated, threatening to lead to civil strife. The potential for conflict was diffused towards the end of 1536, when the future patriarch Gregory Mamas mediated a reconciliation between the brothers. It was agreed that Constantine would return to Constantinople, while Theodore and Thomas would remain in the Morea. And this resolution was quite timely, as Emperor John needed Constantine in the capital. He was planning to travel to Italy, you see, for the Council of Ferrara, to discuss the union of the Eastern and Western churches. Good luck with that. Well, John's departure from Italy in November was part of a broader strategy to secure aid for Byzantium by advocating for the unification of the churches, a move that was unpopular in the empire, as it implied religious submission to the papacy. John's delegation was quite substantial, including Patriarch Joseph II of Constantinople and other significant ecclesiastical figures. He even brought his younger brother Demetrios along, who had shown signs of opposition to the church union and potential rebellious tendencies. Better keep him under close watch, just in case. In Constantinople, Constantine was not completely without support. He was joined by prominent figures like Demetrios Pantelakos Kantakozenos, long name, I know, and the statesman Lokas Notaras, while Helena and George Soprantes provided close personal counsel. During John's absence, Constantine managed the affairs of the capital, maintaining peace with the Ottomans, who did not breach the established truce. The only significant concern arose in early 1439, when Constantine, anticipating an Ottoman offensive, requested the promised warships from the Pope to defend Constantinople. However, this threat did not materialize, as Sultan Murad II focused his campaign on Serbia. In 1439, the council in Florence declared the reunification of the churches, a decision that was met with hostility and resentment in Constantinople upon John's return in February 1440. The populace viewed the union as a betrayal of their faith, and feared it would provoke Ottoman suspicion. Constantine shared John's pragmatic view on the union. Both brothers believed that sacrificing the independence of their church could justify a Western crusade, and this, well, it just might save Constantinople. Despite being relieved of his duties as regent upon John's return, Constantine remained in the capital throughout the rest of 1440. He likely stayed to find a suitable wife, having been a widower over a decade since the tragedy of the death of Theodora. His choice landed on Caterina Gutilusio, the daughter of Dorino Gutilusio, the Genoese lord of the island of Lesbos. George Soprantes was dispatched to Lesbos in December of 1440 to arrange the details of the marriage. By late 1441, Constantine, accompanied by Soprantes and Lokas Notaras, sailed to Lesbos and married Caterina in August. He left Lesbos in September, leaving Caterina with her father to travel to the Morea. Upon his return, he noted that his brothers, Theodore and Thomas, had governed the Morea effectively in his absence. Believing he could better serve the empire's interests closer to the capital, he considered switching places with his younger brother Demetrios, who governed around Mesembria in Thrace. Constantine then proposed that he regain in his Black Sea appanage, while Demetrios would take over his holdings in the Morea. He sent Soprantes to discuss this proposal with both Demetrios and Murad II, the Ottoman Sultan, who had a say in such appointments. By 1442, Demetrios had shown no interest in new appointments, and was instead eyeing the imperial throne. He had made a deal with Murad and raised an army, positioning himself as the champion of those opposing the union of the churches, and then declared war on John. When Soprantes reached Demetrios to propose Constantine's offer, Demetrios was already preparing to march on Constantinople. The threat he posed was significant enough that Constantine was summoned back from the Morea by John to oversee the city's defenses. In April of 1442, as Demetrios and the Ottomans began their attack, Constantine left the Morea. he met his wife at Lesbos, and together they sailed to Lemnos, where they were trapped for months by an Ottoman blockade. Though Venice did send ships to assist, Caterina, his new wife, fell ill and passed away in August on Lemnos. Constantine did not reach Constantinople until the month of November, by which time the Ottoman threat had already been repelled, and Demetrios, he was locked up, albeit briefly. Well, in March of 1443, Sophronius was appointed governor of Selymbria in Constantine's name. From there he kept a watchful eye on Demetrios. In November, Constantine handed over control of Selymbria to Theodora, who had abandoned his role as despot of the Morea, leaving Constantine and Thomas as the sole despots, and giving Constantine control of the Mistras, the prosperous capital of the despotate. With Theodora and Demetrios out of the picture, Constantine and Thomas switched their efforts to strengthening the Morea, which had become the cultural center of the Byzantine world. They envisioned the Morea as a safe and nearly self-sufficient principality. The philosopher Gemistrus Plato, in Constantine's service, suggested that Mistras and the Morea could become the new Sparta, a centralized and strong Hellenic kingdom. One of their major projects was the reconstruction of the Hexamilian Wall, destroyed by the Turks in 1431. By March 1444, the wall was indeed fully restored, to the impression of many, including the Venetian lords who had declined to fund the project, thinking it was impossible. Well, we sure showed them. The restoration was costly, and required significant manpower, of course. Some Morat landowners fled to Venetian territories to actually avoid financing the project, kind of like a tax evasion sort of thing, while others actually rebelled before being compelled through military means to pay their share. Constantine sought to win the loyalty of local landowners by granting them lands and privileges, and staged local athletic games where young Morats competed for prizes. In the summer of 1444, possibly encouraged by news of a crusade launched from Hungary in the previous year, Constantine invaded the Latin Duchy of Athens, at that time a vassal of the Ottomans. He was in contact with Cardinal Julian Cesarini, a leader of the crusade, who was informed of Constantine's intentions to strike at the Ottomans from the south. Constantine swiftly captured Athens and Thebes, forcing Duke Nerio II Accaglioli to pay tribute to him instead of the Ottomans. The recapture of Athens was celebrated, with one of Constantine's counselors comparing him to the ancient Athenian general Themistocles. Now, despite the crusading army being destroyed by Murad II at the Battle of Varna in November 1444, Constantine continued on in his campaign, supported by Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy, who supported him by sending 300 soldiers. Constantine raided central Greece and the Pindus Mountains in Thessaly, where he was once again welcomed as a liberator. One of his governors seized the town of Lidoriki from the Ottomans, which was renamed Constantinopolis in his honor. Murad II was beginning to get more than a little tired of Constantine's successes. Thus, he marched on Morea in 1446 with an army of possibly up to 60,000 men. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Constantine refused to surrender his gains and prepared for battle. The Ottomans quickly took control of Thessaly. Constantine and Thomas rallied at the Hexamilian Wall. Despite their efforts and the wall's strength, Murad brought cannons with him, and that was a big problem. Well, I'm sure you can see how it ended up. By December the 10th, the wall was breached. Most defenders were either killed or captured, and Constantine and Thomas escaped, albeit barely. Murad's general Turahan was sent to take Mistras and devastate Constantine's land, while Murad led forces in the north. Although Turahan failed to take Mistras, Murad did not aim to conquer the Morea, but rather to instill terror, make an example, living memory of terrible things so that no one would stand up to the Ottomans again. The devastated and depopulated peninsula was thus left in ruins. Constantine and Thomas, well, they were in no position to negotiate. The writing was on the wall. They accepted Murad as their lord, paid him tribute, and promised never to restore the Hexamilian Wall again. Theodora, who had previously been the despot of Morea, passed away in the June of 1448, and later that year, on October 31st, Emperor John VIII Palaiologos also died in Constantinople. Among the surviving Palaiologoi brothers, Constantine was notably the most popular, both in Morea and the capital. John VIII's preferred successor was indeed Constantine, and this choice was strongly supported by their mother, Helena Dragas, who also favored him for the crown. As news of John VIII's death spread, both Thomas and Demetrios rushed back to Constantinople, reaching the capital before Constantine could leave the Morea. Despite many in the capital favoring Demetrios due to his anti-unionist stance, Helena used her authority as regent to stall Demetrios' attempt to seize the throne until Constantine's arrival. Thomas accepted Constantine's appointment without contention, and Demetrios, though initially overruled, eventually proclaimed Constantine as the new emperor. Shortly afterwards, George Soprantes informed Sultan Murad of the succession, and the Sultan also accepted Constantine's appointment on December 6, 1448. With the succession issue resolved peacefully, Helena sent two envoys, Manuel Palaiologos Largos and Alexios Philanthropenos Laskaris, to the Morea to officially proclaim Constantine as emperor, and, of course, to escort him to the capital. Thomas came along for the journey. Constantine was proclaimed Emperor of the Romans in a modest civil ceremony at Mistras on January the 6th, 1449. Instead of the traditional crown, Constantine may have placed a pilos, which is another type of imperial headgear on his head by his own hands. This local ceremony in Mistras was notably unconventional, as emperors were typically crowned in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. However, there were historical precedents for such local ceremonies, and like his predecessors, Constantine chose not to have the traditional coronation ceremony in Constantinople upon his arrival. This was partly because both he and the Patriarch of Constantinople, Gregory III Mamas, were supporters of the union of churches, and a formal coronation by Gregory might have incited rebellion among the anti-unionists in the capital. Constantine considered his proclamation at Mistras sufficient for his imperial coronation, and believed it granted him all the constitutional rights of an emperor. In his earliest known imperial document, a Chrysobull from February 1449, he referred to himself as Constantine Palaiologos, in Christ true emperor and autocrat of the Romans. He arrived in Constantinople on the 12th of March 1449, traveling there aboard a Catalan ship. Having served as regent twice and ruled numerous fiefs throughout the empire, Constantine was well prepared for his role as an emperor. By the time he ascended the throne, Constantine was significantly diminished. Rather, Constantinople was significantly diminished from its former glory. The city had not fully recovered from devastating circumstances of the Fourth Crusade in 1204, and yes, they were so devastating that even 200 years later they had not recovered. The 15th century Constantinople was almost like a rural network of population centers, with many churches and palaces, including the former imperial palace, completely abandoned and in disrepair. The Palaiologoi emperors used the Palace of the Blachernae as their main residence, located closer to the city's walls than the former Grand Palace. The population of Constantinople had also significantly decreased due to Latin occupation, civil wars in the 14th century, and recurring outbreaks of the Black Death. By the time Constantine became emperor, the city's population was around 50,000, a stark contrast to its peak in earlier centuries. Shortly after arriving in Constantinople as emperor, his immediate concern was the threat from the Ottomans. Within 2 weeks, he sought to secure the empire by negotiating a truce with Sultan Murad II. He dispatched Andronikos Lagaris as an ambassador, who successfully arranged a truce that included not only the capital, but also his brothers in the Morea, aiming to protect that province from further Ottoman incursions. To neutralize his brother Demetrios, who harbored ambitions for the throne and was a source of potential instability, Constantine appointed him as despot of the Morea. This move allowed Demetrios to rule alongside Thomas, dividing the despotate between them. Demetrios took over the former capital, Mistras, and the southern and eastern parts of the Morea, while Thomas controlled the northwest and Corinthia, with his residence alternating between Patras and Leontari. Back in the capital, Constantine faced significant opposition from anti-unionists who rejected the authority of the unionist Patriarch Gregory III. Although Constantine was not a zealous supporter of the union of the churches, he saw it as essential for the empire's survival. However, the Unionists and anti-Unionists found the emperor's pragmatic approach to be unconvincing, prioritizing spiritual integrity over the possibility of Western aid that may not even come. Another pressing issue for Constantine was the continuation of the imperial line, as neither he nor his brothers had male heirs at the time. In February 1449, he sent Manuel de Chipatos to Italy to negotiate with Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples for military aid against the Ottomans, and also to arrange a marriage with Beatrice of Coimbra, Alfonso's niece. However, the alliance did not materialize. In October of 1449, Constantine sent George Soprantes to explore potential brides in the Empire of Trebizond and the Kingdom of Georgia, although this mission also proved to be fruitless. Diplomacy is not easy. Well, upon learning of the death of Murad, Soprantes and Constantine considered a strategic marriage to Murad's widow, Mara Brankovic, to deter the new Sultan, Mehmed II, from attacking Constantinople. However, Mara had no interest in remarrying, having vowed to live a life of celibacy. Soprantes then suggested a Georgian bride for Constantine, but rising tensions with the Ottomans prevented him from pursuing this alliance any further. No time for dating, I suppose. Well, the death of Helena Dragas in March of 1450 was a significant loss for Constantine, as it would be for anyone whose mother passes away. She was deeply respected, and her passing left Constantine without a clear advisor to rely on. At court, Andronikos Palaiologos Kantokozenos, the Megas Domestikos, often disagreed with Constantine, especially over the choice of a Georgian princess as a bride instead of a princess from Trebizond. Locus Notaros, the Megas Doox, and a close friend of Constantine, believed that Constantinople's formidable defenses, would buy enough time for Western aid to arrive. George Soprantos, now promoted to the title of First Lord of the Imperial Wardrobe, was cautious about antagonizing Mehmed II, and advocated for more discreet appeals to Western aid. Well, Constantine quickly sent envoys to the new Sultan Mehmed as a truce, and Mehmed assured the Byzantine envoys of his peaceful intentions, but Constantine remained skeptical about the Sultan's reliability. As he prepared for a potential conflict, he sought alliances, particularly with Venice, which operated a large commercial colony in Constantinople. However, after Constantine raised taxes on Venetian imports to boost the imperial treasury, the Venetians threatened to move their trade elsewhere, and they even signed a treaty with Mehmed in 1451. Constantine attempted to counter this by offering trade incentives to the Republic of Ragusa, though they could provide very little military support. The broader European response to the Ottoman threat was seemingly muted, with most Western kingdoms preoccupied with their own conflicts. The recent succession of the young Mehmed lulled Europeans into a false sense of security. To the papacy, enforcing the union of the churches was a lot more critical than responding to the Ottoman threat. In the August of 1451, Constantine's ambassador, Andronikos Bryennios Leontaris, arrived in Rome, but Pope Nicholas V responded with an ultimatum. Further military aid would only come if the union achieved at Florence was fully accepted at Constantinople. This of course placed Constantine in a very difficult position, as enforcing the union risked inciting riots in the capital. Cardinal Isidore of Kiev was sent by the Pope to help enforce the union, but arrived only in October 1452, and at this time Constantinople was already facing significant threats from Mehmed. In an effort to secure the Byzantine Empire against the growing Ottoman threat, one of Constantine's initial acts as emperor was to utilize the presence of Orhan Çelebi, the great-grandson of the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid I, and a potential rival claimant to the Sultanate. Orhan lived as a hostage in Constantinople, and Mehmed had previously agreed to pay annually for his keep. In 1451, Constantine sent a message to Sultan Mehmed, asserting that the payment for Orhan's upkeep was insufficient, and hinting that, without increasing the payment, Orhan might be released to possibly ignite a Ottoman civil war. This strategy of using Ottoman princes as hostages to create political leverage had been employed by Constantine's father, Manuel II, but it was fraught with risks. Mehmed's Grand Vizier, Halil Pasha, was shocked by the Byzantine threat and considered it a sign of desperation and foolishness. Halil, who had been a mediator ensuring peaceful relations due to his long-term connections with the Byzantines, lost his temper with the Byzantine messengers, vehemently dismissing their threats and warning that the new sultan would not be as lenient as his predecessors. Well, we actually have a source that was chronicling what was actually said at the time. So, in the words of Halil Pasha, it goes a little bit like this. You stupid Greeks, I have had enough of your devious ways. The late Sultan was a lenient and conscientious friend to you. The present Sultan is not of the same mind. If Constantine eludes his bold and impetuous grasp, it will only be because God continues to overlook your cunning and wicked schemes. You are fools to think you can frighten us with your fantasies, and that when the ink on our recent treaty is barely even dry. We are not children without strength or reason. If you think you can start something, then do so. If you want to proclaim Orhan as Sultan in Thrace, go ahead. If you want to bring the Hungarians across the Danube, then let them come. If you want to recover the places which you lost long since, try it. But know this, you will make no headway in any of these things. All that you will achieve is to lose what little you still have. Pretty brutal, isn't it? Now, obviously, this was not a wise decision from Constantine, but hindsight is a beautiful thing. The blunder of this significantly weakened Constantine's position. Mehmed considered the threat regarding Orhan to be a breach of their 1449 truce, and revoked the small concessions he had granted the Byzantines. The threat gave Mehmed the justification he sought to focus all his efforts on capturing Constantinople, a goal he had harbored since his ascendancy to the Sultanate. Thus, he saw the conquest of Constantinople as vital for the survival of the Ottoman state, ensuring it could not serve as a base for potential crusades, or even fall into the hands of a more formidable adversary than the Byzantines. Inspired by figures like Achilles and Alexander the Great, Mehmed was driven not only by strategic considerations, but also by a fascination with classical and medieval history, wanting to write himself into his own heroic story. Well, I suppose you're the hero or the villain. It depends on whose perspective the story's being told from. In the spring of 1452, Mehmed began constructing the Rumeli Hisari fortress on the western side of the Bosphorus Strait. That's the gap of water that separates the two sides of Constantinople. Now, directly opposite the already existing fort, the Analodohu Hisari. This allowed Mehmed to control sea traffic and effectively blockade Constantinople by both land and sea. Constantine was alarmed by this aggressive move, and citing a precedent set during his grandfather's reign, protested the construction, reminding Mehmed that they had a peace treaty, and he better honor it. Don't be so rude. Well, Mehmed's intentions became increasingly clear, and panic began to ensue in Constantinople. Constantine tried to manage the situation by declaring war on Mehmed after the Ottomans' aggressive actions, but quickly rescinded this declaration, realizing the futility of the gesture. The construction of the Rumeli Hisari was completed by August 1452, serving both as a blockade and a staging area for the planned conquest. Constantine, acknowledging this immediate threat, began urgently to prepare for a siege, focusing on repairing and reinforcing the formidable Theodosian walls of Constantinople. He placed Manuel Palaiologos Lagros in charge of these vital repairs, which were completed later in 1452. Understanding the desperate need for allies, Constantine sent numerous pleas for military aid. To Venice, he stressed that without immediate support, Constantinople would fall. While the Venetians did express sympathy, their own conflicts in Italy limited their ability to provide military support, though they did offer to send armor and gunpowder. The sinking of a Venetian trading ship by the Ottomans, though, changed Venice's stance, placing them at war with Mehmed as well. Now, it wasn't just the Venetians. Constantine also reached out to other potential allies. Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples was promised the island of Lemnos for his support. John Hunyadi of Hungary was promised Mesembria or Selimbria. The Genoese on Chios were offered other incentives for their military assistance. The ambassador to Pope Nicholas V, Biernarios Leontaris, delivered a letter in 1451 outlining the challenges of implementing the union of the churches and proposing a new council to address these issues on fairer ground. However, Nicholas's response was uncompromising, demanding full acceptance of the union achieved at Florence and the reinstatement of the Unionist Patriarch Gregory III. By late 1452, as the situation grew increasingly dire, Constantine continued to fortify Constantinople and appeal in all directions for assistance, but the responses that he did get were limited and largely non-committal. The city itself was on the brink, with Mehmed poised to fulfill his ambition of conquering the last remnant of the Roman Empire, setting the stage for one of history's most dramatic sieges. Constantine's diplomatic efforts intensified as the threat from the Ottomans loomed larger. Understanding the critical nature of his situation, he sent numerous appeals out for assistance, particularly focusing on Pope Nicholas V, whose support was conditional on the full acceptance of the union of the churches and recognition of his spiritual authority over Constantinople. Well, despite the Pope's sympathetic stance, he made it very clear that the papacy alone couldn't significantly counter the Ottomans. They were far too strong, and he insisted on a collective response from Western Europe, mirroring Venice's position that promised only to help if other European powers also helped too. On October the 26th, 1452, Nicholas V's legate, Isidore of Kiev, arrived in Constantinople, alongside the Latin Archbishop of Mytilene, Leonard of Chios, bringing a modest force of 200 Neapolitan archers. While this force was not substantial enough to turn the tide of the impending conflict, their presence was more than a military statement. It was a symbol of potential larger Western support and a direct attempt to solidify the union of the churches. Their arrival, however, stirred significant unrest among the city's staunch anti-unionists. Theodore Agalianos, a lawyer and vocal anti-unionist, encapsulated the sentiment of many in Constantinople, viewing the union as a cause of great strife and a precursor to the empire's mounting troubles. He criticized the union for scattering the faithful, and believed it was the root of Byzantine misfortunes. Constantine faced a severe backlash for his overtures towards the union. Lucas Notaras, trying to quell the unrest, reasoned with the assembly of nobles that the Catholic visit was well-intentioned, and the accompanying soldiers might indicate forthcoming aid. This did manage to convince many that temporary spiritual concessions could be a price worth paying for their survival, fostering a hope that perhaps more substantial help was on the way. Despite this, once it became more than clear that no further aid was going to come, riots and chaos broke out in the streets of Constantinople. Leonard of Chios advised Constantinople to adopt a firmer stance against the anti-unionists by arresting their leaders. But Constantine, fearing that such actions would martyr the opposition leaders and exacerbate tensions, opted instead for dialogue. He invited the leaders of the synaxes to the palace, asking them to document their objections to the union achieved at Florence. This approach, however, did very little to mitigate the broader crisis, especially as another Venetian ship was sunk by Ottoman fire from the new Rumeli Hisari castle, exacerbating fears and rallying the city around a common threat. As the forces of Sultan Mehmed tightened their grip around Constantinople, Emperor Constantine faced the daunting reality of defending his city against this seemingly impossible odds. The Ottomans, determined to capture the city, bombarded Constantinople's formidable land walls while planning to infiltrate its weaker sea defenses. Constantine, foreseeing this, had laid a massive chain across the Golden Horn, effectively blocking the Ottoman fleet's entry. This defensive measure held firm initially, preventing the fleet from aiding the land assault directly. However, the siege's tide began to change with the arrival of crucial reinforcements. A few days after the siege commenced, the massive chain was temporarily lifted to allow 3 Genoese ships from the papacy and a large supply vessel from Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples to enter the city on April 20. Their successful breach of the Ottoman naval blockade under the hostile gaze of Mehmed significantly boosted the morale of Constantinople's defenders. The Ottoman admiral Süleyman Baltoglu, under direct and frantic commands from Mehmed, failed to stop these ships, marking a significant, albeit brief, victory for the Constantinople side. Well, despite the morale boost, Mehmed was relentlessly in his strategy to conquer Constantinople. By April 23rd, to the defenders' dismay, they witnessed the Ottoman fleet being dragged across land on a series of tracks behind Galata. This ingenious move by Mehmed circumvented the chain and allowed the Ottoman ships to enter the Golden Horn. Attempts by the Venetians to counter this maneuver by attacking the Ottoman ships were unsuccessful. As the siege wore on, the strain on Constantinople's defenders grew. The sea walls, known to be weaker than the land fortifications, now also needed to be manned. Food shortages also began to take their toll. Prices began to soar, leading to starvation among the poor. Constantine ordered that the funds be collected from churches, monasteries, and private residents to buy food for the destitute. Precious metals from church treasuries were thus melted down, with Constantine promising to repay the clergy if the city withstood the siege. The Ottoman bombardment eventually created a breach in the outer walls, exposing the inner defenses and heightening Constantine's anxiety. He desperately sent messages to Mehmed, offering any form of tribute to end the siege. But Mehmed left him on red, and his resolve was firm. Mehmed responded with a stark ultimatum. Either Constantine surrendered the city for generous terms, including territories for his brother, or face complete destruction and death for himself and his nobles. Constantine, the Roman emperor, the very last of that line, bound by duty and honor, could not conceive of surrendering Constantinople, and dismissed Mehmed's offer. He had resolved to fight to the end. As hope dwindled, rumors of a Venetian fleet coming to relieve the city provided a glimmer of hope. However, when a Venetian ship scouting the blockade returned with no news of an approaching relief force, despair set in among the city's defenders. Some of Constantine's counselors and companions pleaded with him to escape and establish a government in exile, possibly in the Morea. Constantine refused, unwilling to abandon his city and be remembered as the emperor who fled. His resolve was to stand with Constantinople. He had declared, and I quote, "God forbid that I should live as an emperor without an empire. As my city falls, I will fall with it." In his final message to Mehmed, Constantine expressed the collective resolve of Constantinople's citizens to die free rather than live under Ottoman subjugation, stating in his letter, "As to surrendering the city to you, it is not for me to decide or for anyone else of its citizens, for all of us have reached the mutual decision to die of our own free will, without any regard for our lives." As the siege entered its final days, internal strife among the defenders began to surface, with Venetians and Genoese bickering amongst each other, forcing Constantine to remind them of the greater enemy at the gates. The emperor, placing his faith in divine will, prepared for the inevitable assault, ready to face the end with his city, embodying the spirit of a ruler steadfast in the face of overwhelming odds. In the dark early hours of May 29, 1453, the final assault on Constantinople began. Mehmed's forces had meticulously prepared for this moment, their numbers overwhelming. Despite the unrelenting siege and the dwindling hope, Constantine remained with the men, resolute in his decision to stand with them against the encroaching Ottomans. And as the siege wore on and on, the city of Constantinople was beset by ominous signs. On the 22nd of May, before the final day, a lunar eclipse cast a great shadow over the city, fulfilling a prophecy that the city would fall when the moon waned. Constantine, in an effort to bolster the morale of his beleaguered forces, ordered the revered icon of the Virgin Mary to be carried through the streets in procession. However, this effort was thwarted first by the icon slipping from its frame, and then by a sudden shift in the weather to rain and then hail. The following days were cloaked in a thick fog, adding to the sense of the impending doom. On the night of May 26, as Mehmed prepared the troops for the onslaught, strange lights were observed illuminating the dome of the Hagia Sophia, interpreted by both the Ottomans and the Byzantines as a divine symbol. To the former, a harbinger of victory, and for the latter, a sign of their doom. The Byzantine emperor led his solemn procession along the city walls, icons and relics in hand, as both Orthodox and Catholic defenders joined together in prayer, a rare show of unity fostered by their shared peril. And on this night, before the final assault, the city was a tableau of desperate hope and prayer. The Hagia Sophia opened its doors to all, with Emperor Constantine himself present, praying and seeking forgiveness, just like any other member of the public. He then made his rounds, inspecting the defences and saying his farewells, aware that these would be his final hours. Dawn broke on May 29th. The Ottoman cannons ceased their bombardment, and silence fell, a brief, eerie calm before the storm of the final assault. The defenders, stretched thin and exhausted, fought valiantly under the command of the Genoese commander, Giovanni Giustiniani. But as the sun rose, Giustiniani himself was gravely wounded, and his withdrawal marked the beginning of the end. The Ottomans exploited a small, unguarded position, postern gate, the Kerkerporta, to flood into the city. Panic ensued among the defenders as they saw the Ottoman banner rise over the walls. And with that, the city was overrun. The once mighty walls that had withstood sieges for over 1,000 years finally fell. Emperor Constantine, seeing the collapse of his city's defenses, refused the calls to flee. His last stand was among his soldiers. There was no distinction between emperor and soldier in those final moments. According to later accounts, his final words as he charged back into the fight were poignant, yelling at the Ottomans while charging at them, screaming, "The city is fallen, and I am still alive." His body was later found among the others, and though there was confusion and conflicting reports about his exact fate, the consensus among historians is that he did indeed die fighting. His head was severed and presented to Mehmed II, a grim trophy of the conquest. Thus, the fall of Constantinople marked the end of an era and the end of an emperor. The last remnants of the Roman Empire vanished into history. Mehmed entered the city, not only as a conqueror, but as a successor to the Roman legacy, styling himself Caesar in addition to Sultan. The city he conquered would become the heart of his empire, renamed Istanbul, and serve as a bridge between continents and cultures for centuries to come. Constantine's legacy endures as a symbol of resistance and dignity, the last emperor to stand in defense of his people and his city and Christendom against impossible odds. His death marked not just the fall of the city, but the end of the Byzantine Empire, leaving a profound legacy on both Eastern and Western history. Well, I hope you didn't cry too hard. I suppose it's all, well, if you are a European descent person, I suppose it's all a little bit too much to think about. Well, all in the past now, as we can say, though it is hard to be detached sometimes. It's sad. Mehmed II, commonly known as Mehmed the Conqueror, a towering figure in both Turkish history and world history in general. Born in 1432, he ascended to the Ottoman throne at the tender age of 19, and swiftly demonstrated his prowess by capturing Constantinople in 1453. This conquest not only established Mehmed as a preeminent leader of his era, but also transformed the Ottoman Empire into a formidable transcontinental power. But beyond his military successes, he was a patron of the arts and an advocate for science and education, fostering a period of cultural flourishing that integrated diverse traditions and knowledge from across the continents. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? Well, if it's your first time, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, welcome back to the party. As always, if you like what I do and you want to support the channel, link to the Patreon's in description. Or if you want YouTube to get their act together and push the video out to a bigger audience, like, comment and subscribe certainly helps push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, take a deep breath, make yourself comfortable. We're going to learn all about Mehmed the Conqueror. Mehmed II was born on the 30th of March, 1432, in Edirne, the then capital of the Ottoman state. His father, Sultan Murad II, ruled from 1404 to 1451, and his mother was Huma Hatun, a slave whose origins are admittedly not as well documented. At the age of 11, Mehmed was sent to Amasya with his 2 lalas, which is a Turkish word for advisor, to govern the region, a customary practice for young Ottoman princes to gain administrative experience out in the field. During this time, he received a rigorous Islamic education under several different teachers, notably his mentor, Molla Gurani. His education deeply ingrained him in Islamic values and the belief in his duty to conquer the city of Constantinople, a mission also heavily influenced by Akşemseddin. Murad II concluded a peace treaty with Hungary on the 12th of June 1444, and subsequently abdicated to the throne in favor of his young son Mehmed II in July or perhaps early August of the same year. However, Mehmed's initial reign was brief. After the Hungarian forces broke the truce by invading Ottoman territory, Mehmed faced a crusade led by the formidable warrior John Hunyadi. Despite appeals for his father to return and lead the army, chroniclers of the 17th century claim that Mehmed II issued a challenge to Murad II, prompting him to return to power. Murad reassumed the throne and defeated the Hungarians at the Battle of Varna on the 10th of November 1444. Although historians like Halil İnalcık argue that Sandarlil Halil Pasha, who was the one who has persuaded Murad II not to come back, rather than Mehmed II's appeals. Now, Mehmed II then governed Manisa from 1446 until his father Murad II's death in 1451, retaining the title of Sultan. Now, upon becoming Sultan again, Mehmed quickly dealt with the threats from Ibrahim II of Karaman, and, of course, the swaths of internal revolts he was facing, alongside threats from the Byzantines to the north, who considered supporting an Ottoman claimant, Orhan, against him. He reascended to the Ottoman throne in 1451, and focused intensely on strengthening the Ottoman navy and preparing for an assault on Constantinople. He enhanced his naval control by completing the construction of the Rumeli Hisari fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus, complementing the existing Anadolu Hisari fortress built by his great-grandfather Bayezid I on the Asian side. This strategic positioning allowed him to exert full control over the strait, and he certainly did just that, in the way of imposing tolls on passing ships. Certainly not a bad way to make money in peacetime. There was a Venetian ship that failed to stop. That was until it was destroyed with a single cannon shot, resulting in the beheading of all survivors, except for the captain, who was impaled as a gruesome warning to others. Certainly the Ottomans showing their kindness towards prisoners of war. While during his campaign, Mehmed's spiritual guide, Aksham Sadin, yes, the one aforementioned, discovered the tomb of Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, a companion of Muhammad who died during an earlier siege of Constantinople. Mehmed constructed the Ayub Sultan Mosque at this site to signify the conquest's religious significance and his role as a Ghazi. Now, jumping forward a little bit, to perhaps the most pivotal year in not just Ottoman history, but European history, Christian history, perhaps even world history, very arguable. But we jump to 1453, when Mehmed initiated the siege of Constantinople, with an army estimated between 80 to 200,000 soldiers, equipped with over 70 large artillery pieces, and a navy comprising of 320 vessels, primarily transports and supply ships. The naval blockade was arranged from shore to shore at the entrance of the Bosphorus, in a crescent formation to cut off any aid to the city by sea. Mehmed's forces surrounded the city both by land and water routes, with the siege beginning in early April. Despite the formidable defenses of the city, being the Theodosian walls, including the boom chain blocking the Golden Horn and protected by warships, Mehmed's innovative strategy on April the 22nd involved simply taking the ships out of the water and transforming them overland on a series of lubricated logs, bypassing the chain and stretching the city's defenses thinner, scaring the living daylights out of the people of Constantinople watching all of this happen from the walls. Well, the siege culminated on the 29th of May, 1453, with the fall of Constantinople after a grueling 57 days. Now, just speaking about this for the last couple minutes does not pay it justice, and I made a full video on the siege of Constantinople a few days ago. Yes, spoiler alert, our side lost. Well, depending on who's listening. But if you want to know the gory details, and when I say the gory details I certainly mean it, then go and have a look in my medieval history playlist. You'll find the video on the fall of Constantinople. Now, let's continue back to Mehmed. Mehmed moved the Ottoman capital from Adrianople to Constantinople, marking a significant shift in the empire's focus. Upon entering the conquered city, Mehmed allegedly quoted the Persian poet Sa'di, reflecting on the transient nature of empires. And of course, ever since, the city of Constantinople is now known as Istanbul. Go to Turkey, you'll see it. It's been 570 years. Now, following this victory, Mehmed declared himself Caesar of the Roman Empire, a title based on his control over Constantinople, traditionally considered the heart of the Roman Empire since 330 AD. Of course, Rome at the time was too busy being sacked by Visigoths and Vandals and all manner of barbarians, so the capital was generally a little bit safer away from all of that. Well, you see, this claim, while unrecognized by the Catholic Church and pretty much all Western entities, found some acknowledgement within the Eastern Orthodox Church. Mehmed solidified this by appointing Gennadius Scholarius, a critic of the West, as the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, who in return recognized Mehmed's rule, granting him a semblance of religious legitimacy. Now, Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor, died during the siege, and he left no heirs. Mehmed took these surviving princes of the Byzantine royal family into his service, renaming them and integrating them into the Ottoman administrative and military hierarchy, thereby absorbing the remnants of the Byzantine authority. Mehmed's conquests continued, however, with the subjugation of the Despotate of Morea and the much smaller Empire of Trebizond, effectively extinguishing the final vestiges of Byzantine rule and expanding Ottoman dominion. If the fall of Constantinople was putting the fire out, certainly Morea and Trebizond was throwing a bucket of water over the ashes. We may put it that way. Now, this capture of Constantinople was not only a pivotal military victory, but it was significant for its cultural and historical significance, purportedly leading Mehmed to later boast at the ancient site of Troy that he had avenged the Trojans by conquering the Greeks. Following the successful seizure of Constantinople, Mehmed didn't feel like stopping, and he turned his attention to Serbia, which had been a vassal state of the Ottomans since the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. The connection between the Ottoman Empire and the Serbian Despotate was further complicated by familial ties, as one of Murad II's wives, namely Mara Brankovic, was Serbian. This connection was used by Mehmed II as a pretext to lay claims on the Serbian territories. By 1454, after Durad Brankovic, the ruler of Serbia, formed an alliance with Hungary and was inconsistent with his tribute payments, that's a big no-no, Mehmed saw an opportunity, a casus belli, to assert Ottoman power. This led to the Ottoman army marching from Edirne to Serbia, laying siege to key Serbian strongholds like Smederevo and the vital mining center of Novo Brdo. The conflict then escalated to a significant battle at Belgrade in 1456, where John Hunyadi led the defense during the siege. Despite the Ottomans' initial gains, the siege was ultimately unsuccessful, and peace prevailed until the fall of Belgrade in 1521 under Suleiman the Magnificent. What a name! Now, after the siege, the Serbian ruler Durad Brankovic briefly regained control over parts of Serbia. But after his death in 1456, the region quickly succumbed to internal strife and Ottoman influence. Mehmed's ambitions also extended to the Morea, the southern part of Greece, which bordered the southern Ottoman Balkans. The region was under control of the brothers Demetrios and Thomas Palaiologos, siblings of the last Byzantine emperor. The instability in Morea and the failure of the Palaiologos brothers to fulfill their obligations led to an Albanian-Greek revolt, which they attempted to suppress with the help of Ottoman forces. By 1460, Mehmed directly intervened by invading Morea, leading to the swift fall of the Byzantine stronghold of Mistra. The conquest of Morea was completed with the capture of Monemvasia and the subjugation of the Mani Peninsula, which subsequently came under Venetian control. The conquest of the Empire of Trebizond on the Black Sea coast was Mehmed's final act in eliminating the last remnants of Byzantine rule. Let's talk about it in a little detail. The strategic city had formed various alliances, including marital ties with the ruling dynasty of the Ak-Koyunlu, and promises of military support from neighboring Turkish beys and Georgian princes. Despite these alliances, the city fell to Mehmed in 1461, after a brief siege, marking the final nail in the coffin of the Byzantine legacy. Now, all in all, his conquest not only expanded the Ottoman Empire's territory, but also demonstrated his strategic skill and determination to strengthen Islamic rule. This, of course, earned him the title of the Conqueror. He earned this because of all the conquering he was doing. These military campaigns significantly altered the political landscape of southeastern Europe and the Near East, setting the stage for further Ottoman expansions under his successors. And now, we go to a character that may be a little bit familiar. Of course, you may already know that Mehmed went to war with Dracula of Romania. That's right. So, since the early 15th century, the Ottomans had been attempting to gain control over Wallachia, strategically situated as a buffer zone between their empire and the Kingdom of Hungary. Despite several attempts to install a pro-Ottoman ruler, each effort ended in failure. Wallachia was viewed as a critical state, and while Ottomans expected a yearly tribute, they typically refrained from deeper interference in its governance. This delicate balance was part of a broader struggle between the major Balkan powers of the time, the Ottomans and the Kingdom of Hungary, each vying to turn Wallachia into a vassal state. In an effort to finally secure Wallachia and prevent it with aligning from Hungary, the Ottomans released Vlad III Dracula and his brother Radu the Handsome, who had been held as political hostages since their youth. This move was calculated to install Vlad III, who had a legitimate claim to the Wallachian throne, as a favorable ruler to the Ottoman interests. However, Vlad's reign was quickly challenged by John Hunyadi, the regent governor of Hungary, who supported Vladislav II of the rival dynastic clan and restored him to power, forcing Vlad to flee to Moldavia and then finally to Hungary. Now, while he was there in Hungary, Vlad's deep understanding of the Ottoman politics and his fervent opposition to the Turks caught the attention of Hunyadi. Attempts were made to utilize Vlad's expertise against the Ottomans, but personal differences and, politics complicated these interactions. The year 1456 marked a turning point when the Ottomans laid siege to Belgrade, a critical frontier fortress. Hunyadi initiated a counterattack, and Vlad took his opportunity to reclaim his leadership in Wallachia by overthrowing Vladislav II. This maneuver was a clear indication of Vlad's determination to regain and maintain power, completely independent of external influences. Now, in 1459, some 3 years later, escalating tensions led Sultan Mehmed II to demand from Vlad III tributes, and he wanted back pay, specifically 10,000 ducats and 500 military recruits. Vlad not only refused the demands, but also executed the Ottoman envoys in a brutal display. Now, reportedly, they had sent a few envoys to tell Vlad to hand over the money and the recruits, to which he asked them, "Why are you wearing your hats inside? Be polite and take them off." Now, when they remarked that "this is a part of our religious dress, we do not take them off," he made sure that they would never have to take them off again by simply nailing the turbans to their heads and sending them on their way. That's right. Certainly knows how to assert his defiance against the Ottoman dominion. The conflict intensified when Mehmed dispatched Hamza Pasha to negotiate or potentially assassinate Vlad. However, Vlad anticipated these maneuvers and orchestrated an ambush that resulted in the massacre of the Ottoman contingent, and of course the invention of the kebab with the impalement of Hamza Pasha. By the winter of 1462, Vlad III's aggressive campaigns against the Ottomans reached a peak. He launched a scorched earth raid across the Danube into Bulgarian territories, employing guerrilla tactics and even disguising himself as an Ottoman to infiltrate the enemy camps. His brutal tactics were vividly described in his correspondence, claiming the lives of nearly 24,000 Turks and Bulgarians. Now Mehmed, redirecting his efforts from a siege in Corinth, launched a retaliatory invasion into Wallachia. Despite significant suffering and losses in a surprise night raid led by Vlad, which aimed to assassinate the Sultan himself, Mehmed's forces did eventually prevail. Vlad's staunch resistance, while militarily significant, failed to garner sustained local support, particularly from the boyars and his ally Stephen III of Moldavia, who ultimately turned against him. This internal dissent within Wallachia facilitated Mehmed's reinstatement of Radu as the ruler of Wallachia, effectively ending Vlad III's reign. Of course, if you want to know more about Vlad Tepes Dracula, you need only look on my, I think it's in the biography section, and you should find a full video on him. Anyway, following these tumultuous events, Vlad III took refuge in Hungary, but his fortunes waned, and he was soon imprisoned by Matthias Corvinus, based on the dubious charges of treason. This period marked the end of his direct influence, although his legacy as a fierce and implacable leader against the Ottomans endured in folklore and history. No doubt everybody has heard of him more than they've heard of Mehmed, at least in my parts of the world. Now, during the mid-15th century, following the death of Lazar Brankovic in 1458, a succession crisis triggered a civil war among his heirs. The internal strife provided an opportunity for the Ottoman Empire, which had long seen Serbia as a strategic asset, to solidify control over the region. The power vacuum and ensuing conflict culminated in the Ottoman conquest of Serbia in 1459–60. The next regional target was Bosnia, where Stefan Tomasevic ascended to the throne in July of 1461, following the death of his father, Stefan Thomas. Facing the Ottoman threat, Tomasevic sought alliances with Hungary and appealed to Pope Pius II for military support, anticipating the Ottoman invasion. The Ottoman advance into Bosnia was thusly swift, with Mehmed leading the forces that overran the kingdom by 1463. The capture of key strongholds like the royal city of Babovac and the subsequent fall of other fortresses marked the definitive Ottoman control over Bosnia. Tomasevic was captured and executed, and the region was absorbed as the westernmost province of the Ottoman Empire. Tensions escalated in the region when an Albanian slave fled from the Ottoman commander of Athens to the Venetian fortress of Coron, converting to Christianity and taking a significant amount of treasure. This incident in 1462 led to a series of military confrontations. Ottoman forces, commanded by Turhanoglu Omer Bey, nearly captured the Venetian stronghold of Lepanto. In retaliation, the Venetians, under leadership of the Captain General of the Sea, Alvis Loredan, fortified their own positions in Moravia, sparking further clashes with Ottoman forces. The conflict intensified as the Venetians attempted to secure their positions in Greece and Morea. They restored fortifications at the Isthmus of Corinth and faced continuous skirmishes with the Ottomans. Despite initial success, Venetian forces suffered a series of setbacks, culminating in a significant defeat at Acrocorinth, which forced them to retreat. Back in Bosnia, Hungarian forces under Matthias Corvinus managed to capture several key fortresses, including the capital of Jaxi, though this success was temporary, as Ottoman forces soon regained the upper hand. The maritime engagements also highlighted the strategic importance of the Dardanelles Strait, prompting Mehmed I to enhance naval defenses by constructing new shipyards and fortifications. Despite Venetian efforts to block the strait and disrupt Ottoman naval operations, their naval forces faced defeats, and the campaign gradually lost momentum. Well, either way, the protracted nature of the military campaign took a toll on both sides. By 1467, Venetian military commander Vetero Capello died after a series of unsuccessful military engagements. The death of Pope Pius II the previous year had already dampened the crusading spirit. The ongoing conflict, combined with the plague and other setbacks, gradually wore down the Venetian resolve and resources. During the latter half of the Middle Ages, after the decline of the Seljuk Sultanate, a plethora of Turkmen principalities, known collectively as the Anatolian Beyliks, sprouted all over Anatolia. Among these, the Karamanids, centered around what is now modern-day Karaman and Konya, emerged as a significant force. However, by the end of the 14th century, the Ottoman Empire began to assert its dominance over Anatolia, significantly diminishing the Karamanids' influence and prestige. The internal dynamics within the Karamanid dynasty during the reign of Ibrahim II were marked by familial strife over succession. Ishak of Karaman, designated as Ibrahim's heir and governor of Silifke, faced challenges from his younger brother, Pir Ahmet, who declared himself the Bey of Karaman in Konya. Following Ibrahim's death in a western city in 1464, the Beylik experienced a period of turmoil and contestation for the throne. With support from Uzun Hasan, Ishak initially managed to secure his position as leader. However, his reign was short-lived, as Pir Ahmet, seeking assistance from Sultan Mehmed II, promised territories to the Ottomans that Ishak had refused to relinquish. So, with Ottoman backing, Pir Ahmet overcame Ishak at the Battle of Dagbazari, forcing Ishak to retreat back to Silifke. Pir Ahmet's victory, though initially aligning him with Ottoman interests, soon led to regret as he tried to reclaim his ceded territories during an Ottoman western campaign. His efforts, however, were in vain, as Sultan Mehmed swiftly recaptured Karaman and Konya in 1466, with Pir Ahmet narrowly escaping, managing to run away to the east. Subsequent Ottoman consolidation in the region was largely facilitated by Gedik Ahmet Pasha, who captured the coastal areas of the Karamanid realm. This conflict extended when Pir Ahmet and his brother Qasim sought refuge with Uzun Hasan, leading to further regional instability. In 1472, Uzun Hasan's forces, the Akoyunlu, disrupted Anatolia, setting the stage for the significant Battle of Otlukbeli in 1473, where Sultan Mehmed decisively defeated Uzun Hasan, curtailing Akoyunlu influence. Despite all the temporary successes, including a brief recapture of Karaman with Akoyunlu aid, Pir Ahmet's fortunes dwindled following the Ottoman victory near Beysahir. His plight worsened upon learning that his family had been moved to Istanbul, leading to his eventual retreat to Akoyunlu territory, where he received a fief in Bayburt and died in 1474. The unification of the Anatolian Beyliks under a single rule was initially achieved by Sultan Bayezid I over 50 years before Mehmed II's reign. However, this unification dissolved after the Battle of Ankara in 1402. Mehmed later took it upon himself to restore and expand Ottoman dominion over these Turkish states, setting the stage for future expansions, even into Europe. Now, his eastern policies were also heavily influenced by the Ak-Koyunlu under Uzun Hasan, who had established strong connections with Christian entities, like that Empire of Trebizond, and of course the trading power of the Republic of Venice. They even formed alliances with the Karamanids. Viewing the Akoyunlu as a potential threat, he'd already dealt with them, and his engagements in eastern Anatolia were crucial for securing Ottoman interests and reducing the influence of the Turkoman tribal federations allied against him. In 1456, Peter III Aron, marking a shift in Moldavian politics, agreed to an Ottoman demand to pay an annual tribute of 2,000 gold ducats, thus becoming the first Moldavian ruler to formally accept Turkish terms and acknowledging a level of suzerainty. This move by Peter III aimed to secure Moldavia's southern borders from potential incursions. Well, following Peter III, his successor, Stephen the Great, took a starkly different approach. That being, he outright rejected anything Ottoman. This defiance marked the beginning of an era characterized by fierce conflicts, as the Ottomans did not appreciate his harsh denial of anything to do with them, and they wanted their money. Stephen aimed to extend his influence over Wallachia and supported his preferred candidates for the Wallachian throne, which fueled ongoing conflicts involving various Wallachian rulers and their backers from Hungary, the Ottomans, and Moldavia itself. The tussle led to an Ottoman punitive expedition under Hadim Pasha in 1475, aimed at curbing Stephen's interventions. This resulted in the Battle of Vaslui, where Stephen inflicted a crushing defeat on the Ottoman forces. Hailed as one of the most significant forces of Christian armies against Islam, with Ottoman casualties reportedly exceeding 40,000, according to Venetian and Polish sources. Mara Brankovic, the widow of Murad II, reportedly told a Venetian envoy that this was the worst defeat the Ottomans had ever suffered. Pope Sixtus IV recognized Stephen's contributions to the Christian cause by bestowing him the title Athleta Christi, the champion of Christ, acknowledging him as a staunch defender of the Christian faith. In response, Mehmed assembled a formidable army and invaded Moldavia in the June of 1476, while also orchestrating Crimean Tatar raids into the region to slowly try to chip away at Stephen's position. The conflict reached a crucial point when Stephen managed to draw the main Ottoman forces into a forest, which he then set on fire, causing significant Ottoman casualties. That's one way to do it. Well, despite initial successes in repelling the Ottoman assaults, the Moldavian forces ultimately faced defeat in a fiercely contested battle noted for its high casualties on both sides. The battlefield, known as Valea Alba or Akdere, which translates to the White Valley, reportedly derived its name from the bones of the dead left strewn across it, which is probably the most metal name for a place. Now, despite this setback, Stephen managed to retreat and regroup in the northwestern part of Moldavia, and even into the Polish kingdom, continuing to pose a significant challenge to Ottoman incursions. Although the Ottomans captured major Moldavian territories, including the capital Targoviste, they failed to take key strongholds such as Suceava, Nempt, and Hotin. The Ottoman forces, hindered by ongoing Moldavian guerrilla attacks, supply shortages, and of course an outbreak of plague, eventually decided to retreat, and they left Moldavia. Simultaneously, Stephen also played a pivotal role in Wallachian politics by aiding his cousin Vlad in reclaiming the Wallachian throne for the third time in 1476. Following Vlad's death later that year, Stephen continued to influence Wallachian politics by supporting various candidates for the throne, maintaining his influence in the region for the years to come. Now, back to the situation on the Crimean Peninsula. In the early Middle Ages, it was inhabited by a group of Turkic peoples, known collectively as the Crimean Tatars. Following the disintegration of the Golden Horde under the impact of Timur's conquest in the 15th century, the Crimean Tatars established the independent Crimean Khanate. This new state was founded by Hassel I Giray, who claimed descent from the legendary Genghis Khan, but everybody can claim descent from him, on account of him being rather busy with his conquests. Anyway, the Crimean Tatars controlled the vast steppes, stretching from the Kuban River to the Dniester River. Now, despite their dominance over the steppes, they were unable to seize control of commercial towns along the Crimean coast, known as Khazaria. These towns have been under the rule of the Genoese since 1357. Now, how does this relate to the Ottomans? It's a long way away. Well, you see, the political landscape shifted significantly after the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople. The fall of this city disrupted the Genoese communication lines and weakened their control over Khazaria as a result. Now, sensing an opportunity to slither in, the Crimean Tatars sought assistance from the Ottoman Empire to capture these towns. In response, the Ottomans, led by Gedik Ahmed Pasha, launched an invasion in 1475 that successfully brought Kaffa and other Genoese towns under Ottoman control. Following this conquest, the Ottomans solidified their influence over the Crimean Khanate. The Crimean Khan, Menli I Giray, was initially held captive by the Ottoman Sultan. He was later released on the condition that he accept Ottoman suzerainty, thereby allowing the Crimean Khans to rule as a tributary princes with significant autonomy, though the Ottomans maintained direct control over the southern coast of Crimea. The expansionist policies of the Ottomans continued under Gedik Ahmed Pasha, who led an audacious but ultimately short-lived invasion of Italy in 480, thus capturing the city of Otranto. But logistical challenges forced Gedik Ahmed Pasha to withdraw most of his troops to Albania, leaving behind a small garrison. This event sparked more than a few fears throughout Italy, reminiscent of the fall of Constantinople, and prompted plans for evacuating Rome. Pope Sixtus IV called for a crusade in 1481, which received varying degrees of support from several Italian city-states, Hungary, and France, though Venice remained neutral due to a costly peace treaty with the Ottomans signed in 1479. The defense of Otranto was organized by King Ferdinand of Naples, who appointed his son Alfonso II of Naples to lead the military campaign, supported by, guess who, Hungarian troops from King Matthias Corvinus. Thus, the siege of Otranto began on May 1st, 1481. The situation for the Ottomans worsened after the death of Mehmed on May the 3rd, 1481, which led to succession disputes that hindered any potential reinforcements for Otranto. Thus, the situation fell apart. This whole thing was Mehmed's idea, and with Mehmed gone, well, what are we meant to do? Plus, the siege only lasted 2 days until he died. Talk about good luck for the Italians. They didn't even have to kill Mehmed, he just died on his own volition. Brilliant. Not for the Turks, but for the Italians. You know what I mean. Well, the Turkish garrison ultimately negotiated a withdrawal, allowing Otranto to be recaptured by papal forces later that year. So, very, very lucky. Now, after Mehmed captured Constantinople in 1453, and we're going to rewind it a little bit before we finish up, he entered the city through the Topkapi Gate, marking a significant historical transition. I'm sure you've seen the famous painting of him entering the city. Yes, that was the Topkapi Gate. One of his first actions was to go directly to the Hagia Sophia, which he then converted from an Orthodox cathedral into a mosque, signifying the Islamic rule over the city. You will notice that there are the 4 large towers with the minarets. Those were additions added on by the Ottomans. We never used to have them. Now, he facilitated this transformation by ordering an imam to recite the Muslim creed there, setting a clear religious imprint on his new conquest. He focused intensively on revitalizing Constantinople, initiating extensive building projects aimed at restoring the city's defenses and boosting its population. His efforts included the repair of the city walls, construction of a new citadel, a sophisticated hospital, cultural complexes, and facilities for the janissaries. And of course, they couldn't go without a fancy new gun foundry in Galata, and also a new palace, because why not? To repopulate the city and restore its economic and social life, Mehmed encouraged the return of Greek and Genoese residents who had fled by guaranteeing their safety and returning their properties. To further enhance the city's demographic structure, Mehmed issued a decree mandating resettlement of diverse populations from across his empire, including Muslims, Christians, and Jews. He implemented the millet system, which organized communities into religiously defined millets, giving each group a degree of administrative autonomy under their religious heads. This system allowed for religious coexistence and administrative efficiency within the empire. Well, with all these changes, by 1478, Constantinople was pretty different. Its transformation was evident, with a significant number of households, shops, and a vibrant population composed of Muslims, Christians, and Jews. His policies had transformed Constantinople from a predominantly Christian city into a cosmopolitan Islamic capital, with the Muslims, of course, forming the majority. Now, the long-term impact of his policies was profound, shaping Istanbul's social and demographic character well into the future. Even by the mid-16th century, the Greek population in the city had largely been replaced, indicating a significant demographic shift. Though, throughout Mehmed's reign and beyond, the city experienced various challenges, including plagues and social shifts, but his foundational policies established Istanbul as a crucial imperial capital. Esteeming figures like Achilles and Alexander the Great, Mehmed was known for his scholarly pursuits and could converse knowledgeably about the Christian religion. Fluent in multiple languages including Turkish, Serbian, Arabic, Persian, Greek, and Latin, his reign marked a significant period of cultural and scholarly flourishing in the Ottoman Empire. He also frequently convened discussions with the ulama, that's the learned Muslim teachers, to deliberate on theological matters, reflecting his engagement with intellectual debates. Under his rule, disciplines such as mathematics, astronomy, and theology reached brand new heights, albeit within the Ottoman context. His court also attracted humanists and intellectuals, like Siracchio di Pizzicoli of Ancona and Benedetto Dei of Florence, and also Michael Critobulus of Imbros, who described Mehmed as a Philhellene because of his respect and efforts to preserve Greek antiquities, including the Parthenon. Well, aside from his intellectual interests, Mehmed was also a poet who wrote under the pseudonym Avni, contributing to the rich tradition of diwan poetry. Well, controversially, there is some historical account that suggests that Mehmed had a certain predilection for young men, sparing some from execution and adding them to his personal little collection if they caught his eye. This is not proven, but there is some historical accounts that do suggest it. Perhaps next time you meet a Turkish person, you can ask them, or perhaps it's best just not to mention it at all. Well, as we've said, Mehmed's reign came to that very abrupt end, which made the Italians all breathe a sigh of relief in 1481. And at this time he was preparing for new campaigns, possibly aiming to conquer Rhodes, go down to more parts in southern Italy, and even Egypt to claim the caliphate. Well, he didn't get the chance, because he fell ill and died at the age of 49 in Maltepe, Istanbul, under circumstances that some suspect involved poisoning, potentially orchestrated by his son and successor Bayezid. His death, of course, was met with celebrations in Europe, where he was often viewed as a formidable and fearsome ruler. Mehmed significantly expanded the Ottoman Empire, incorporating Constantinople, various Anatolian territories, and much of the Balkans. And yes, his legal reforms predate those of Suleiman the Magnificent, contributing to the image of an autocratic, yet transformative sultan. Today, his legacy persists in various forms, including the Fatih Sultan Mehmet Bridge in Istanbul, and his depictions on Turkish currency. Yeah, he's on the notes. His rule remains a pivotal chapter in the history of both the Ottoman Empire and the broader region, but to us from the Anglosphere, if indeed you are like me, an Anglosphere person of European descent or indeed European heritage, then I suppose he may seem like a villain of the story. Regardless of all the legal reforms, regardless of how many languages and his little collection of young men reportedly, he will always be the one who broke down the walls of Constantinople and left us in this horrible mess that we find ourselves in. But, as they say, bless the mess. Well, thank you very much for listening to this rather long and extensive view on Mehmed II. And thank you for being patient as I went off topic talking about the Italian campaigns for so long, but indeed they are relevant in terms of the general context of the world after the fall of Constantinople, and how that kicked off the Ottomans in the early days. I suppose the biography of Mehmed II is essentially the short history of those first formative years of the wider Ottoman Empire. The fall of Constantinople on the 29th of May 1453 was a pivotal moment in world history. This event ended the Byzantine Empire when the forces of the Ottoman Turks, led by Sultan Mehmed II, successfully besieged and captured the city. The siege itself was characterized by the massive use of artillery, including the use of large cannons that were crucial in breaching the previously unbreakable Theodosian walls. And the fall of this great city not only shifted the balance of power, but also marked the end of the medieval period and the beginning of the Renaissance, as scholars fled to the west, carrying with them valuable knowledge and manuscripts. But of course, the aftermath was not without its share of atrocities, many of which we will get to, so do be forewarned. If you would like to learn about everything that happened, you're in the right place. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you like what I do and would like to make a contribution, Patreon link is in the description. Otherwise, if you want to tell YouTube that you want more people to see the video, a like, comment, and subscribe helps push them in the right direction. Now, with all that out of the way, please get yourself relaxed, and we can begin our history of the fall of Constantinople. Let's set the background first. Constantinople, established as an imperial capital by Constantine the Great all the way back in the year 330 AD, had already faced numerous sieges across 11 centuries, but was only captured once before 1453. Of course, this was during the Fourth Crusade, quite the disaster of 1204. This event led to the creation of a precarious Latin state in the city, while the Byzantine Empire fractured into successor states, such as Nicaea, Epirus, and Trebizond. These states contested both against the Latin rulers and among themselves for control over the Byzantine throne. It was the Nicaeans who eventually reclaimed Constantinople in 1261, restoring the Byzantine Empire under the Palaiologos dynasty. However, the empire, now significantly weakened, continued to face threats from various directions, including the Latins, Serbs, Bulgarians, and of course, the rising power of the Ottoman Turks. Foreshadowing. The Black Death between 1346 and 49 drastically reduced the city's population, exacerbated by the empire's general decline. By 1453, Constantinople had shrunk substantially, comprising mainly a series of walled villages within the ancient Theodosian walls and largely surrounded by empty fields. The once vast empire was now reduced to the city itself and a few islands in the Sea of Marmara, not to mention a cultural outpost in the Peloponnese centered around Mistras. Additionally, the Empire of Trebizond, one of the Byzantine successor states, established after the Fourth Crusade, continued to exist on the Black Sea coast. Now, onto the Ottoman side. When Mehmed II ascended to the Ottoman throne in 1451, at the age of 19 years old, European courts underestimated his potential impact, expecting his youth and inexperience to actually weaken Ottoman influence in the Balkans and the Aegean. This sentiment was encouraged by Mehmed's initial diplomatic gestures towards European envoys, which seemed friendly and more or less conciliatory. However, Mehmed's actions soon belied these peaceful overtures. Early in 1452, he began constructing Rumeli Hisari, a formidable fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus, directly opposite the Andalu Hisari, built by his great-grandfather Bayezid I. This strategic move effectively gave the Ottomans control over the maritime traffic through the strait, and served as a defensive measure against potential attacks from the Genoese colonies along the Black Sea coast. The name Bogas Kesen, meaning strait blocker or throat cutter, highlights the strategic significance of this fortress, playing on the dual meaning of Bogas in Turkish, which refers to both a strait and a throat. This fortress was part of the broader strategic plan to isolate Constantinople and prevent any assistance from the despots in southern Greece, Thomas and Demetrios, who might have supported their brother Constantine the 11th Palaiologos during the looming siege. In preparation for the siege itself, Mehmed also ordered improvements to infrastructure to facilitate the movement of large cannons and troops from Adrianople to Constantinople, including enhancing roads and bridges. Mehmed's intentions were further clarified in a speech recorded by the Greek historian Michael Critobulus, in which he rallied his troops by invoking the legacy of his forebears, who had established and expanded the Ottoman Empire through considerable sacrifice and valor. Here we have a snippet of said speech, and I'll begin reading now. My friends and men of my empire, you all know very well that our forefathers secured this kingdom that we now hold at the cost of many struggles and great dangers that, having passed it along in succession from their fathers, from father to son, they have handed it down to me. For some of the oldest of you were sharers in many of the exploits carried through by them. Those at least of you who are of maturer years, and the younger of you have heard of these deeds from your fathers. They are not such very ancient events, nor of such a sort as to be forgotten through the lapse of time. Still, the eye-witness of those who have seen testifies better than does the hearing of deeds that happened but yesterday or the day before. End of passage. Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI fully recognized the threat posed by Mehmed's strategic maneuvers and sought assistance from Western Europe. However, long-standing tensions between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches since their schism in 1054 made these efforts more than a little bit difficult. Efforts at church union, such as those agreed at the Second Council of Lyon in 1274, and more recently at the Council of Florence in 1439, were deeply unpopular in Constantinople. These agreements, aimed at securing papal support against the growing Ottoman threat, were met with significant resistance within the Byzantine capital. The historical animosities, marked by events like the massacre of the Latins in 1182 and the sack of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade of 1204, had fostered strong anti-Latin sentiments among the Byzantine populace, which were exacerbated by the attempts of union. In response to the imminent Ottoman threat, Emperor Constantine, in a bid to secure much-needed military aid, promised to implement the union of the churches, which was reluctantly accepted by a divided imperial court in the December of 1452. Despite these overtures, Pope Nicholas V was unfortunately unable to muster the necessary military support from Western Europe. The major Western powers were preoccupied with their own concerns. France and England were both weakened by the 100 Years' War. Spain was focused on their own reconquest. The Holy Roman Empire was embroiled with internal problems, and Hungary and Poland were still recovering from their defeat at the Battle of Varna in 1444. Although the promised union failed to galvanize extensive Western support, some help did materialize. Notably, Giovanni Giustiniani, a renowned expert in fortifications from Genoa, arrived in January 1453 with a contingent of his own troops. Recognized for his military prowess, Giustiniani was appointed by Constantine to command the defense of Constantinople's land walls. Additionally, contributions included a small force of archers funded by the Pope and led by Cardinal Isidore, and various groups from northern Italian states and the kingdoms of Naples and Sicily. However, the Western response was largely insufficient against the might of the Ottoman forces. Deliberations in Venice about sending aid resulted in a decision to dispatch a fleet, but its deployment was delayed until April 1453, by which time it would be far too late to be of any effective assistance. In a further blow to Byzantine morale, several Italian ships, previously committed to the city's defense, deserted Constantinople upon Giustiniani's arrival. These developments shows the complexities and challenges faced by Byzantium in securing effective support against Mehmed, who was strategically and relentlessly pursuing the city. In the anticipation of an Ottoman naval assault, Emperor Constantine took decisive defensive measures, including the installation of a massive chain across the Golden Horn. This chain, supported by floating logs, was intended to block any Ottoman ships from penetrating the harbor, providing a critical layer of defense alongside the formidable Theodosian walls. The historical context for this precautionary measure stemmed back to the Fourth Crusade's successful breach of Constantinople's defenses via the Golden Horn in 1204. So it was pretty important that they protect this. Now, the defensive preparations extended to land fortifications as well, particularly along the Blachernay section of the walls, which was seen as a critical point due to its protruding position. The walls were complemented by a 60-foot wide moat and a series of crenellated walls and towers, strategically placed to maximize the city's defensive capabilities. Despite all of these robust fortifications, the Byzantine forces defending Constantinople were markedly outnumbered, totaling around 7,000 men, of which 2,000 of them were foreign mercenaries. The demographic decline of the city impacted its defense potential severely, with a census at the end of March 1453 revealing only around 4,973 Greeks and around 200 foreigners that were capable of defending the city, and that didn't count the modest numbers that included volunteers and additional foreign contingents, which summed to less than 8,000 men against a perimeter of 12 miles. The city's population, reduced to fewer than 50,000 people, including refugees, was mobilized for the siege. Citizens undertook various support roles, from repairing walls to standing watch and managing food supplies. Everybody did their bit. Some, unfortunately, had to melt down church treasures to mint coins to pay the defenders. The defending force also included a small number of artillery pieces, which ultimately proved to be of limited effectiveness against the Ottoman siege tactics. On the other hand, the Ottoman forces, led by Sultan Mehmed II, were significantly larger and better equipped. Estimates based on recent studies and Ottoman archival sources suggest a force ranging from 50 to 80,000 soldiers, including the elite janissaries, and actually a formidable contingent of Christian troops, such as the 1,500 Serbian cavalry that were provided by Durad Brankovic. Additionally, the Ottomans deployed a powerful artillery array, including 70 cannons, enhancing their siege capabilities. Western contemporaneous accounts, likely inflated, vary, but they do suggest that Ottoman forces could have been as high as 300,000, highlighting the dramatic numerical disadvantage faced by the defenders of Constantinople. Now Mehmed, recognizing the strategic importance of naval power, assembled a formidable fleet to aid in the siege of Constantinople. Estimates of the fleet's size from contemporary sources also vary widely, ranging from 110 to 430 ships. A more considered modern estimate places the fleet at around 110, which included 70 large galleys, some smaller galleys, and a number of large rowing boats and horse transports, indicating a substantial maritime force poised to support the Ottoman siege efforts. Now on the artillery front, the Ottomans surprised the defenders with the range and power of their cannons. These cannons, numbering between 12 and 62, were produced in Turkish foundries under the direction of engineers like Saruka and, notably, Orban, a foreign engineer whose contributions were critical. Orban, believed to be Hungarian, offered his expertise initially to the Byzantians, but unfortunately they couldn't afford him. So he then turned to Mehmed II, promising a cannon capable of breaching even the legendary walls of Babylon. Well, Mehmed liked this. So, funded generously by the Ottomans, Orban constructed the massive cannon named Basilica, capable of launching a 600-pound stone ball over the distance of a mile. Despite its impressive capabilities, the cannon had its own significant limitations, including a lengthy reload time and a shortage of ammunition. Moreover, reports suggest the cannon may have eventually succumbed to its own power and simply breaking under the recoil, a detail noted in contemporary but disputed sources. Mehmed's strategic approach extended beyond mere force, however. Prior to the final assault, he ensured his artillery, including Orban's gargantuan cannon, were transported from Edirne to Constantinople, which in itself was a massive logistical effort involving hundreds of men and oxen. His plan targeted the formidable Theodosian walls, specifically the section protected by land rather than water, where he positioned his army and artillery for maximum impact. The Ottomans were methodical in their siege preparations, understanding the risks associated with prolonged encampment. They implemented strict sanitary measures to prevent the outbreak of disease among the troops, including the burning of corpses and the careful management of waste and water sources. This attention to logistics and health further exemplifies the comprehensive military strategy and the intelligence of Mehmed II. Say what you want about him, but he was not stupid. Now, the Byzantine capital of Constantinople at this time was one of the most fortified cities in the medieval world, featuring approximately 20 kilometers of massive walls that had been refined and strengthened over the centuries. The land walls alone stretched about 5.5 kilometers, while the sea walls along the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmara were 7 kilometers and 7.5 kilometers respectively. These fortifications were in good condition, despite having been recently repaired during the reign of Emperor John VIII, providing the city's defenders with strong hope and reason to believe that they could withstand the siege until the reinforcements from Western Europe had arrived. The Byzantine defensive strategy was thusly comprehensive, covering both land and sea approaches. The city's defenders, although outnumbered, were strategically deployed along the walls and equipped with a small fleet of 26 ships from various European powers, including Genoa, Venice, and even one from France. The fleet was crucial for controlling the seaways and potentially resupplying the city. On the landward sides, The defense was concentrated along the outer walls. Emperor Constantine XI himself guarded Mesotechion, the central section of the land walls crossed by the river Lycus, which was deemed the most vulnerable point of the fortifications. Notable commanders like Justinian I were initially positioned to the north of the Charician Gate, but were later moved to reinforce the critical midsection. Other sections of the land walls were manned by a mix of Greek, Genoese, and Venetian commanders, each responsible for a stretch of the fortifications. The sea walls were guarded less densely, reflecting the Byzantines' confidence in their naval capabilities and, of course, the natural barrier provided by the sea. Key points along the sea walls were manned by commanders from Genoa and Venice, showing the significant contribution of Italian maritime republics to the defense of Constantinople. Strategically, the Byzantines also maintained two reserve forces within the city, one near the land walls and another by the Church of the Holy Apostles, ready to respond to breaches or critical moments in the battle. Despite the strength of the Ottoman forces, which included these much larger, powerful cannons, and of course a lot more men, the Byzantine defenses were sophisticated and robust, making the city exceptionally well defended. The Byzantine cannons, and yes, they had them, were a lot smaller and less effective than those of the Ottomans, but they did play a role in the defense, even though their recoil sometimes damaged the walls which they were meant to protect. The belief that Constantinople could hold out the siege was not based merely on hope, but on a well-founded assessment of its formidable defenses and strategic geographic position. Well, the time eventually came. At the onset of the siege, Mehmed focused on quickly eliminating the remaining Byzantine strongholds around Constantinople to consolidate his control. Key positions such as the fortress of Therapia on the Bosphorus and a smaller castle near the village of Studius by the Sea of Marmara were swiftly captured. The Ottoman navy, led by Admiral Boltoglu, also seized the Prince's Islands in the Sea of Marmara, further tightening the noose around Constantinople. The massive Ottoman cannons bombarded Constantinople's walls relentlessly, but their slow rate of fire and lack of precision allowed Byzantine defenders to repair the damage after each assault, significantly reducing the effectiveness of the Ottoman artillery. Despite these efforts, the Ottoman navy also faced their own challenges. The Byzantine defenders had placed this massive chain across the entrance to the Golden Horn, which effectively blocked Ottoman ships from entering and controlling this crucial waterway. However, on the 20th of April, in a dramatic naval skirmish, a small Christian flotilla managed to breach this blockade and enter the Golden Horn, boosting the morale of the city's defenders and rather embarrassing Mehmed. This incident led to the brutal punishment of Boltoglu, who was stripped of his rank, beaten in front of a large crowd, and his possessions redistributed to the Janissaries. In a bold and innovative military maneuver on the 22nd of April, Mehmed ordered his ships to be dragged overland on greased logs through the Galata district on the north side of the Golden Horn, effectively bypassing the chain barrier. This maneuver allowed the Ottoman fleet to enter the Golden Horn, posing a direct threat to the Byzantine sea walls and cutting off potential aid from the Genoese colony of Pera. The tension escalated further when the Byzantines launched their own fire ships to try to burn the Ottoman fleet, which was now harbored within the Horn. The desperate attack failed, and it led to severe consequences. The Ottoman forces captured 40 Italians who tried to escape from the sinking fire ships. Mehmed ordered them all to be impaled on the northern shore as a gruesome warning. Well, the Byzantines were, of course, not too impressed with this. So they had to get them back, and they did so by executing 260 Ottoman prisoners right there on the city walls, very much visible to the Ottoman troops who could only watch on and hear the screams. These brutal exchanges marked a significant escalation in the siege, forcing the Byzantines to stretch their defenses even thinner by guarding the sea walls along the Golden Horn in addition to their already beleaguered land fortifications. The Turks had made several unsuccessful attacks on the walls, and there was a Venetian present at the time, a surgeon by the name of Niccolò Barbaro, who recorded his recollection of events as follows, and I will read from this journal he kept. They found the Turks coming right up under the walls and seeking battle, particularly the Janissaries, and when one or two of them were killed, at once more Turks came and took away the dead ones, without caring how near they came to the city walls. Our men shot at them with guns and crossbows, aiming at the Turk who was carrying away his dead countrymen, and both of them would fall to the ground dead. And then there came other Turks and took them away, none fearing death, but being willing to let 10 of themselves be killed, rather than suffer the shame of leaving a single Turkish corpse by the walls. End of quote. As the siege of Constantinople progressed into late May, Mehmed's strategy intensified. Despite ongoing artillery bombardment, the Ottomans struggled to breach the formidable Theodosian walls through conventional means. Therefore, from mid-May to the 25th of May, Mehmed resorted to mining operations aimed at undermining the structural integrity of the walls. These efforts involved Serbian miners from Novo Brdo, known for their expertise, who were commanded by Zagan Pasha. The Byzantines, led by an engineer named Johannes Grant from the Genoese contingent, employed their own counter-mining tactics. They successfully intercepted the Ottoman tunnels, engaging the miners in close combat and utilizing Greek fire to halt their progress. Key interceptions occurred on multiple nights, culminating in significant engagements on the 21st, 23rd, and 25th of May, during which the Byzantines managed to capture and extract crucial information from 2 Turkish officers. This intelligence led to the discovery and destruction of all Ottoman mining attempts under the walls. During this critical phase, Mehmed offered terms of surrender to Emperor Constantine on the 21st of May. He proposed that the siege would be lifted if the city was surrendered peacefully. He even promised safe passage for the emperor and any inhabitants who wished to leave, recognition of the emperor as the governor of the Peloponnese, and security for those choosing to remain in the city. However, Constantine showed a steadfast resolve. He declined all of these terms, stating that the decision to surrender did not rest solely with him, but with all of the citizens of Constantinople, who had collectively resolved to die freely rather than surrender. Amidst these tense negotiations, internal dissent appeared within Mehmed's council. Halil Pasha, a senior vizier who had previously expressed skepticism about the siege's viability, advised Mehmed to abandon the effort following the setbacks with the failed mining operations. In contrast, Zagan Pasha advocated for an immediate and decisive assault, believing the city's defenses were significantly weakened already. Convinced by Zagan Pasha's argument, and driven by a desire to quickly capture Constantinople, Mehmed decided to prepare for a final, massive assault, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic moments of the siege. This planned attack aimed to overwhelm the Byzantine defenses through sheer force, signaling a pivotal shift from a protracted siege to an all-out offensive designed to conclude the Battle of Constantinople once and for all. The final preparations for the Ottoman assault were meticulously planned and executed with precision. On the evening of the 26th of May, 1453, Mehmed initiated extensive mobilization of his forces, marking the beginning of a 36-hour period dedicated to final preparations. The soldiers were given time to rest and pray on the 28th of May, the day before the planned attack, signifying the gravity of the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, the defenders of Constantinople, under the command of Constantine XI, were bolstered in spirit by the arrival of a small Venetian fleet on the 27th of May. However, this fleet brought with it the disheartening news that no large-scale relief force was coming to save them. That same day, the city was steeped in religious fervor, with mass processions and ceremonies being held, culminating in a poignant final Vespers service at the Hagia Sophia. Both the Latin and Greek communities of the city participated, symbolizing a brief moment of unity amid the prevailing despair. As the Ottomans prepared for battle, their cannons had already discharged an estimated 5,000 rounds, utilizing around 55,000 pounds of gunpowder. The constant barrage, however, had not decisively breached the formidable Theodosian walls due to the defenders' effective repair efforts between volleys. The assault began just after midnight on the 29th of May. The initial attacks were led by the Christian troops conscripted into the Ottoman army, followed by waves of irregular Azaps and the more disciplined Anatolian Turkmen. The primary focus of these initial attacks was a section of the older Blachernae walls to the northwest. Though a breach was made, the defenders quickly repelled the incursion. The critical moment came with the advance of the elite Janissaries. During this phase, Giovanni Giustiniani, the Genoese commander responsible for the defense of the land walls, was severely wounded. His evacuation precipitated a breakdown in the morale and organization of the defenders. As his troops retreated in disarray, gaps in the defense widened, allowing the Janissaries to make significant inroads. The fall of the city was marked by fierce urban combat. Emperor Constantine reportedly discarded his imperial regalia and led a last desperate charge against the invaders. His fate, shrouded in the chaos of the final hours of the siege, remains a topic of speculation and legend. Some accounts suggest that he died fighting near the San Romano Gate, while others, like the diary of Niccolo Barbaro, controversially suggested he took his own life, a claim not widely supported by other sources. As the city fell, Mehmed directed his soldiers to secure key sites, including the Church of the Holy Apostles, intended as the seat for the new Orthodox Patriarch under Ottoman rule. The Hagia Sophia, filled with refugees, was breached, and its occupants were tragically sorted for either slavery or ransom, or worse. In the wake of the city's capture, Mehmed's consolidation of control involved both strategic clemency and harsh reprisals. The Sultan's troops refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, focusing instead on looting and securing valuable captives. The cultural and economic capital of the Byzantine Empire thusly fell into the hands of the Ottomans, marking the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter in history, which would henceforth be known as Istanbul, a key city in the rising Ottoman Empire. After the fall of Constantinople, there was a brief period of looting that resulted in the destruction of many of the Orthodox churches. This period of chaos left the city largely in ruins by the 2nd of June, with desecrated churches, uninhabited houses, and emptied stores and shops. Mehmed was reportedly moved to tears by the devastation, lamenting, "What a city we have given over to plunder and destruction." The scale of the looting was significant, particularly carried out by sailors and marines who entered the city through less defended walls before the regular Ottoman troops could gain full control. It's suggested that the ordinary people of Constantinople might have been treated somewhat better by their Ottoman conquerors than by the Crusaders in 1204, though this assertion is somewhat challenged by the high death toll reported by many sources. A Venetian Senate report noted that about 50 Venetian noblemen and about another 500 Venetian civilians lost their lives during the siege, indicating a significant impact on the foreign community living within the city. Additionally, much of the city's treasures had already been looted during the Fourth Crusade of 1204, which left a little bit less for the Ottomans to take. Of course, we have some contemporary accounts from the time, and we're going to read a few of them now. They're quite chilling. The first one's from Macarius Melisenos, and it reads as follows. As soon as the Turks were inside the city, they began to seize and enslave every person who came their way. All those who tried to offer resistance were put to the sword. In many places, the ground could not be seen, as it was covered by heaps of corpses. An Ottoman account by Tursun Beg gives the following insight. After having completely overcome the enemy, the soldiers began to plunder the city. They enslaved boys and girls, and took silver and gold vessels, precious stones, and all sorts of valuable goods and fabrics from the imperial palace and the houses of the rich. Every tent was filled with handsome boys and beautiful girls. Another account by Leonard of Chios goes thusly. All the valuables and other booty were taken to their camp, and as many as 60,000 Christians who had been captured. The crosses, which had been placed on the roofs or the walls of the churches, were torn down and trampled. Women were assaulted, virgins and youths forced to take part in shameful obscenities. The nuns left behind, even those who were obviously such, were disgraced with the foulest of debaucheries. The aftermath of the fall of Constantinople was marked by significant and grim events, reflecting the harsh realities of medieval sieges and their brutal impact on civilian populations. Nicholas de Nicolay's account reveals the grim fate of those captured during the siege, stating that the slaves were openly displayed and sold naked in the city's slave markets, with young girls being particularly vulnerable to purchase. The situation inside the Hagia Sophia was notably dire. According to George Safrantes, it became a scene of indiscriminate violence, where people of both genders suffered assault and brutality. The elderly, the infirm, and those wounded who sought refuge in churches were either killed or sold into slavery. The emotional toll of the siege is encapsulated in a quote that illustrates the widespread despair. Everywhere there was misfortune. Everyone was touched by pain. This account conveys the pervasive atmosphere of grief and terror that had enveloped Constantinople. Mehmed himself, upon entering the Grand Basilica of the Hagia Sophia, reacted to a soldier damaging the property not for looting, but under the pretense of faith, which prompted Mehmed to execute him, declaring that the physical city belonged to him, not to individual soldiers or their acts of destruction. One particularly chilling episode involves Mehmed's actions during the victory celebrations, where he reportedly entertained his officers by having captives killed for sport. A more controversial and debated account involves the Grand Duke Lucas Notaras, who, according to the Byzantine historian Ducas, was commanded by Mehmed to hand over his youngest son for the Sultan's amusement. Notaras's refusal and his subsequent execution alongside his sons highlight the personal tragedies that unfolded against the larger backdrop of the city's fall. Once again, this account is debated. Well, the siege concluded with a final and overwhelming assault that led to its complete fall and capitulation on May 29th. The events that followed were unimaginable for those who thought the Theodosian walls would protect them forever. 3 days of unrestrained looting, as was the customary reward for soldiers at the time. The Ottomans surged through the streets, plundering homes and committing widespread atrocities. Perhaps the most symbolic act of the conquest was the violation of the Hagia Sophia, that splendid basilica that had been a center of Orthodox Christianity. According to historical accounts, the doors of the church were smashed open while services were ongoing. Of course, those inside, especially less affluent and less likely to be ransomed, were immediately killed. The others were simply carried away. Sanctity of the space utterly disregarded. Eyewitnesses, like the aforementioned George Safrantes, underscore the brutality meted out to the populace. He notes the Sultan allowed the initial slaughter and pillage, but then called for an end to the violence, declaring safety for those who would emerge from hiding, promising the restoration of properties to those who had fled the city. Mehmed himself had entered the conquered Constantinople and, upon seeing the devastation, lamented the loss. It is a moment of reflection that is recorded in several historical accounts, and it illustrates a more human side of the Sultan. And with that, the Byzantine Empire saw its end, leading to the dispersal of Greek scholars who carried with them the remnants of classical knowledge to the West, thereby contributing to the Renaissance. In the Islamic world, Mehmed was celebrated as the conqueror who had fulfilled a prophecy, extending the reach of Islam into Europe and laying the foundation for a powerful new dynasty that would rule for centuries. Thank you very much for listening. It's once again been a pleasure. I'd like to thank my top-tier Patreon subscribers, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, and Susan. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. If you would like to do so, you know where to find it. Once again, thank you for joining me, and I will see you in the next video. Good night for now.